beer is going back to basics, literally. You're looking at a Brainy Brothers sparkling bitter. It is a brew 100 years in the making. The recipe, long thought lost, discovered by the grandchildren of Australia's most influential brewing family. 18 different Brainy men worked in dozens of breweries from 1850 to 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools, and we want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they'd never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
We're inspired to be working hard on this technology, I know, for several years now, and for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course. And for me as a commentator, to have that information is really, really important as well.
And a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the running of the 64th Head of the Yarra, Australia's Rowing Classic. And what a great morning we have, JB Stewart.
Well, it's very different to last year, isn't it, Peter?
Thank heavens.
Yeah, well, no, it's a relief, but it is quite chilly down here.
Good rowing conditions, outgoing tide at the moment, so there won't be any record time set today. Last year, of course, as JB just mentioned, we lost the last couple of events, which was the it was a real disappointment, wasn't it? We're building it up all day for the open female and open male sections, open male races, and 36-degree heat didn't happen.
Well, it was ironic, Pete, because the blokes, I guess, and the women that could most tolerate it were the ones that missed out because the heat policy kicked in.
Yeah, and the kids, the school kids, handle it okay. Anyway, that's one of the real disappointments I've had in the head of the Yarra. Another one was, one day I was rowing, I rowed a few days. We had a really good crew from Sunshine Coast and Toowong Composite, and we were sitting at the start line in pouring rain. Do you remember that year?
Yeah, I do, Peter.
And we sat there absolutely freezing our butts off, and it must have been for 20 minutes, it felt like 2 hours, and we finally get called, well, not called to row, but got called in, because the drain next to the Wallen Road Bridge, which is just down that ways a bit, was flowing so strongly the river became unrowable.
Yeah, we've had some weather interruptions over the years, and it's I can remember one that was halted halfway through, I think, with the flooding.
Yeah, and we had another one. I think it was just when the regatta changed times from March to November. It was a really hot day, and there were kids in all sorts of stressful situations on the staging here, being rescued by the medical staff.
Yes, exactly. Being hosed down, apparently.
Yeah. So anyway, that's not going to happen today because it's a little cool, 11.7 degrees at the moment. So
it's cool but bearable, and a lot different to last year. So we're about to get a start here. I think, Peter, the 8 o'clock is a scheduled start for our first time trial, which is race 1, which is the male under 19 8.
It's a different category. We have a couple of different categories this year. No school categories because there is a schools regatta currently on at Nagambie this year. So we still have 245 crews though, which is a magnificent effort, isn't it?
It is. It's fantastic. Year on year, we get these terrific number of entries. I think we're going to get to a certain level where it'll reach capacity, or we'll have to run it over 2 days or something. But it's been terrific, a fantastic event. We've got some pictures coming in from the city, Pete.
Very, very flat conditions. The Yarra's a great place to row. It's a great river to row because of the high banks. You rarely get a day on this stream which is unrowable. It just doesn't happen. Even a strong northerly howling down the straight here at Hawthorn, you just get a few ripples on the water, and it's always magnificent to get out on this particular stretch. So, head of the Yarra, now recognised as one of the great head races in world rowing, the others being, of course, the Tideway head in the UK on the River Thames in London, and the other one being in the head of the Charles in Boston, and that, of course, takes place in October. I was reading through some of the crew biogs overnight, JB, and one crew had competed in the head of the Charles this year. Yeah,
we had a couple of crews that went over, and a couple of people from oars people, men and women from Victoria, that were very successful at the head of the Charles. I was reading in the Rowing Vic newsletter. Well, it looks like they're about to get going down there at the start. The first crew is Sydney University Composite. They're scheduled to head off at 8 a.m. Well, I can see the crews. There's a couple of crews lining up there. There's only one in race 1. There's only one crew, Peter, and in race 2 there's only one crew. And the race 1 is the male under 19 8 Sydney University, and race 2 is the male under 17 8.
Third category we'll see off this morning is the female under 19 8. There are 3 competitors, 3 crews in that: Genasono, Wrighton Girls and Mercantile. And the next category will be the female under 17 8. 1 crew in that, which is race 4. And the male Masters H8 is the biggest crew we'll be seeing in the early part of the regatta this morning. H is the age category, which is between 70 and 74 years of age average. And we have 9 crews in that: Old Scotch Collegians, the defending champions, Leichhardt, Yarra Yarra, Corio Bay, Leichhardt, Brisbane and GPS Composite, Melbourne Rowing Club, Melbourne University and Riverside from South Australia.
I wonder what that category, those guys think of that start time, Pete. 8:05. They would have to have got themselves organised pretty early.
Oh, I would say they'd be in bed by 7 o'clock and home by 10 o'clock.
Now, one of the crews, it looks like on the monitor, have got away, and that it's obviously going to be the Sydney University Composite Male under 19.8. And the second crew, they're underway too, the male under 17.8, which is Newcastle Grammar up in New South Wales.
Absolutely ideal conditions there in the city, and the same out here at Hawthorn. We have a slight outgoing tide at the moment, so there won't be any record time set in the early part of the day. I'm sure the tide will change. Don't know what time it will. But as you can see, hardly a ripple on the water and absolutely ideal conditions for rowing. And it's not too hot, it's not too cold. As we said, 11.7 degrees now. So they'll work their way up towards the first bridge. 11 bridges on this course, which they have to encounter. The first one is the Swan Street Bridge, which was built in 1957. That's just to the right of your screen at the moment. You can see the Henley Judges box there, which is the official start line.
We just saw the Merck's female under 19.8 go past, rowing very strongly, and the next crew that looks like they've gone past us on the monitor from off the start there is the female under 17.8 from Newcastle Grammar in New South Wales. Great to see you guys here.
Yes, a few new categories this year. The female under 17.8, the female under 19.8, male under 17, and to compensate for the fact that we don't have any school crews entered this year. But still 245 boats, tremendous effort.
Yeah, and those categories, the three of them that you mentioned, Peter, they're just rowing against themselves, really, aren't they?
Well, we do that a lot. If you're a single sculler, you get used to that, don't you?
Exactly. Now, Bruce Winnan down there, he's been doing the start for a number of years, and he's getting the crews lined up for the next section, which will be the male Masters H8, which you mentioned, Peter, which is average between 70 and 74 years of age.
Yeah, we've got crews from all over Australia taking part today, and New Zealand, which is absolutely fantastic. I remember last year, one of the most disappointing years in my coverage of the Head of the Yarra was when we lost the last two races. But the crew from New Zealand, they'd come all the way over and they didn't get to row.
Well, how would you feel, Pete?
Oh.
That would be just shattering. And but I think a lot of them are back here. A lot of the crews that were affected by that weather intervention are back here again.
Remember one year at Penrith in the Masters Championships of Australia a few years back, we had some lousy weather and it blew away half the races on the day. And of course, I lost most of mine. You might have been there as well.
Yeah, I think I was.
No, that's the start in the city, the Henley Judges box. This is the final few hundred, or final 150 metres of the course actually. That's the finish line, the Hawthorn Bridge. That was built in 1861. It was reconditioned in the 1930s. It's the Yarra's oldest bridge, and basically home to the Hawthorn Rowing Club since 1877. The original Hawthorn Club was in 1934. It was washed away it was from a different side. It was on the other side of that bridge, as was Xavier's shed, and they both finished up washed down the river near to where the Scotch College boat shed is today.
Yeah, there was a marker, Pete, in the shed at one stage of how high the water got up, and it was halfway up where the boat bays are. So what you can see now is the cameraman waving at us, and he's the one doing the long shots up the straight towards the railway bridge where the crews start to appear. If you're standing on the bridge, you'll see the crews come under the railway bridge, and they'll start to appear on what we call the Hawthorn Straight for the final leg of the Head of the Yarra, the final leg of the 8.3 kilometre course.
And the new staging, of course, which has been absolutely magnificent since it was constructed, how many years ago? 3 years ago now?
Yeah, about 3 years ago. It's been a godsend, Peter. It's changed our lives down here.
Oh, absolutely sensational, because it was It was needed, let's be perfectly honest. The staging that was here before that, it was reconditioned about 30 years ago, but it used to get covered in slime
Well,
or
the
mud.
the best thing we can say about it, Peter, was that it had character.
It sure did. But this is really state-of-the-art pontoon landing, and it's much safer, of course, for the rowers as well.
So we've just had a start in the male Masters H8 section, Old Scotch Collegians.
They're the defending champions.
Yeah, Leichhardt, Yarra, Corio Bay, another crew from Leichhardt, Brisbane Composite, Melbourne University and Riverside from South Australia.
The next category after this one, by the way, will be the male Masters I8. Now, the average age, I'm told, of this crew is 83 years of age, and we're going to be seeing a few old stagers in there, literally, one of whom is Derek Wilson, and Derek is 90 years of age.
Yep.
And he actually rowed in the first head of the Yarra, which was in 1957.
Yep, incredible, isn't it, Pete?
Oh, absolutely sensational. And,
maybe our last living connection to the original head of the Yarra.
1957, we saw 14 entries and 11 actually started. So it's certainly come a long way, the head of the Yarra. As I said, one of the top 3 head races in the world at the moment, and of course the head of the Yarra is complemented by the Melbourne head a week prior. So it's a really good 2 weeks of rowing for the rowers around Australia to get involved in.
Yeah, it is traditionally not a lot of interstate or overseas people come to the Melbourne head, but they certainly turn up in force for the head of the Yarra. The head of the Yarra, of course, is exclusively 8s. The Melbourne head, where you can scull, you've got quads, you've got pairs, you've got all sorts of category of boats involved, but the head of the Yarra is exclusively 8-oared rowing.
I rode in the header of the Brisbane a couple of times. It's different water. It looks the same colour, and it is the same colour. But of course, in Brisbane, you have to contend with the city cats, and their wash is probably second only to that the Titanic had. It's a little bit tricky on that course.
Yeah, it's. I think they closed the river. I'm pretty sure they closed the river to all other craft on this particular day. I can remember one day maybe the message didn't get through from Melbourne Water, and we had all the leisure craft interfering with the start of the race when I was starter quite a few years ago, Peter. I don't know if you remember.
I do remember, actually. Not today, though. The river is actually closed to all traffic until 3:30 this afternoon.
Now we're getting the shot up the river from the bridge, Pete, and just look at those conditions. How good would it be to be out there in a scull or a double or something?
Absolutely sensational, JP. Hawthorn Strait is about 600 metres long, I think. Is that right?
Well, from the railway bridge down to the A-frame, we're talking about 1,600 metres, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, from the A-frame, which is up near Victoria Bridge.
Up near Victoria Bridge,
yeah.
Although there is a bit of a bend before you get to the A-frame, but I guess it's not a pure straight, but it's straight enough.
Straight enough, yeah. Some of you test you out if you're in a single. Next category coming up after the male Masters I8, we've been talking about some of the competitors there, as the female Masters F8. Now there are 11 crews in that. F is the age group between 60 and 64 years of age, and giving you a bit of a preview of some of the other sections or races we're going to have during the day. Race 13 is one to keep an eye on. We'll be talking about that in more detail a little bit later on, but we're going to be seeing some of the great Olympians, Australian Olympians that have graced our waters in the last few years, including James Tompkins, Drew Ginn, David Crawshay, Chris Shinners and so on. But more about that later. And Richard has a special guest he's talking to right now.
Morning, Peter and John. Great to be here again this year at the head of the Yarra for 2025, and I'm joined by a couple of the many volunteers who helped to make this regatta happen. Pat Freeland-Small in charge of the communications, the broadcast and everything else, and also Rob Perkins, who's the chair of the regatta. Pat, I'll start with you because you're right next to me, but just give us an insight into how much work goes into making this happen today.
Oh, well, we've got 200 volunteers that are actually involved in this whole activity. We've got, in the comms and broadcast piece, we've got about 20 people involved in this. Taking a course over 8 kilometres is very difficult in terms of satellite vision and the works. So people might notice that the start vision's a little grainy, but when they get to the end here, there'll be large television cameras that will be giving them really good vision of the crews coming across the finish line. So they should look forward to that. So hopefully they stay tuned for when the real action starts to hot up here, particularly at the back end of the day when we've got the elite crews coming in between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon. We'll actually have some of Australia's best athletes, and in that final 2 categories of the 2 open crews, 2 open sets of crews, males and females, there are around 23 to 25 of the current Olympic squad. So we've got most of Australia's cream talent there, plus a couple of unknown quantities from New Zealand, from Auckland. So we don't know how the Kiwis are going to go today as well. So it'll be really good action. So stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Pat. No, very, very true. And the good news, of course, is the weather looks a lot better this year than it did a year ago when those last few races unfortunately couldn't be held due to the heat. That will not, I can assure you, be a problem today on a much more mild day. And Rob, you're the chair of this regatta. Been working hard for, I assume, about 52 weeks to make it happen. Again, just how much work goes into this from your perspective?
This is an event that energises the whole club. There would not be a member in our club who has not been involved. And without that, without the Orange Army of people who contribute to this event, it simply wouldn't happen. It's an enormous, time-consuming 12-month activity, and next year's event will start tomorrow.
And just tell us about some of the roles the volunteers are undertaking around the course today in their bright orange shirts.
Okay, well, the important part of this event, of course, is on the river, and we have around about 26 marshalling positions on the river. They are absolutely fundamental to keep everyone safe and to observe the rules of the race. And they're all on radio, they've all been briefed, so the work that goes into ensuring that all these people come together on the one day of the year, this is a little bit like bringing an orchestra together almost without practice and having them play a symphony, and that's what we do every year, and we've done it now for 68 years.
Wonderful analogy, Rob. Well, we look forward to seeing it happen on the water very soon. As we've seen on the broadcast, the first boats are on their way. They'll be down here at the finish line at Hawthorn in hopefully only a few minutes' time. So we'll send you back to Peter and John in commentary.
Good on you, Richard. Thanks very much, mate.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, planning starts now for next year.
Yeah, it is interesting talking to Rob and Pat about the work that goes in behind the scenes. It's a mammoth effort, really, isn't it, by a huge number of people?
Wouldn't happen without our volunteers, as they said, and the sponsors likewise. We were talking about some of the bridges on the course and how coxers have to negotiate them. There is, of course, a prize at the end of the day for the cox who steers the straightest and the best course. Yes,
that's and it's all based on modern technology with those sensors that are affixed to the bow of all the boats coming down, Pete.
I remember rowing in this race many years ago. They said it was 8.6k, and now it's listed as 8k. And to think I rode all those extra metres for nothing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm not sure how they work that out when the start and the finish is the same, but anyway. So we've got some crews that will be heading into view shortly, Pete. I'm assuming that if they're going to do it in about, average time would be about 30 minutes for an under-19 or a little bit under for an under-19 8. They'll be coming into view fairly shortly.
And remember, the tide is going out at the moment, 12.3 degrees, so they won't be feeling any heat stress at all, which is good. We're talking about some of the bridges on the course. I always found the Big Bend is bad enough. I mean, when it's pulled around bowside, you rode bowside and stroke side, didn't you?
I rode bowside in a couple of head of the Yarras, yeah.
Yeah, you know what it's like then.
Yeah, you're doing all the work, basically.
Yeah, pull it round bowside to the big bend. Oh,
yeah.
gee. Okay, Julie's at the start line. She's ready to go for us, I think.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. We're having a really exciting time meeting the crews down here before they actually get on the water. A lot of anticipation. Looking forward to the end of the race, especially the Yales, but also some very serious athletes stretching, limbering up, getting ready to get on the water. So a lot of activity behind me. Actually getting pretty crowded at the moment, but certainly lots of excitement.
Thank you, Julie. Yes, plenty of activity there. We'll be seeing some of that activity here at Hawthorn very, very soon. The race has been in progress some 22 minutes, so in about 8 minutes' time, we'll see the first of the crews swing around that bend, which is the last bend on the course. They come through the second last bridge, which is the railway bridge. I was talking about tricky positions on the course, and we mentioned the big bend. Another one I found, JB, you've got to be pretty careful is approaching the Swan Street, the Wallen Road Bridge, because there's only one lane.
Yeah, and there's a couple of big pylons there with quite often they'll snag big branches that'll also make it, especially difficult to get through for coxswains.
That was the area that posed the problem when we had the big wet a few years ago, and the race had to be cut in half virtually because the course was cut in half by the amount of water that was streaming out of that huge drain close to the Wallen Road Bridge near Leonda. And that area, of course, is it's got a bit of an attachment to the Hawthorn Rowing Club, Fairview Park, because there was a breakaway club from Hawthorn called South Hawthorn, and they had their shed down near Fairview Park many, many years ago. They didn't last very long, but a little bit of trivia from the Hawthorn Boat Club, Hawthorn Rowing Club.
I didn't know that, Pete, so that's really interesting. Yeah, okay. A breakaway... we're going now to an interview with Richard, so we'll cross over to Richard now.
Thanks, John. We've just heard already from the coordinator of the volunteers, but I've got a couple of very important volunteers with me now from the Hawthorn Rowing Club. Alexis and Jen, both Hawthorn Rowing Club members, most importantly, but both medical doctors as well. And you might recall those who were here last year, of course, the extreme heat that beset the regatta late in the day. And both of these ladies, in conjunction with the Hawthorn Rowing Club, have been working hard to make the regatta much, much safer this year. So, Alexis, I'll start with you. Just tell us a bit about the process you've gone through since the very hot day last year.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. So I think we've looked into what happened last year and what we could do better. And, we can always learn from how we did things last year. So this year we're better staffed, we're better equipped, we've got better communications. We're really clear on how we can look after people better.
Fantastic. And I think you've brought in a lot more additional people, Jen, this year in terms of medical support.
We have. We've got extra paramedics on site. We've got extra equipment, and our setup is definitely improved on last year.
And of course, it's about, as Peter just said, 12 degrees today. So we don't expect any extreme heat, but still, of course, the chance or the opportunity for medical issues to occur. So you're prepared.
Correct. Yes.
Fantastic. And you've got plenty of volunteers down on the pontoon, I think, and also in the boat park as well.
Yeah, so we've got lots of volunteers helping, but we've got paid trained staff as well. So some of our volunteers are medical and they're helping out, medical and nursing, and they're providing a really great service. And then we've got our paid staff and we've got LSV, of course, who are also very skilled. So we've got lots and lots of support.
Yeah, great to see. LSV do a great job at every regatta I go to around Victoria, making it safe, but it's good to hear the off-water support is here as well, and we won't see what happened last year. So thank you both for your work and for your time this morning.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, they do a wonderful job, and it just goes to show how many volunteers we do need to make this regatta a success, which it is and has been for many years.
Well, they just showed the shot of the people down here on the landing. With they've all got their various tasks to do, the people in the Orange Army, and everybody gets a job and everyone is allocated a job. And so if you're a member of the club, even friends of the club and friends and relatives and family, they get involved as well, Pete.
Speaking of relative, there's a shot there of my esteemed brother, the grey-haired gentleman down on the staging near the rock wall, who is or has been instrumental in organising the Albury-Wodonga Rowing Club.
He has been, and he's also been a doctor working with the volunteers down here for a number of years at the head of the Yarra.
And we'll be seeing the first rower from that Albury-Wodonga Rowing Club taking part in the regatta today. In the crew is the Lake Eildon Composite, which we'll give a mention when they go past.
And no doubt that will be stroked by our friend Mario from the Lake Eildon Rowing Club.
I believe so.
Yep. So we're waiting for the view up the straight because we think that some of those crews will be appearing shortly. But meanwhile, on the monitor, we have the start line up for the next group of crews that are about to head off. So our start time coming up to 8:30 is the female Masters F8, and the crews involved in this race will be Melbourne Composite, North Shore, New South Wales, River City Women's, Queensland, Canberra ACT, Tamar from Tasmania.
Yes.
Auckland, New Zealand, the international representation, Carrum, Pembroke, some South Australia, and Devon, New South Wales, Bunbury, Western Australia, down there in the south, and Yarra here in the city.
So 11 crews, average age between 60 and 60. Yeah, I was talking about the South Hawthorn Rowing Club. That breakaway group formulated in the 1920s, as I said, didn't last very long, and now now Hawthorn itself is the most upstream of the current group of rowing clubs along the river. Heidelberg Rowing Club did hold that title for a few years, but they folded in 1947. And of course we had another rowing club in the city that's no longer there. That was Preston Rowing Club. They had a shed.
Yep. I know about Preston because I used to row. We used to have regattas there at Edwards Lake. I didn't know about Heidelberg, Pete, so that's interesting. Now, I've just had a call out from our egg and bacon providers. There's a stall up there near the... I'm not sure exactly where they are, but if you're in the vicinity of the finish area...
You'll smell them.
Yeah, well, just look out for them. They might be near the shed or they might be down in the garden area, but there is a stall with serving egg and bacon, so if you missed out on breakfast or you want a bit of egg and bacon, they look great, and I've just been handed mine, and I'll tell you in a minute what they're really like.
You got handed too. Yeah, the tricky parts of the course, I remember when I was rowing in it, I always found going past Herring Island there, past the old quarry, where the river is fairly narrow, and you go past Herring Island on the right-hand side, the quarry on the left, and then you have Powerhouse. The original river course, of course, is the other side of Herring Island, parallel to Alexandra Avenue. But I always found that part of the course rather tricky.
Because it's narrow, it narrows down. Yeah. Just interesting, Pete, the spread of the crews from all around Australia, including from Western Australia and a crew from New Zealand in the women's Masters F8. And it highlights just how many women are getting back into rowing, whether they're ex-rowers or they kept their rowing going the whole time, or whether they're parents of children that do rowing at school. The amount of women that are now competing in Masters rowing, and I saw it for myself it's worldwide. I saw it myself in Banyoles in Spain when we were over there recently. It's just phenomenal, isn't it, Pete?
I think rowing would be not as successful at the moment as it is without women, because a few years ago women weren't in the clubs at all.
That's true.
You had specialist rowing clubs for women. I think Essendon Ladies Rowing Club was one, and Melbourne University had a ladies section, didn't they?
Yeah, there was Melbourne University Ladies, there was YWCA on Albert Park Lake,
yeah.
And Essendon Ladies, who had their own, I think they had their own little boat shed up there.
But the women rescued rowing, because a lot of clubs without the ladies would not have survived, and I'm pretty certain I'm correct in saying that. And what an addition they have been to the sport.
That's certainly the case today, Pete, exactly. Now, the female Masters F8 have taken off. We're getting the vision from the city here on the monitor, and they're well underway. as we said, there's Melbourne Composite, North Shore, New South Wales, River City, Women's Queensland, Canberra, Tamar from Launceston, Pete, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Auckland, New Zealand, great to see an international crew here. Carrum, Pembroke Masters, South Australia, and Devon, New South Wales, Bunbury in Western Australia, and Yarra Yarra here in Melbourne.
It's important to remember that it is actually a running start. The crews get lined up 4 abreast, and they hit the road. They hit the road. Yeah, they hit it running.
Yeah, running start, which means that by the time you hit the line, you're supposed to be nearly at full speed, but probably takes a little bit longer to crank it up. But it's a beautiful sight down here. We're waiting for the first couple of crews to come down, which we expect will be heading down the straight. We've got the long view of the Hawthorn Straight looking up towards the railway bridge, which you can't actually see because it's just round the corner behind a set of trees there. But when the crews turn the railway bridge, the ones that are familiar with the Yarra, they'll know they're nearly heading down the straight for home, Pete.
The bowside oarsmen have a little bit of a rest.
They get a break.
It's pull it round stroke side on that corner. And boy, does that sound like music to your ears when you've been rowing on bowside for 7.5k.
You can have a bit of a rest and then it's back to work once you straighten up.
Yeah, knowing you're near the finish line is a really good feeling. It's amazing what you can find in the last few hundred metres of an 8K event.
Now, before these first couple of crews that took off this morning at 8 o'clock, before they come into view, you notice that there are people up there on the bridge viewing the race course, and just give us a bit of a wave if you're up there on the bridge. We can see you up there enjoying the sights and the sounds and the spectacle that is the head of the Yarra, Pete.
Good spot to watch too. The actual finish line is right under the bridge. You can see down in the bottom left-hand corner of the picture there the actual line, and the rule is the boats keep going upstream to the left of that row of buoys there before they can turn around and come back, and the boats will be sorted out when they get to the staging, and they will be told where to rack the boats.
And it does get a bit frantic later on in the day when the traffic gets a bit heavy and people have to try and abide by the rules and turn where you're supposed to turn and not try and turn it early and clog up the whole system. So, yeah, as long as crews follow the rules and go down past the buoys and turn when you're supposed to and just wait your turn, everything seems to work. So we're going now to Julie in the city for an interview.
Well, right now we can see the first of the crews, the first of 245 boats competing in the 64th annual Head of the Yarra, coming into view for the last few hundred metres of the 8K course. Beautiful conditions, absolutely sensational. And let's hope it stays this way for the remainder of the day. A few showers have been forecast, but I believe that's later on during the course of the afternoon.
Now, we're just waiting to cross to Julie in the city for an interview, but at this stage we've got a crew coming down, which I assume will be... this is crew number 1, because you can see the number clearly on their back. This is Sydney University Composite. Bodman, Burney, Pepper, Stanberg, Chandler, Howard, Lampson, Purdle, Cox, O'Dwyer, Coach Huxley. And here they come now, past the commentary position.
Rating 33 strokes a minute. They've got 100 metres to go to complete the 8K course, and they're looking pretty good, JB.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, pretty fresh. Rowing pretty well.
Some nice clearance there.
You're getting some nice blade work, some nice length through the water.
So they'll take line honours if nothing else.
Well, they'll probably win their category too, Peter, because I think they're the only ones in it.
You've got the prize for stating the bleeding obvious.
Captain Obvious.
It's great to see the first crew through. That's fantastic. Oh, obviously nothing has gone untoward there, so they all are pretty fresh. Actually, it's a great temperature to row in.
It is.
An event like this.
It's great weather to row in because you're not going to be subject to heat stress under these sort of conditions.
It's hard to believe it's 20 degrees cooler this morning than it was on this day 12 months ago.
It is phenomenal. I can remember coming down here to sit down here last year, and we were sweating already by the time we got down here at 8 in the morning. So you can see on your screens at the moment, if you're watching this on a monitor somewhere, that the male masters under 19.8 have... they're just going down to the end of the market buoys so they can turn their boat around. They'll come into the staging and they'll unload, take their oars out, and their work's done for the day.
First crews in get told to rack their boats furthest from the actual staging, so that's one disadvantage of coming in early. You've got to walk the boat another couple of 100 yards. Next crew over the line should be, if we go in race order, the male under 17.8 section, and that will be Newcastle Grammar from New South Wales, assuming they haven't been passed by some of the female under 19.8s, which were due to follow them, namely Genesano, Wrighton Girls and Mercantile.
Well, they're all given a start time of 8 a.m, Pete, so I'm guessing there are a couple of minutes between each crew or each category. There's 3 crews in the female under 19.8. There's Genesano, Wrighton and Mercantile. Mercantile are club, of course. Genesano and Wrighton are schools here in Melbourne.
Both in queue.
Correct.
As we mentioned earlier, a few new sections this year. The two we've been mentioning, the male under 19 and under 17, female under 19 and under 17. No school crews per se, per category, in the event this year with the 245 crews competing. All right, now Richard's ready for us again. Who's he got?
Thank you, Peter. Another of the hard-working volunteers here from the Hawthorn Rowing Club who helped to make this regatta happen. I'm joined here by Max Curry, who not just is volunteering today, but a talented rower in his own right. But first of all, Max, tell us what your job is today with that serious-looking hook in your hand.
I'm catching the boats. I hand this out to the coxswain and drag him in, you know.
And you're about to be tested. Our first boat's coming in fairly soon, so we'll let you get back to work. But you've been a Hawthorn Rowing Club member for about 7 years, I believe. Tell us a bit about what you've achieved here so far.
Been doing nationals for 5 years, going for my 6th one this season.
It seems to be a club on the rise too. I go to a lot of regattas around Victoria, and I've called out your name and a lot of your crewmates and your coach Tristan many times too. So the club seems to be in a really good place at the moment.
Yeah. The program's like building up quite a lot. We've tended to be a bit more of a masters club in the past, but I think we're getting a lot more youth, which is really good.
Fantastic to see. And your last race recently was the Melbourne Head just last weekend. Obviously you can't race today because you're volunteering, but how'd you go at the Melbourne Head?
Yeah, we did quite well. I'm mainly a sculler myself, but gave the sweep a go, jumped in the pair.
Fantastic. And we've got some boats finishing, Max, so we'll go back to Peter and John, but thanks for your time and have a great day today.
Thanks, Richard.
Good on you, Richard. Thank you, mate. We've just seen Newcastle Grammar go past our commentary boat in the male under 17.8 section, and they're going to win it because they're the only entry.
They're being cheered on by a group of their keen followers up there on the walkway on the opposite side to us. And this is the Mercantile women's under 19.8. Crew number 5 looked like they made up a bit of time, Pete, and rowing pretty well.
Genesano following them by about 2.5 to 3 lengths behind them. Genesano running a little bit higher. with 50 metres to go.
Yeah, the Merckx girls getting much more run, sitting back, and they've obviously made up a bit of time on the Genazzano girls, and the Wrighton girls will be next down. And we've got them on screen now in the distinctive yellow hats and yellow blades. The girls from Wrighton Girls' School. With the distinctive R for Wrighton on their backs, Pete.
33 strokes a minute. 50 metres to go, looking rather clean. Some nice blade work there. Good run in the boat. And a very well turned out crew. So well rowed to the girls from Wrighton.
Yeah, all the girls, you know, a lot of them will progress through the programs from these elite crews and get into squads. And talking about getting into squads, Pete, the last interview with Max Curry, one of our top rowers down here, he's just been invited to join the Australian squad to go to camp in Penrith.
Oh, that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Certainly gives a little bit of kudos to the club when somebody gets selected for a position like that.
Well, it's a great program for the young kids down here, being run by Tristan, our coach and captain, and to get one of the boys in the Australian squad, development squad, is a real feather in everybody's cap. So the crews are unshipping down here. The first crew to finish, which was the Sydney University Composite, they're just getting out of their boat now on the landing. That's crew number 1. So the crews have their numbers on their bow piece, which is also sitting on top of the electronic device that is measuring the distance that the coxswains cover, Pete.
Yeah, we'll be mentioning or giving out an award to the coxswain of the course a little bit later on during the course of the day. And I tell you what, a good coxswain in this race, JB, is worth his weight or her weight in gold.
Well, it's an extra crew member plus, really. And the coxswain's award will go to the coxswain that covers, I assume, the least distance. I'm guessing that's how it works.
Yeah, and where you really need them is, the big bend especially. You can't cut it too fine because of the sandbank. And you can see the bow tracking device there in the left hand of that handler down there.
Yep, one of our Masters rowers, Mark Campbell, he's taken the first tracking device, and he's going to bring it back to the technical team so they can peruse the information.
I was watching a crew do that yesterday, and a seat fell out. I think it was from the 6th seat of, I can't remember what club it was. It nearly finished in the water. He was very good to get a hand on it before it went in.
Yep, happens occasionally. Seats come out. They're a bit loose. Now we're still waiting on the crew from Newcastle Grammar and the female under 17-8. We're expecting them down shortly. Well, the other 5 crews that have completed their commitments are dismounting here at the landing. I was reading through a lot of the profiles, Pete, of the some of the elite rowers that are going to be involved later on today, and the elite rowing program is supported by Gina Reinhardt from Hancock Prospecting.
Yeah, she's been very, very generous to sport, and I think rowing in particular, I could add.
Yeah, the High Performance Rowing Academy is being assisted by a great patron in Gina Reinhardt from Hancock Prospecting. Of course, Lang Hancock, who's her father, who was a great character and a fantastic entrepreneur and miner from Western Australia.
Let's hope they can turn it into success, because our elite squads haven't exactly, well, they haven't glorified themselves too much in the last 12 or 18 months, have they?
Well, Paris was disappointing.
One bronze medal, I think, was our tally, wasn't it?
Paris was disappointing. So, but there have been some encouraging results recently in Europe. So we're hoping that Australian rowing is on the up. Now there's another crew. This is crew number 7 are coming into view now. This is
in the male Masters
H category. So this is the old Scotch Collegians,
and they're the defending champions from WA. Notable in that particular crew is Steve Kennedy. He's the father of Nina Kennedy, the Olympic pole vault champion. So sporting prowess obviously runs in the family. A couple of crews.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting, yeah. So we've got a couple other crews coming into view now from that, I'm assuming from the male Masters H category, although I'm guessing... Yep.
9 crews in that category. The first one coming over the line is the Old Scotch Collegians. As they do that, let's go to Julie.
Right, thanks everyone. They're at the finish line. Here we are at the start line with 2 very important people, Bruce Winahan and Robin Blake, who are our starting officials today. They're in a little bit of a break now between brackets. So welcome, hi, thank you for the job that you do. Thank you. It's great to see you. Bruce is a person who's done this role for many, many years. How many years is it, Bruce?
Good question, because we're going through the old reports and things.
Yep.
And this is my 19th time.
19.
But missed one due to COVID. But yeah, prior to that, I think I was an assistant aligner with JB.
Right.
And then JB moved up to starter for a year or 2, and then I followed him when he moved up to commentary. So it's been a long process.
So what's the most challenging part of this job for you two today?
Oh, I think making sure that we keep the time accurate, making sure that we keep the boats aligned. We have to keep, talking to our aligners up the back there, and just being prepared to go and notice things in the water, move boats back if we need to. But yeah, timing and positioning of boats is probably, I'd say. What about you, Bruce?
I agree. The other thing is other little things that pop up, like you've got to be careful you don't get run over by bikes on the bike path.
Yeah.
You lose concentration. Remembering that the microphone, to watch what you say.
We are on the speakers down there.
Yes, I agree. And I mind you, this is turned off. But yeah, it's very enjoyable. And one thing, especially in the hot months, or part of years gone by, it's very hot, and you remind, when we had a lot of school kids, we used to remind them to hydrate up before their race, wet the backs of the neck and all that sort of thing. And very important. So we're there as a helper.
As well as keeping them in line.
Exactly right.
Probably the hardest thing today is people wanting to warm up on the river, and they can't really do that because of the congestion here today. Anyone breaking the rules?
Not as yet, no.
Not as yet. So it's a little reminder, people, not to break the rules. All right, we'll let these very important starting officials have a break before the next bracket. So back to you at the finish line.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you to Bruce. On screen now we have crew number 6, Newcastle Grammar from New South Wales, competing in the female under-17 8 section. And they should win it because they're the only crew in that section.
That's all right, and they're on the monitor now. We can see them. They're rowing quite well and very distinctive. They certainly make an effort to get their outfit right, don't they, Pete? With the headgear and the ribbons, and they just look fantastic.
Rating 24 strokes a minute with 150 metres to go. Actually, there was an officious rowing person years ago who tried to disqualify a 4 I was coaching because they had incorrect uniforms on. And I said, what was the problem? He said, the cap on the 3 girl is not the right one. Well, it was the right one. It was just faded.
Yeah, well, that's being a little bit over the top.
I won't mention his name.
Okay, yeah, right. No names, no backdraw. Now, just interesting that in the crews that went across the line in the male Masters H, I think Melbourne are going to do well. They were crew number 13, and they looked like they'd made up quite a bit of ground. They'd certainly gone past quite a few crews, including the old Scotch Collegians, and there was another crew there in the frame there, which was crew number 12, and they were just behind Melbourne, which means they probably kept their positions pretty much intact, but they had gone through a lot of crews.
There was Brisbane and GPS composite. Crew number 16 going past us now. In the Male Masters I-8, Melbourne University. And I tell you what, the old guys are looking pretty good there, JB.
Oh, they keep themselves very fit there. MUBC have got a very competitive Masters program. You don't just jump in the boat and expect to get a seat. It's very competitive to get into those positions. And then we've got Yarra crew number 9 with a Corio Bay oarsman in the 6th seat.
Leichhardt just behind them, crew number 8. And crew number 10, Corio Bay, just about, stroke for stroke, right next to each other, right past our commentary.
Yeah, Leichhardt from Sydney and Corio Bay from down Geelong. And they look like they're going to just about hit the line together, but the Corio Bay are just run into a few boys there, which might slow them down a bit.
It does tend to do that. So some traffic over there, plenty happening, and here's Richard.
Thank you, Peter. I'm joined here by Lucy Gillen from the Mercantile Under-19 8, who've just finished. Lucy, how did you find your Head of the Yarra race?
First time doing Head of the Yarra, and it was a really fun course. The bends were quite difficult, but it made it very exciting. So, yeah, it was a fun race.
And you just told me while we were waiting, this is actually your first of 2 races today. So this entire crew is heading back down to the Mercantile boat shed to race the Under-21 8 in a few hours' time.
Yeah, we're pretty excited. So, yeah, good day of racing.
So tell us a bit about the crew. You finished school at Wrighton last year, but most of them are still currently schoolgirls and largely a scratch crew.
Yeah, so first time rowing together was this morning before the race. We've got a few different schools between the 9 of us, and yeah, so most of them are year 12s. We've got the Cox is 15, so at Loretto, and yeah, I'm the only one out of school, but yeah, it was good fun.
Fantastic. Well, you're in for a big day, so I won't keep you here, but at least the conditions are much nicer than this time last year. So well done on the race, and we'll see you back here in about 4 hours' time, it sounds like.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Lucy.
And thanks, Richard. Leichhardt is the crew and screen there, just going under the Hawthorn Bridge on the finish line.
Must have a huge Masters program down there, up there at Leichhardt, Pete. There's 2 8s. We've just seen 2 8s go past in that particular category.
They've been very, very competitive in the last a number of Head of the Yarras, haven't they, Leichhardt? I think one year they had 12 crews.
Phenomenal club. They row up there on the salt water on one of those inlets at Sydney Harbour. It might be Blackwattle Bay, I'm not sure. But Leichhardt row on the salt water in Sydney Harbour. So there'll be bragging rights to one of those crews. They'll be able to share, anecdotes over a beer later.
Or a couple.
And Melbourne just coming into the landing now in the male crew number 13 and the male Masters H. I fancy their chances because they seem to have moved quite a way through the field, Pete.
Yeah, they did. That girl that was speaking to Richard said she was going back to do the race again. I heard of Cox's doing that, but not too many rowers have done that before.
No, I wouldn't fancy doing two. It wouldn't matter how old I was. I don't think I'd like to row 2 in a day. 2 8.3 or whatever it is, kilometre races. The the Melbourne crew, of course, has got some guys that have been at this for a long, long time, and they're regulars. We've got Grant, Spazajevic, Steve Mollard, Donison, Kel Boynton, Dakic, Phillips, Wright, and, you know, guys that have been around the traps and won a lot of races over many, many years, Pete.
Well, Masters rowing is great in that respect, in that it keeps rowers of both sexes involved in the sport well into their 50s, 60s, 70s and older.
Now, on the screen, I just saw another crew from Riverside, South Australia. I've got to send out a special cheerio to those guys and the club itself, because they are a fantastic supporter of our head of the Yarra, Pete.
Seen them in their colours here for many years now.
Yep, men and women. They usually send a couple of women's crews as well, but this is crew number 15 now, approaching the finish line. Riverside from South Australia.
And a well-turned-out crew too.
So this is age category, as Peter mentioned before. This is between 70 and 74 years of age.
Rating 30 strokes a minute. They've got 30 metres to go. One of 9 crews in the male Masters H8 category.
So you can see, Pete, with rowing, you can just keep doing it for as long as you possibly can, as long as your health is maintained. You can stay fit for life, and it's a great sport for friendship and conviviality and keeping fit. It just covers all bases, doesn't it, Pete?
It does. You've summed it up really well, JB. I think one of the best things I did in my life was to join the Hawthorn Rowing Club. And I've made so many friends in rowing over many years, not just at Hawthorn, but at other clubs, interstate as well. It's amazing who you can finish up rowing with. You go to a regatta and you get approached by somebody, hey, mate, we're short of a bowside oarsman in the 8, can you step in?
Yeah, it happens all the time, yeah. It's just such a fantastic sport, and that rowers all around the world have this special, unique bond. If you go to another rowing club somewhere else in the world, you can usually get a row if you just pop in, or if you let them know that you're in town. Happens quite a lot.
I was in Vancouver many years ago when I was working, and I was running around Stanley Park, which is a huge park in that particular city. And I went past the rowing club, and I knocked on the door, and I wanted to see if I could get a T-shirt. And they said, "Oh, do you row? Do you want to row?" I said, "Oh yeah, I got running gear on, but I can row. We're having combination races this morning. Would you like to have a go?" So I found myself rowing with some guys from Vancouver Rowing Club, totally out of the blue.
Yeah, I remember once being in Canberra, and they found out that I was a rower, and next thing I'm in a race on Lake Burley Griffin with some guys that approached me and said, well, you row, so we're having a race, would you like to jump in the boat? And so off we went. So it's amazing.
Well, that was the venue for the first Masters Regatta in Australia, wasn't it? Back in the, when was it, 1980s? On Lake Burley Griffin at the Australia Day weekend.
I think you're right, Pete, yeah.
Now we've got a Banks crew coming. This will be the Banks composite from the Male Masters I-8. And in this boat, we've got Derek Wilson, who is 90 years of age. And Derek rowed in the first head of the Yarra back in 1957, one of 11 starters, and he's still going. Good on you, Derek, at 90 years of age.
Derek is in the 2-seat. And what a fantastic connection to the start of this this event that was the brainchild of Stan Jeffries in 1957, Pete, a Hawthorn Rowing Club member who was the original starter. And interestingly, this Banks crew, we've got Pillmore, Lordsburg, Hosey, Straps, Very, Swindon, Wilson, Anderson and Cox Lisa Muntz. Lisa's a Banks coxswain, but she spent a lot of time in Japan, Pete, coxing at Partez Rowing Club.
Alan Very I've rowed with in this crew before. Great to see them, boys. Well done. Don Christie was one of the oldest to take part in this regatta. Haven't seen Don for a couple of years. Ralph Howard from Banks was another veteran oarsman who rode well into his 90s. But big round of applause for the Banks guys. Fantastic, boys. Well done. Well done.
They've also got a Melbourne oarsman and a Ngambia oarsman in the crew there, Pete.
We won't hold that against them, will we? The other crew in the Male Masters I+8 is Melbourne University. They are the defending champions.
Melbourne University, yep. And I noticed that the Banks are actually, it's an I Masters 8, but Banks are a J crew, if you notice that in the program. And,
yeah.
And Melbourne University are a genuine I crew. Morrison, Parker, Kieran, Harbeck, Saul, Wood, Ferguson, Longdon. So that's, and Cox, G. Chapman. So that's the Melbourne University I crew.
Next female section will be the female Masters F8, which is race 7 on the program. We've got 11 crews. F is the age group between 60 and 64. And we've got Melbourne Composite, North Shore from New South Wales, River City Women from Brisbane, Canberra, Tamar Composite, Auckland, a lot of crews from New Zealand today, Carrum, Pembroke Masters from South Australia, Endeavour, Bunbury and Yarra Composite. They are the crews in the female Masters F8. As I said, 11 crews taking part. Things starting to get busy down on the staging down there. Now the Orange Army is going to have their work cut out, I think, for most of the afternoon from here on in. And the rest of the morning as well. I'm trying to knock off early.
So I think we're going to an interview with Richard, Peter.
All right, I see Richard, who he's got this time.
Thanks, Peter. I'm joined here by one of the voices of Victorian rowing in Lynn Charge. A very busy lady today from the Melbourne Rowing Club. You've just finished a race butt coxing for Leichhardt as well.
I did. I've just coxed the Leichhardt men's H crew, and gee, I'm so impressed with their rowing. They did a great job. They really, really hung in there, did a fantastic job. So it was great.
Some great rowing. And how was the coxing?
Coxing was excellent.
Never in doubt. Silly question. And have you trained much with this crew, given they're from Sydney?
Oh, yes, we had an hour training yesterday, so we've trained a lot with this crew. But they're so well trained from their cox up in Sydney that I didn't have to do much work with them. They were really good.
And they've called in the big guns just for the occasion today.
They called in the A crew.
Very good. And now, Lynn, we just spoke to a rower from Mercantile called Lucy Gillen, whose entire crew raced the under-19 8 are going back to race the under-21 8 later on today. So 2 races today. You're doing the same thing, probably even hard butt coxing 2 crews.
I am. I've got a Melbourne B-grade women's 8 this afternoon. And so I'll be catching the tram home and coming back again. So, I mean, it's just such a fantastic day that if you can do the extra work, I'm impressed with rowers that can do 2 rows. The coxing's just a little bit easier. But it's just Hawthorn do a great job and Rowing Victoria do a terrific job as well. It's fantastic day.
Well done. Got the sponsors in as well. Fantastic, Lynn. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you back here in a few hours' time.
I'll look forward to that, Richard, and we'll see you then.
Thanks, Lynn. Back to you, Peter and John.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Richard.
Lynn actually joined us doing commentary one season, I remember.
Yeah, she has. She has done a bit of commentary around the traps. She's very good, very knowledgeable lady, and she's a very good commentator.
Crew number 18 is coming into view in the Hawthorn Straight now, and that is the Melbourne Composite crew competing in the female Masters F8.
Yeah, we ran through this this field before. Now it's like peak time for Masters rowing, isn't it? The F category. It's very competitive, Peter.
D, E, and F are all competitive, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all competitive. This crew's rowing pretty well. Look, there's quite a mixture in this crew of.
Coat of many colours, you might say.
We've got Australian tops and clubs from all around the place. Ngambia and. See Melbourne, Leichhardt in there.
Richmond.
Richmond. So that's crew number 18. And that's the Melbourne composite, although there's quite a few different clubs represented there.
You can say that again.
There's some quite well-known names there, Peter. There's Nisha Bata is very, very well credentialed Masters oarswoman, and Geraldine Goss has won a lot of races here in Australia and championship races and overseas. And Nisha Bata as well.
Things getting busy in the Hawthorn Straight. 3 more crews swinging around the corner past the railway bridge, which is the second last on the course. And the steering is going to have to be a little bit careful there. And the Cox has taken evasive action. That's good, because there was a collision going to happen there.
Now we've got a crew from Auckland. It'd be interesting to see how they go, Pete, in this category.
Great to see the New Zealanders over here again.
Fantastic.
There's a number of crews, a number of clubs.
So we've got 2 crews neck and neck at this stage in this women's
Crew
female
22
Masters 8.
nearest the Hawthorn Sheds, and crew 19 on the Richmond side. 22 is Tamar Composite, and 19 is North Shore.
So Tamar Composite, number 22, looks like they've made up a bit of ground, Pete. They're going past crew number 19 and crew number 20 behind them.
River City Women's from Brisbane.
River City women from Brisbane, and what a fantastic representation from all over Australia, including Bunbury, Western Australia, crew number 27, who haven't appeared yet, and as we said, the international representatives from Auckland, New Zealand, Peter.
And remember, the age group that they're competing in is 60 to 64, so the standard of rowing very, very good indeed with all crews there. Congratulations to the ladies, well done, well rowed.
Well, as we mentioned before, Pete, it's just a very competitive, all those categories you mentioned, D, E and F, very competitive. Of course, D is the age category that they select interstate representatives for Masters interstate rowing.
Things getting a little busy down on the staging now, and that will be the case right throughout the afternoon. We do have a luncheon break, but that's coming up in a few hours' time. Female Masters G to K8 is our next category that we'll be seeing on the water. We've got 9 crews again. That's the age group between 65 and, well, it'd be 90, I guess. Essendon Composite, Mosman Composite, Leichhardt, Abbotsford, Riverside, St George's from New Zealand, Riverside, Port Adelaide Composite, Corio Bay, Balmain and Sunshine Coast Composite. And crew number 23, just as I speak, coming into view on the Hawthorn Straight now. And speaking of New Zealanders, this crew is from Auckland. Great to see the Kiwis here. I'm not going to talk rugby about to any of the Kiwis. We're not speaking about too much of that at the moment.
The dreaded All Blacks, Pete.
Well, the All Blacks are not as unbeatable as they usually are, but they're going better than the Wallabies.
I don't want to remind our New Zealand friends that the All Blacks were recently beaten by England at Twickenham.
So good to see the Kiwis here. Crew number 23 from Auckland.
They're rowing really well, Pete. They're getting plenty of length and plenty of drive through the water. You can see their boat moving nice and smooth.
30 strokes a minute with just a couple of those strokes to go as they go underneath the Hawthorn Bridge.
Now, I've been asked by one of our volunteers down here, can you please, I know it's a tough race and you like to sit back and relax a bit after the 8-kilometre course, but there's a bit of a bank up of oars happening down here on the landing. After you finish your race and store your boat, can you please come down and collect your oars because we're getting quite a bit of bank up of oars. Okay, now we're going across to Richard for an interview.
Thank you, John. I'm joined by Derek Wilson here from the Bank Throwing Club, who's got the honour of being the oldest rower in the regatta, but also rowed, Derek, in the very first head of the Yarra back in 1957.
Correct, yeah. 10 entries.
Just 10 entries that year. And I understand that was first held, I guess, arising out of the Melbourne Olympics the previous year. That's some renewed interest in rowing in 57?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, no, it was was terrific. There was only club crews, no school crews. Banks had 2 boats in the regatta. We came 4th. So some sort of result.
Not bad, not bad. And it's still rowing in the Banks colours some, 60 plus years later?
68 years. It's a long time.
Yes, indeed. So tell us a bit about today's race. Obviously, you're quite used to the course, but how did it go out there?
Oh, it went very well. We paced ourselves. We've got to do that at our age, but you just look for all the markers, 5K, 6K, 7K, and then when you're in the home straight, you think, okay, that's it.
Obviously, you know the course quite well, training from the Banks Rowing Club down on Boathouse Drive. So is this regatta now a regular part of your annual training?
Absolutely, yeah. We start training in August, and we row up to Scotch and back every Tuesday, Thursday. So that's fair enough.
That's exactly right. Sounds like good training for an 8K race in November. And planning to come back next year and do it again?
Hopefully, if everybody else in the crew is still alive, yep, including me.
Always good to hear. Well, congratulations on that achievement, Derek, and your race today.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And enjoy the recovery now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Good on you, Derek.
How fantastic to be still rowing and racing at 90, Pete.
I don't know whether I'll get there, but anyway.
No, me neither, but good, hats off to Derek, yeah.
We saw the crew from Bunbury come through just as they were doing that interview, all the way from Western Australia,
Yeah.
so congratulations to them for making the trip, and well rowed, guys.
Great to see that crew, that women's crew from Bunbury, Western Australia, finished just a couple of minutes ago.
Going past us now, the crew from Canberra, bow number 21, with about 100 metres to go on their 8K course. 11 crews in the female Masters F8. Yes, Derek's rowed in many ahead of the Yarras, and when I was at Banks, they all look forward to the head of the Yarra. John Jopling rowed in it for many years. It was great to row behind, and a great man he was. Crew number 25,
yep.
Pembroke Masters 8 from South Australia.
So the Melbourne composite crew with quite a few different clubs represented. I fancy that they've done pretty well, Pete. They seem to have a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the field. So that crew, that composite crew, I think is going to be pretty hard to beat in that in this particular section, which is still coming through, the female Masters F8.
And speaking of beating, presentations will be made progressively throughout the day for the winning crews, and there'll be a number of those up in the park during the course of the telecast throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon.
Yes, I think Richard Dorrstein, who's been doing our interviews, is going to be involved in that.
He's going to be a busy man.
He will be a busy man.
And looking back down the Hawthorn Strait, that crew's just come past the railway bridge, heading up towards the staging on the opposite side of the bank. That's the Richmond side, on the right-hand side as we look down the course.
So this is crew 26 coming into view now down the Hawthorn Strait. This is Endeavour, New South Wales.
Actually, it's crew 28, which is listed as a Yarra composite.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry, that's my mistake. Yes, it's Yarra composite 28.
Rating 25.
And it looks like there's quite a few different clubs involved here.
2, 3, 4, there's about 5.
So I think there's University of Western Australia, there's Coria Bay Rowing Club. There's quite a few different clubs involved in this composite crew number 28 in the Yarra composite in the female Masters F section.
Composite just comes out as a word, but it means a hell of a lot more than that when you try to get a crew together getting 8 people to row together can sometimes be hard with commitments with family and other such things, work. And getting people from other clubs together for a row and training can be rather difficult.
Yes, but by the same token, Peter, if you get 8 people that are pretty handy, then you know you've got a good chance of picking up some medals.
Make sure that we keep it on shoulders.
Hey, the sun's coming out. That'd be
Oh,
nice.
yes, no, we're just getting a bit of sunshine. A few rays down here at the commentary position.
Yeah, certainly cooler than last year.
It's still pretty cool down here. Very different to last year.
Next race category is going to be the female masters G to K8. And there are 9 crews in that. As we look down the page, the Essendon Composite was the first away from Mosman Composite. Leichhardt Abbotsford, Riverside from South Australia, St George's from New Zealand, Riverside Port Adelaide, Corio Bay, Balmain and Sunshine Coast Composite will be the crews that make up that particular race. That's race 8, female masters G to K. And G to K covers plenty of ground. That'd be 65 and upwards.
Yeah, so we've got most of them are RG, but there is one I crew.
The Mosman one, isn't
it? Yeah,
it?
the Mosman Composite from up in Sydney, and there's an H crew from Riverside, Port Adelaide. Port Adelaide have a very distinctive top. Riverside have a sort of a red and yellow and black colours. Port Adelaide have black and white hoops, and their H.
And the last 3 are G's, Corio Bay, Balmain and Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, so good representation. We've got
one of my clubs up in Queensland.
Sunshine Coast.
Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, right.
From rowing on Chambers Island and the Murichi River.
Oh, wow. Any crocodiles up there, Pete?
No, just plenty of crabs.
Boom, boom.
No, it's great. It's a great river to row on. Much better than the Noosa River, actually, where you don't have water skiers, jet skiers, channel markers, houseboats and so on. It can be a bit tricky on the Noosa River.
Yeah, well, don't get me started on jet skis. I might upset people that own them.
But the river's closed today for everything except this, and conditions are perfect.
So as the ladies from Endeavour Club start to unship and get themselves off the landing and get their boat moving, we've got crew number 29 coming into view.
Essendon Composite, we have this one listed as.
This is the first crew in our section G to K, and they're a G crew. And Essendon Composite have Melbourne rowers in there, as well as, well, 2 Essendon people that are listed.
32 is their rating, halfway down the Hawthorn Strait.
Not a bad-looking crew, Pete. They're rowing quite well. They're sitting their boat up and tapping it along quite nicely.
Well, there's 4 Melbourne Zooties there.
There's a Melbourne Uni
MUBC
in the
and
7th seat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, a nice run in the boat there, and well rowed girls.
And the coxswain encouraging them on for the last couple of strokes as they finish off their 8-kilometre torture test, Pete.
Certainly is. You get to the wires over the course near Powerhouse there, and it's about halfway. You think, oh.
Well, you have about 5-second wins, don't you, in the head of the Yarra?
You need them.
There's some more crews coming into view now up the Hawthorn Strait. We can see It really is a spectacular sight, isn't it, Pete? When you see these eight-oared boats coming down, one after the other down the Hawthorn Strait. Fantastic procession of people have committed themselves to months and months of training.
We haven't heard any hard luck stories yet from the Big Bend.
No. Everyone seems to have made it okay so far. But it's great to see people, and year in, year out, a lot of them come back year after year, and they come from New Zealand, they come from interstate, they fill up the hotels, they go to the restaurants. It's really a big economic boon for Victoria, the head of the Yarra, Hawthorn's head of the Yarra.
Sunshine Coast composite crew passing us now with just a few strokes to go in the female Masters GTK 8.
And we've got Richard with an interview coming up.
Crew number 35 passing us now. Corio Bay, one of the competitors in the female GTK 8, which is a fairly wide expanding category, 65 and upwards we might say. 9 crews in it. And Corio Bay, the third last to leave the city. We haven't seen Balmain, we have seen Sunshine Coast Composite. And they were the last to go in that category. Crew number 37, they went through a couple of crews ahead of them. So we move along to the Male Masters E8, one of the big categories on the river today. Crew number 30 is not in that category, but that's in the Female Masters GTK 8. Crew number 30 is the Mosman composite crew. Mosman's colours are red and white hoops, same as Torrens in South Australia. And while they approach the finish line, let's go back to Richard. How are you, mate? What's happening? Where are you?
Thanks, Peter. I'm joined by a couple of auspicious guests here, particularly to my left here, Olympian Jane Robinson and her son Archie Critchell as well. So, Jane, I'll start with you. You've just come off the water in a sort of licorice all sorts of a composite crew, but how was the race and who was in the boat with you?
Oh, look, I had Tej Nishibata and Jerry Goss, who are long-time friends of mine, and obviously a whole bunch of other girls who'd come from all around the place. Jill Plummer, who I've known for years, Angela, who I just met really this morning. We hadn't had an opportunity to train, but the boat sat up really well, and it was a really comfortable, strong row, and Sam, our coxswain from Richmond, did an absolutely brilliant job as well.
Really important having a good coxswain in this race. I've spoken to a couple today. Already. Now, I actually spoke to someone before who rode in the first head of the Yarra back in 1957. I know you weren't there then, but I know you've had a bit of experience in this regatta. How does this year match up to your previous races?
They all kind of blur into one a little bit, but back when I was a club rower, I remember doing this, and it was in December. It was really hot, and we all had to sit there and wait in a queue to row back, and our coach gave us a slab of warm beer as rehydration, and I was really unwell after that.
Sounds like a good coaching method. But,
the coach was Dave Grubitz.
He's probably here today, as an official, isn't he? Yeah, fantastic, Jane. And Archie, you've clearly got a famous mother, and you're now get to your own rowing career, firstly here at the Hawthorn Rowing Club, and now on to Mercantile as well.
Yeah, so I rowed for Hawthorn in the JDP for 6 years throughout high school, and then I moved on to Mercantile after that, rowing in the Youthy and now under 23 program.
And you had a race last weekend in the Melbourne Head?
Yeah, so I did the single Melbourne Head, which was it was a really good race, perfect conditions for it.
It was indeed. And more importantly, but you're here back today volunteering in the bright orange shirts of Hawthorn.
Yeah, it's great to be back volunteering at Hawthorn today. Haven't done much sweep in a while, so I thought I'd sit this one out and then, just volunteer down on the landing.
Great to see. Archie, Jane, thank you for your time, and you can indeed.
Can I just quickly say that the junior development program here at Hawthorn is absolutely amazing, and it was amazing personally to watch them grow. And at Nationals last year, a Hawthorn quad got a bronze medal in the under-23 quad, that it was homegrown, and I think that's pretty bloody good.
Yeah, absolutely. And having called a lot of regattas with Hawthorn in them recently, I can attest to the improved performance of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. It's been great to see. So thank you, Jane, for getting the last word in. Thank you, Archie. Back to you, Peter and John.
Thank you, Richard. St George's from New Zealand have just graced us with their presence. Crew number 33 in the Female Masters GTK 8, followed by Riverside from South Australia, crew number 32.
Yeah,
So,
Great to see the St George's ladies from New Zealand. We welcome everybody that comes from New Zealand, and we want you to tell all your friends about the head of the Yarra and come along next year.
There's certainly plenty of Kiwis around. Every time I turn on the NRL to watch it, there's Kiwis everywhere. It's like the Indian cricket fans. They're all over the world.
Well, they travel extensively, of course. Kiwis, quite often they'll have a sojourn in their early 20s and they'll head off to Europe and backpack for sometimes 2 years at a time.
Crew number 34 just went by us, Riverside Port Adelaide Composite, and closely followed by crew number 36, the distinctive colours of the Balmain Rowing Club.
Yes, the Balmain ladies in their traditional bumblebee outfits, Pete.
That's where Dawn Fraser came from, Balmain, wasn't it,
yes,
originally?
She was from Balmain. Was it Paul Keating that once said Balmain boys don't cry, or was it Blacktown? I can't remember. I think it was Balmain.
I'll take your word for that. I must have missed that quote. You were speaking earlier about rowing in Spain on Banyoles. How did you find that? That was the Olympic course, of course,
yes,
for 1992.
That was the famous course that the
Awesome
Foursome won their first gold medal in the Cox's Four.
That's right.
And it was also the course that
Peter Anthony
and Stephen Hawking won their double scull, and keeping in mind that they were lightweights and they were rowing against heavyweights.
The pocket rockets, they call them.
Unbelievable. I watched that on YouTube recently. Just incredible.
That was a great day. The double was the first success, and that put even more pressure on the four, didn't it?
Well, it did, yeah, and the four came good. But what was really amazing about that regatta was the Searle brothers from England beating the reigning world and Olympic champions of the last 7 years, the Abignalis from Italy.
Yeah.
And the Abignalis got out to about 3 lengths, and the Searles rode them down in the last 250 metres. Just incredible. If you get a chance to watch that on YouTube too.
Conditions that day were absolutely ideal. I remember it very well.
Yep, 1992 Olympics, a memorable Olympics for a number of reasons.
I'll tell you a funny story, if we've got time. John Coates arrived at the regatta centre, and he was seated about 4 from where I was. I was sitting next to John Boltby doing commentary, and there was a blonde-headed woman. She had a tray of coffees, and I didn't get one. And I said to her, "Any chance you could get one to me?" And she said, "Yes, by all means." It was the Sports Minister, Ros Kelly.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
And she did get me a coffee.
All right, I think she made herself famous, something to do with a whiteboard from memory up in Canberra, but I don't know, I might be mixing her up with someone else.
Don't talk politics. You don't talk politics or religion, you keep all your friends.
True.
Swinging around the corner is crew number 31, and that's just through the railway bridge. The bow side have got an easy corner there. The stroke side has to pull that one round. Crew number 31 is Leichhardt Abbotsford.
Now that's interesting, Pete, because I didn't know Abbotsford. There was a rowing club there. I know Abbotsford is on the harbour there, but it's near a 5 dock, I think. But I didn't realise they had a rowing club.
Well, your geography's better than mine in Sydney. I used to get lost once I got out of King's Cross.
Well, trying to get over the harbour bridge was difficult. If you got in the wrong lane, you were history for the rest of the day.
Mate, I could get lost in a paper bag and have done.
So we've got crew number 38 coming into view, and that is... now this is the male Masters E8. Now they've made up a lot of ground because we're still waiting on a lot of the women in the G to K section, Pete, to come through.
Well, Melbourne, the defending champions in this particular section, that's the male Masters E8, and it's one of the biggest on the program today too, at 14 crews. Melbourne, as I said, the defending champions. University of Queensland Composite should be following them. But this Melbourne crew is whizzing. They are going really well.
Yeah, this is a crew that's had a lot of success around Australia. They've won a lot of titles, and in the E category.
Oh, they're flying.
They've represented Victoria. A lot of them have represented Victoria at Masters level, and they've certainly got very, very full trophy cabinets. And you can see why as this crew goes under the bridge at Bridge Road Bridge. They're just a very accomplished crew. They train hard. They spend a lot of time together, and the success, speaks for itself.
Their opposition in the age group, which is 55 to 59, University of Queensland Composite, Commercial, Collegiate Composite with UQ, Drummoyne, Outback Rowing. We'll talk a bit about them when we see them. Brisbane Grammarians, TUBC Lake Illawarra, Brisbane and GPS, Brisbane Grammarians, Mosman, Auckland and North Esk. That's quite a lot, and we've got crew number 31. Just going past our commentary area now, Leichhardt and Abbotsford in the female Masters G to K8. As we go to Richard, take it away.
Thanks, Peter and John. I'm joined by one of the very big part of this regatta in Guy Besley, the Coxswain's Journey, as he's known, from the Coxswain's Journey podcast. Guy, welcome. And how was the race today, first of all?
Oh, great. Good conditions out there. A little bit uphill, though, a bit of current, but that makes it a bit easier for us guys turning the corners. I had an amazing crew today, an I crew, first ever female I crew that's done here at the Yarra, I believe. We had a great battle. A lot of fun. Bit of argy-bargy through a few of the corners, but that's all part of it, isn't it?
It is indeed. And so a crew, I think we have a 4-state composite crew. Have they trained together much, or have you just made this happen today?
They've just sort of come together. They raced last year. There's 4 states and 1 territory. So, from all over the place. They got together pretty well. We went for a row yesterday, but that didn't go to plan because we broke a seat, and so we didn't do much yesterday. So today was pretty much it.
Fantastic. And like a few people I've spoken to today, this is just only half done for you. You've got another crew coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going back into town for another rundown with some, the opposite end of the spectrum, some young blokes from Queensland. So we'll see how they go.
Fantastic.
I think they're going to go out at 40. I don't know if I think they're a bit ambitious.
You may have to restrain them. And
I think I will, otherwise we'll be in trouble very quickly.
Exactly right. Now, I've been listening with interest to your podcast along with Jen Pollock about just how this is a coxswain's race. For those who've not heard the 5-part series, give us the short version, just how important a coxswain is in this particular race.
Look, the coxswain actually makes a massive factor in a race like this. Obviously, it's not just about keeping guys motivated for 8 kilometres, because that's a huge factor. You know, the rowers know what it's like. It's a gruelling event. So we keep them motivated, but you've got to be strategic in where you're positioning at sections of the river, especially with so many twists and bends. And with other crews around you, you want to be in the right place at the right time. So you need a responsive crew, which is what I had today and I've had in the past. So responsive crews will also make the life a lot easier for the coxswain. But yeah, this is the one we love. This is a great one. This and Head of the Goulburn. I love Head of the Goulburn too. Great regattas for coxers.
And it was great just to hear about the preparation that goes into this regatta in advance, the planning, the looking over the course, working out when to steer and how to get your crew around the 8K in the best route possible.
Oh, absolutely. And a big shout out to all the interstate coxers. I mean, I've been coming up and down this thing for 45 years, and a lot of these guys just turn up and bang, they go through. And I've forgotten the name. I interviewed her on my podcast last week, but she did Cox to the Course last year. And I'm like, how do you do that? You know, I come up and down this all the time. I've got a massive advantage. And the interstate coxers, I think there was, out of the top 10, there might have been 5 or 6 of them were interstate coxers. So,
There was a lady from North Queensland, wasn't it, who won that last year, who beat you by a couple of spots, I understand.
By a few spots, yeah, that's all right. No, I don't mind being beaten by those that are better, that's for sure.
We'll see how it plays out this year. Of course, the calculation's taking place upstairs, so we'll have the shortest course award at the end of today as well. So good luck with that, Guy, and enjoy your second race.
Thanks, Richard. Speak to you later.
Thank you, Guy. Back to you.
Thank you, Richard. We've just seen Commercial go through from Queensland, crew number 40, and also crew number 41, the composite crew from Old Collegians and University of Queensland, and closely followed in turn by crew number 44. That's the Brisbane Grammarians, also competing in the Male Masters E8.
A very, very competitive bracket, this E bracket, the Male Masters E bracket. We've got crews from all over Australia and a couple from New Zealand, and we saw the Melbourne crew go past before. I spoke about how successful and you know, hard-working they are, and how much success they've had around the traps, but also the commercial crew from Queensland, crew number 40 that went past not long ago. They've had guys that have gone overseas and won medals at World Masters regattas, and they're a very, very successful club as well.
Keeping an eye out for crew number 43, which is the composite crew from Outback Rowing, and the Vikings. On the screen, though, is crew number 50 in the same category, and another one of their friends from Auckland, JB.
Yes, we've got crew 50, and I reckon they might have made up a bit of ground, Pete, because I think there's a few other crews of lower numbers that are behind them.
You're not wrong there.
So we've got the crew from Auckland, Abel, Bodica, Strang, Dryden, Carpati, Gibbard, Waddle, Nilsson, Cox, Drake, and
rating 32.5.
Another New Zealand crew. So it's great to see them here.
Going to be keeping an eye out for crew number 43. That's the Outback Rowing and Vikings combination. An interesting crew. They trained at the Thompson River at Longreach, the Condamine at Chinchilla, and the River Bogan at Ningen. So they're all over the place. So it's hard to get a crew together with the distance between 4 of the 9 people in the crew over 1,200 kilometres. So how's that for dedication?
Well, some of those places you mentioned are genuinely outback, aren't they, Pete?
Yeah, they sure are. Now, crew number 41. In fact, it's 43. It's 43. That is the crew we're talking about, the Outback Rowing and the Vikings mob.
And they've got the distinctive yellow with orange trim.
They'll be finding it a little bit cooler than the Outback here today.
I'm sure they'll be finding it quite pleasant to row in. Not pleasant in terms of the amount of work they've got to do, but in terms of what they could have expected, for example, if you'd had a day like last year.
Crew number 51 going past our broadcast area from North Esk.
North Esk in Tasmania.
That's the Male Masters E8. $14 crews in that particular category, one of the biggest on the water today.
We had a couple of ladies come out of one of the G to K races before, Pete, and she was from... She was in a composite crew and she was from Port Adelaide. And you can see why the Port Adelaide gets confused with Hawthorn, because they have the black and white hoops as opposed to the navy blue and white hoops.
Very similar, aren't they?
Yeah.
Crew 45 going past our broadcast area. TUBC composite with Lake Illawarra in the Male Masters E8, closely followed by crew number 49. Crew number 49 is from Mosman with the red and white hoops. And again, as I say, similar to Torrens, and a couple of Essendon bods in there in the 5 and 6 seat.
Yeah, the Essendon guys are Tim Jurcefuich and Stewart Allsop, and they were successful at Banyol's, Pete, in a quad. And also Tim Jurcefuich was successful in a G double.
Crew 42 is Drummoyne in the Male Masters E8.
So Drummoyne with the yellow and gold colours. Drummoyne, another club that has, and a Balmain Coxon, Pete, it looks like. And they've got the race cam so they can watch themselves tonight when they're sitting down at dinner. They can get someone's phone out and have a look at themselves row.
You picked the bones out of that. Well, if they've had a good row, they'll want to watch it. If it's not a good row, they'll just discard it, I guess. 47.
Okay, yeah.
That's Brisbane and GPS composite.
Now, I've just been asked by the volunteers, could you please come and collect your oars, because the oars are really starting to build up here on the landing, and there's not much room left for anything else. So can you come and get your oars? As soon as you rack your boat, come down and grab your oars, please. Don't forget. Thanks very much. That would assist everybody.
Next category we'll be looking at will be the Mixed Masters E8, the first of our mixed crews this morning. And they'll be in the 55 to 59 age group, the defending champions in that category, St George. 8 crews will be taking part. The others being Lake Macquarie, Glebe, St George from New Zealand, Glenorchy Composite, West End, Yarra and Leichhardt Composite. So plenty of crews coming up the Hawthorn Strait in the 64th head of the Yarra. They're the blades that JB was speaking about. So echoing those comments and those requests, come and get them, guys. Don't leave them there.
Crew 46. This is Brisbane.
Rowing in the Silver Fox.
Yep. This is the male Masters E section.
Followed by Crew 48, which is the Brisbane Grammarians Composite. Brisbane Grammarians Composite with
Melbourne
rowing.
Yeah, the 2-seat. You can hear the coxswain just encouraging them just to keep going. Keep going until they get to that finish line under the bridge. And we've got an interview coming up with Julie Cochin.
Got to go, because I got to go for a week.
Hi. Hi there, everyone. I've got James Tonkin here, who just informed me that he's got to go and have a wee because he's got 2 minutes before his race. So.
Well, that wasn't for everyone. But anyway, we're looking forward to our race. Got David Crawshay, gold medalist in the stroke seat, Drew in the 7th seat, me in the 6th seat, and Sean Coughlin, mercantile patron in the 5th seat, who would have gone to the Olympics in 1980, except the US decided to boycott. But we're about to go and hit the water and can't wait to see everyone down the other end in Hawthorn.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Back to you guys.
Enjoy your trip to the boys' room, James.
That's going to get a great race to watch, or a great category to watch with those guys in the Merckx crew, the ex-Olympians, not just ex-Olympians, but gold medalists.
I've got to correct you there. I got corrected on this years ago. You're not an ex-Olympian. You're always an Olympian.
Always an Olympian, right. Good point. But, of course, James Tompkins is if I get this right, he's a triple Olympian, triple gold
legend.
medalist. Yep, he's won in the Cox's fours twice and the Cox's pairs once with Drew Gin in Athens.
And David Crawshay, of course, also a gold medalist in the pairs with Scott Brennan. They won in Beijing.
Beijing, yes. I'm finding it hard to believe that they're actually F oarsmen now, Pete. They just seemed like, it wasn't that long ago that they were in their 20s.
Well, last year we saw Peter Anthony rowing in an F category. I think he was a stroke of one of the crews. Haven't seen him on the crew listings this year, but he holds the distinction of being not only an Olympic gold medalist, I think he's the only man to win President's Cup, Penrith Cup and King's Cup.
Yeah, a phenomenal oarsman. He's still competing. I noticed recently that he was, I'm assuming he stroked it, he was in the 8 that won their section at the head of the Charles in Boston. Still competing, still an absolute beast in the boat too. So crew 52 is coming down the straight now into
Lake
view.
Macquarie from New South Wales. In fact, it's crew 52, I should say. That's St George Shoalhaven Composite in the Mixed Masters E8. 8 crews in this category. That's between 50 and 59, the age group we're looking at.
Now, we're going to have to keep reminding people to please come down and get your oars. We've just had a threat from one of the chief volunteers that if you don't get your oars, they're just going to grab a whole bundle of oars and just throw them in the river. So, can you... drastic, I know, but we're desperate to get rid of these oars that are banking up here on the staging, and it's just making it difficult for everybody else. So once you've stored your boat, can you please come down and get your oars? Please make it a priority.
I'm glad you weren't a school teacher of mine. You've got a nasty streak in you.
Got to keep them in line, Pete.
It is banking up. Cox at the course. We were talking about this earlier, and it is a cox's race. Let's be quite frank about that, because a good cox can save you so much. And John Henry is our leading cox at the moment, from Zena Marzi, Guy Besley.
Now, Guy Besley won it last year, Pete.
I think, did he cox 2 races last year?
Yeah, he did, and he's got another race to go, so he could actually move up that leaderboard. You know, he might decide to correct whatever minor faults he might have made and try and win this award again.
Definitely a cox's race. I've been in this race many times with good and not so good coxes.
Also, Lisa Muntz, who's a Banks coxswain who I mentioned, has coxed at Partes in Tokyo. She's on the leaderboard as well, position 8.
And crew number 54 from Glebe, going past our commentary area now at the finish.
Now, it looks like they've lost their tracking device off the bow, Pete.
Lost their bow number too.
And their bow number. Well, that sits on the tracking device.
Somebody's not going to be happy.
No, 54. So we're talking Glebe up there in Blackwattle Bay. I've been a guest of Glebe Rowing Club a number of times. Terrific club up there.
Next crew to come past is crew 57 in the same category. That's West End from New Zealand.
New Zealand, our friends from New Zealand, welcome. Great to see you here. Mixed crews. Mixed rowing, it's becoming very, very competitive too, Peter. Another category that's really starting to. It was just fun rowing at one stage, but now it's getting very, very competitive.
53 is Lake Macquarie in the Mixed Masters E8. As I rode in a mixed crew in this event, we got to Hoddle Bridge. And I was looking at the puddles of some of them in front of me, and I wasn't too impressed. It was a long road, believe me. That's all I'll say about it. Crew number 58 is coming into view now on the Hawthorn Straight. That's the crew from Yarra in the Mixed Masters E8. And while they finish the course, let's go to Richard.
Thanks, Peter. Here with Sally Thompson from the Outback Rowing crew, who've just concluded their race, and probably one of the crews certainly who's travelled the longest distance to be here. Sally, you're from Chinchilla, but your crew is sort of from right across parts of Western Queensland and beyond.
We've got from Barcaldine and Nyngan. We've got a couple of Brisbane rowers that have snuck in there, but we're from Chinchilla, and yeah, great. The Outback Rowing, we row out at Longreach and Barcaldine and have a regatta every there. Anyone's welcome to come. You can just come and be a bit of an orphan and we'll put you in a crew. But it's great to have the Outback Rowing. We've got about 10 towns now that have got crews and that row, and we all meet there once a year and have a heap of fun.
And doing a great job. I've seen a lot of videos that Toby Ford, amongst others, is putting up of just sort of spreading the gospel of rowing in some of those small towns in the outback that haven't previously had the chance to do so.
Yeah, it's great. They've started a program for young kids, and a lot of parents like it because it's a non-contact sport and it's a team sport. And it's so lovely to be out in the water and just enjoy being out there with the crew and improving your technique and being with your friends and have a good time.
And tell us about the regatta you're running now in, I think it's in October of each year as well, a head race plus a sprint regatta.
So they row out of Barcaldine. So Barcaldine has a man-made ski park there. So it's like a flat donut. It's got two, so you go down one end and you race up the other end. That's on the Saturday. And then we go to Longreach and we do the Thompson River, which is a time trial similar to the head of the Yarra. Except for we've got a ferry that we've got to do a big turn round and go back. So it's the 8K race. So you do get the short course and you do get the time trial, and you have a lot of social events in between. There's the Qantas out there, and there's also the Hall of Fame out there. You can have a look, and if you want to, you can do a train ride into Rockhampton, back down to Brisbane, and make a holiday of it.
Yeah, it looks like a fantastic event. And last question, your Cox here today with your husband Ronald in the stroke seat. How did the crew go?
The crew went really well. Unfortunately, they don't get to row together regularly, so it's always coming together at the end. And we had a nice hit out yesterday, but really, getting a long distance cruise, the first time all of them have rowed together is today.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy the rest of your time in the cool of Melbourne, Sally, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Richard. That's what you call dedication, isn't it?
Absolutely. Some of those outback places they were mentioning, I mean, as I was saying before, that's really outback.
Well, the Thompson River is quite a good river to row on. I've seen some vision of that, so that would be okay. But the distance travelled, gee, you've got to be keen.
Well, I've spent a bit of time up with friends at Wentworth Rowing Club, and I've done some rowing up the Darling, some training rows up there, and that's a fabulous river to row on, the Darling.
I've rowed on that a few times. One thing I found out about it, there's no landmarks on the side. You don't know where you are until you get to the bridge.
Well, not unless you recognise the individual gum trees, of course.
That's right.
Which you don't really get a chance to do if you don't do it often enough. But a great club up there, Wentworth, that hosts the Easter Regatta. I think they have the 2 races there at Wentworth. I don't think they race on the Big Bend at Mildura anymore.
I'd be glad of that.
Well, Mildura was just one bend, the whole race.
I remember the bend very well. I remember us sculling there one year, and I was drawn on the far side, so you can't see the crews that are ahead of you because of the staggered start. And you get to the bend, and you think, oh, gee, I'm still in this.
Yeah, I've got some interesting stories about rowing at Wentworth. Here's crew number 55. This is St George, New Zealand. Once again, we want to. This is a mixed crew in the mixed Masters E section. E, which is around 55 years of age. A very competitive section, and we're going to once again give a call out to all our friends from New Zealand. Great to see you here, and please spread the word around. We want to see more New Zealanders competing here. It's fantastic to have you here, and we'll hopefully one day we'll make the return trip and go and do one of the head races over there.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be invited, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, we'll go over there once, twice, and see what it's like, and row in Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, wherever.
Well, there'll be nobody there. All the Kiwis are here.
That's right. well, you won't have trouble getting a beer or a seat at the restaurant, will you?
No, they certainly turn out in force, especially in if you're a Titan supporter in the NRL. And they play the Warriors at home. It's like a Warriors home game.
Well, I can remember during COVID watching the crowds at the rugby games in New Zealand. It was the only place in the world where they were, except for Belarus, the only other place in the world where they were allowed to go to sporting events.
Now, we seem to have had some success in gathering the oars adjacent to where we do the broadcast from, so let's keep up the good work, guys, because there are crews coming in all the time.
Exactly, Peter. It seems to be that the message maybe is getting through. Please, after you've stored your boat, please come down and get your oars, because it is getting really, really crowded down here with the number of crews coming in. We're getting towards a very, very busy time in the regatta with lots of crews in these different sections.
Leichhardt Composite is our next one, JB.
Yeah, the Leichhardt crew is coming into view now. Crew number 59. Leichhardt, another club that is fantastic at coming down, aren't they, Pete, with the number of crews they send down, men and women?
I think they've got the record of the number of club crews. It was 12 a few years back, wasn't it?
I know last year they had an enormous amount of representatives, and we're delighted to have all these people. And imagine the logistics of all these people from one club coming down, boats and all sorts of things. So the Leichhardt crew has a couple of members from other clubs. It's a bit of a composite. So we've got we've got a Balmain guy in the 3 seat, and in the 7 seat we have someone from another club, looks like, and I don't recognise the club.
I think that's about the last of the Mixed Masters E8. We've had 8 crews, I think I've counted correctly, and they've all gone through. The defending champion, St George Shoalhaven, came through earlier. They looked all right. Our next category is going to be the female masters E8.
And look at the lineup there, Pete. How competitive is this going to be?
I think 19 crews, I think.
Just phenomenal.
Is that right, 19?
We're talking about female rowing before and about how incredibly competitive and how many women are coming back to rowing or keeping their rowing going, or their kids would rowing at school, so they've taken up the sport, and it is just exploded.
I stand corrected now in the Mixed Masters E8. I thought we'd seen all the crews. This is crew 56, which is a composite crew from Glenorchy.
Down in Hobart there, Pete.
Lovely part of the world. She don't mind the odd chilly morning.
Rowing on the Derwent. Now the looks like the guy in the gentleman in the 3-seat's got some sort of life vest system happening. It's interesting.
Now we're talking about the female masters E8, the defending champions, the University of Queensland, rowing a composite crew this year. And their opposition is going to come from North Shore, Balmain, Brisbane, Glenorchy, a crew from Noosa on the Sunshine Coast, River City Women's Composite with Storm King, Glebe, Corio Bay, Melbourne Composite with Ngambie, St George's, New Zealand again. We've already seen a crew from St George's go past. University of Queensland, Bairnsdale, Commercial, North Shore, Sydney Uni, North Shore, New Zealand, Brisbane and GPS Composite with River City Women's, and UWA BC Composite. So a huge field in the female masters E8. And of course, don't forget our top 2 races this afternoon are going to be the men's and women's Open 8. We didn't see them last year because of heat restrictions, but we're certainly going to be seeing them this year. There's no heat in the air today, believe you me. Last time I checked, the temperature was 11 degrees. It's probably a little bit warmer now, but not too much.
Now, I'd just like to give a sing out to Brisbane GPS Rowing up there, obviously in Queensland, up in Brisbane. Brisbane Rowing Club celebrating their 150th anniversary, Pete, and GPS are celebrating their 100th. They've had their big dinner celebrations, and there's a book out. So if you're interested in the history of the rowing up there on the Brisbane River with Brisbane Rowing Club and GPS, there's a book you can obtain. Just go and speak to one of the Brisbane guys, and you might be able to get hold of a copy.
Interesting rowing on the Brisbane River. I was doing a double there one day with my late mate Peter Bishop, and we were rowing up to the start, and I was picking out landmarks. I said, okay, this is where we take it up and what have you. And I was looking at the current. I thought, it's a bit strong. Well, it was so strong, we got to about the 500-metre mark, and I felt like we'd already rowed the whole race. That's how quick the current was going that day.
Wasn't a flood current coming down or something, was it?
I felt like it. We got rowed down about 10 metres from the finish by a crew from Toowong.
Okay, this looks like crew 60 coming into view, Pete. This is the first of our female masters E8s.
University of Queensland Composite.
University of Queensland Composite, yep.
They're the defending champions in this category too, by the way.
Now, there's quite a few crews. You can see quite a mix here in the tops that they're wearing. But they're rowing pretty well, Pete. This looks like a pretty well-drilled, pretty well-credentialed crew, because there's plenty of drive and plenty of power.
Rating 32 and a half.
Yeah, they're going well. This is a very good women's Masters 8 coming through now from from the University of Queensland Composite heading towards the finish line. There's plenty of power and plenty of run in their boat. And they look like they've given it everything. It looks like they've just given it everything, because you can see them slumped down, and that's how you can tell, isn't it, Pete, that they've given it all?
Well, they were certainly going flat chat past us. I don't know when they put the foot on the accelerator, but they looked pretty good, didn't they?
They did. Now, I've just been informed that the bar is open. Now, it's not officially sun over the yardarm time yet, but the bar is open, and if you feel like you've earned a beer and
well, it's
you've done a bit of work.
12 o'clock in New Zealand, isn't it?
Well, I think I've got one now, as they say, Pete. The bar's open, so go and get yourself refreshed, as they say.
Well, we've got new sponsors this year in Brainy Brewing.
Yeah, now Brainy, we've had a taste test up in the bar upstairs there yesterday.
You're kidding,
Pete.
aren't you?
And look, I can highly recommend the new sponsors. The beer is sensational. So look, go and do yourself a favour, as Molly Meldrum would say. Go and grab yourself one of the sponsors brews and enjoy.
I'm told they're very good. I'll get one later.
Right, this is North Shore coming into view now. North Shore from Sydney.
New South Wales, yeah.
It's Cruise 61. Samet, Wass, Lowe, McCoach, Lash, Kennedy, Venables, Blackwell, Cox, Kavanagh, Coach, K. Rudder. That's a really good name for a coach, isn't it?
Should be a name for a Cox.
Rudder. Or it might be Ruder.
I'll let that one get through to the keeper.
Yeah, well, it might be the German pronunciation. So this is Cruise 61. This is North Shore. Now, we've already had the University of Queensland Composite go through, and they went through, quite a couple of minutes ago, so I'm suggesting that the University of Queensland Composite have probably got a pretty good time in this category, Pete.
They were the defending champions,
They
30
are
and
defending
30 and a
champions.
half. Here's the rating for North Shore. They've got about 150 metres to go.
Rowing well, getting plenty of tap through the water, sitting their boat up, getting clean blade work. Not a bad looking female E Masters 8 there.
E being 55 to 59 average age group. So one of the bigger categories. In fact, I think this is the biggest category of the lot this afternoon, JB.
Yeah,
19 crews in it.
That's amazing. We're just talking about, we have been talking about the explosion of women's rowing and how fantastic it's been for rowing in general. And E is one of the best supported classifications that we've got.
Well, when you think of the age, you've probably, your kids have finished school probably, and your mortgage might have been paid off, so
yeah, well,
you've got a bit more time to row, haven't you?
In terms of your life trajectory, it's a golden period, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. 69, Cruise 69 coming into view now. This is
Melbourne to Gambie.
Melbourne to Gambie.
The Gambie Lakes, part of a network of good rowing courses throughout Australia. No doubt Penrith is number one, but some big racing at the Gambie, national championships and what have you. Rode there quite a few times. Remember once I was there, the Australian Masters Championships, and it was 2 degrees. Water was nice and flat, but it was 2 degrees.
Can get cold up that way. My father was in the Air Force and was in Europe during the war, and he reckons the coldest night he ever spent in the Air Force was in Benalla.
I could believe that.
So this is crew 69 now. Just looking at the monitor, the blade works very good, Pete, this crew, even though it's a composite crew. But I'm thinking they might have spent a bit of time together because the blade work is really very, very good in terms of timing and squaring up.
Rating 32.5. With 2 strokes to go, that's the finish line after 8K. As we look at the blades now of, that'd be Balmain. Crew number 62. What do you call them? The Bumblebee.
The Bumblebees. These are the Bumblebees. Balmain.
One of 19 entries in the female Masters E8.
Yep. Now, just looking at the...
rating 33.
That Melbourne Nagambie crew, they must have made up quite a bit of ground because that was crew number 69, and we're just watching crew number 62. And
60, they've just picked up 7 there for a start.
So we think that crew number 69 are going to be in a very, very good position in terms of the time that they're going to get.
Still plenty to come. The next race is the Mixed Masters F8. 9 crews in that. We'll talk a little bit about them when the time arrives. Crew number 66 gracing us with their presence. A composite crew between River City Women's and Storm King.
Okay, this is River City and Storm King from Queensland. With the bright, what would you call that, green, yellow strip on the blue.
I'm colourblind.
It's almost a yellowy green. And crew 63, Pete, coming
from
through
Brisbane.
now. Yep.
River City, they call it up there, Brisbane, but Brisbane colours distinctive. 2 lengths further back, going past our commentary area, our number 70, St George's from New Zealand. We've seen, I think that's about the 3rd crew from St George's, New Zealand we've seen this morning, JB.
Yeah.
So a good contingent of Kiwis over here for the 64th running of the Head of the Year.
Well, I have mentioned it before about how welcome how much of a welcome we extend to the Kiwis, and obviously the word's got around because we've got a lot of Kiwi crews turning up here. This is crew 76 now.
North Shore.
They look like this is a New Zealand crew, and they look like they've made up a bit of ground as well.
Now you were talking about that earlier. Well, the club was founded in 1874. And it was the first club in New Zealand to invite female members, so that's a tick for them. Closely followed by crew number 64, which is from Tasmania in Glenorchy. And good to see Mick Phillips in here, a stalwart of the Hawthorn Rowing Club and other clubs as well.
Yeah,
Gracing us with his presence. Crew number 71 just going past him and us, University of Queensland. They're coming thick and fast. 3 lengths further down the track, crew number 72 as we go.
There's obviously not a lot happening in Queensland this weekend, Pete. They're all down here.
Bairns, the crew from Bairnsdale, nice part of the world. 2 lengths ahead of crew number 78, which is the composite crew from UWABC.
Now, just talking about Bairnsdale, how good is it to see Bairnsdale Women's 8?
Can I say bloody good?
It's fantastic. So rowing must be getting pretty strong down there in Bairnsdale. It's a club that it's been going for a couple of years now, but their certainly numbers are obviously improving if they can boat a competitive 8 on the water with the women's 8.
Nice close-up of this crew on screen. That's Glebe.
Glebe, yep, on Blackwattle Bay, Sydney, on the harbour. Beautiful spot.
I remember rowing at Henley one year And we got to the final of the, it was the maiden fours. And we'd won our heat and semi, only to get nutted by Glebe in the final by the proverbial you-know-what.
Now, we've just had the official speedboat, medical speedboat go past. I'm just wondering if there's been some sort of incident upriver, Pete, or downriver.
Downriver. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that.
I hope it's nothing too serious.
No problem with Glebe as they go past us.
Except they've got to go through the speedboat
through the wash.
Yeah.
Now, they won't be too happy about that.
So as Glebe struggled through the speedboat wash, which has now died down a little bit, we're just hoping that the whatever incident has happened downriver is not too serious.
Well, we have had incidents before, and let's face it, it's an outdoor sport. It's a gruelling sport, so you've got to expect it.
And there's the chance for a lot of clashes when you get towards some of those bridges and some of those bends, of course.
The Wallen Road Bridge, I've got vivid memories of a couple of clashes there when I was rowing the race.
It's the Devil's Archway, isn't it?
Yeah. Crew 65 on screen is from Noosa, up my way.
Ah, from your territory, Pete.
Good to see Noosa represented here in the head of the Yarra for 2025. 2 lengths ahead of them is crew number 73. Competing in the same event, which is Female Masters E8. Crew number 73 is also from Queensland. That's from Commercial.
Commercial, very, very competitive club, Commercial. They've got some fantastic crews in the men's and the women's. And this category is just amazing, Pete, isn't it? We've got 60 to 70. So we've got 18 in this category.
I had a good deal of success rowing with one of their members in a double scull, Bob Lack. And we had some very good rows together.
Okay.
Won the New South Wales Masters G double at 1 year. So I've got that as a feather in my cap.
Yes.
I'll just mention that.
Absolutely.
Should I mention it again?
I think you should just keep reminding people constantly. All right, this is crew number 75 coming through now, and we're still in the Female Masters E8, this very, very big category, very competitive category. And this is crew number 75 from Sydney University. Women's E, so we're about average 55. And here come the Bumblebees landing, getting ready to come out of their boat. Pete?
As long as we don't get stung.
And crew 74, Pete, coming through now.
North Shore, it should be.
New South Wales, North Shore.
We've also got a North Shore coming up, or listed shortly, North Shore, New Zealand.
New Zealand,
crew,
this is
number 76.
This is where I get confused. We've got 2 North Shores. One is New Zealand and one's from Sydney. I'm guessing Sydney Harbour somewhere. This is crew number 77 coming through now, which is Brisbane and GPS and / River City Women's. So we just mentioned before that Brisbane and GPS celebrating their 150th and 100th anniversaries respectively, and there's a book out if you're interested in the history. Right, bit of a break in cruise, so I'm just hoping that it's not anything to do with watching that emergency Kodiak or Zodiac head down river before. We'll have to wait until we get some more information. We haven't heard anything yet.
Next categories we'll be seeing on the river, hopefully. The Mixed Masters F8. There are 9 crews entered. And after that is race number 13, the Male Masters F8. And that's one of the big ones of the day. We saw James Tompkins interviewed earlier at the start, having his toilet break, or just about to go to it.
I don't think he realised the mic was switched on.
I've learned many times, JB, if there's a microphone around, just imagine it's
Just
live.
imagine it's not live.
Yeah.
Now, while we've got a bit of a break, Pete, I just want to mention, apart from the fact of the oars, but people are being pretty good about the oars now, coming to get them. But I just want to mention some of the elite athletes. I've gone through their profiles last night, fascinating reading. And, well, I just want to mention one here, a guy called Fergus Hamilton. He's a rising star in the world of Australian rowing. Now, interestingly, his father, Richard, represented Great Britain at the 1996 Olympic Games. Gee, it doesn't seem that long ago to me. But anyway, his dad rowed in the 1996 Games. He's now a legend of Australian rowing. He started off at Gippsland Grammar, Pete, and then he went to Melbourne Grammar, and he has rowed at Corowa Rowing Club.
At where?
Corowa Rowing Club up in New South Wales on the border there. He was under-17 single sculls champion, under-17 double sculls champion of the Victorian Championships. He went on to Yale University and he studied anthropology at Yale. He returned from Yale to come back to... so he rowed at Yale in his freshman and sophomore years, returned to Australia in 2020 during COVID. His outstanding performances earned him recognition as Intercollegiate Rowing Coaches Association All-American Crew Member and All-Ivy Crew Honoree. While studying at Yale, Fergus helped stroke Australian men's 8 team to a bronze medal at the 2022 World Under-23 Rowing Championships. He's now in the senior squad and he's rowing in the senior men's squad, hoping to achieve big things with the Australian men's 8. So that's Fergus.
Well, he rode it in the men's forward for Raisey this year that won in one of the World Cup stops with Nicholas Pender, Anton Reiner and Alex Hill.
Yep. Fergus Hamilton, one of our elite rowers that we will probably be seeing later on today.
79 is the crew in picture. 79 is from Des Moines in the Mixed Masters F8. They're the defending champions in this particular category. They finished, I beg your pardon, not the defending champions. They finished 3rd last year.
Yeah, a good crew, a good mixed crew, Pete. They're setting their boat up. They're getting plenty of run, and they're getting good contact grip through the water. Hanging off the lats, as they say, is the expression I've been told.
You've been told today?
Hanging off the lats.
Crew 81, pardon me. Crew 81 is the A&A combination from Western Australia. So we've got crews from every state in the country as well as New Zealand competing here today.
Yep, Crew 81 from A&A, Western Australia. Long way to come. Can we get under-17 Newcastle Grammar to go to the presentation stage immediately, please? Under-17 Newcastle Grammar to go to the presentation stage. Thank you.
Well, conditions starting to warm up, which is to be thankful for. Certainly nothing like the conditions we had last year when it was 30 plus for the whole of the regatta. 16.1 is the current temperature at Riverside, which is pleasant for rowing, but it's a little bit cool in the shade. But we're not complaining today. Crew number 83 is coming into view now from Toowong. Haven't seen a lot of Toowong Rowing Club. They are arguably the biggest club in Queensland without any shadow of a doubt. They've had a lot of crews in previous regattas, but not too many today. Seen a few composite crews that their members have been rowing in. But a great club. One of the great clubs in Australian rowing, Toowong, and this one in the Mixed Masters F8. of which there are 8 other crews taking part. Korong started in the middle of the field. Very familiar colours on the Brisbane River. Rowing in the Kerry O'Rourke. And as you would expect from the Toowong Rowing Club, a very well turned out combination. Very nice blade work, good run in the boat. Just a couple of strokes to go to complete their 8K course, rowing very, very nicely. Coming into view, the composite crew from St George, Abbotsford, in the Mixed Masters F8. As I said, 9 entries in this particular race. And St George, Abbotsford going past our commentary area now towards the Hawthorn Bridge. Got a rating of 28 strokes a minute, which is about right for that age group in this particular part of the race. Looking forward to the Male Masters F8 battle. 13 crews doing battle on the course, including the Mercantile Banks combination. We spoke to James Tompkins earlier, but he's got some pretty good mates in the boat with him, like Drew Ginn, David Crawshay, Chris Jenners, etc. Crew 86 gracing us with their presence now on the riverside. Another crew from the Drummoyne Rowing Club in the Mixed Masters F8. Just a couple of strokes to go to get to the bridge and the finish line, therefore. Rating 27.5 for their final few strokes. Crews then follow the buoy line up towards Victoria Bridge before they can turn around. And so they come back heading downstream on this side of the buoys so as they can get their boat into the landing. But the 3rd year we've had the new landing here at Hawthorn, the old decking finally removed, which was erected in the 1920s initially and revamped some 50 years later before this new arrangement was built, as I said, about 3 years ago, and what a boon it has been for rowing for Xavier Genazzano and Hawthorn. Presentations, by the way, are taking place periodically during the course of the morning and afternoon. Crew number 85 on screen at the moment in the Hawthorn Strait, coming up towards the broadcast area and the finishing stages of the race for them. Crew from Newcastle. We call it the Hunter region, which is something I associate with wine. Good wine area in the Hunter Valley, though. And again, a well turned out combination. Some good blade work there. Nice comfortable rating of 24.5. JB and I'd be quite happy doing the course at 24.5, wouldn't we?
Very pleasant to roll down the course at 24.5.
Yeah.
Usually the coxswain insists on slightly higher tempo.
Camel pack.
87 is our next crew coming into view, the crew from Albert Park, South Melbourne. You'll probably see their sheds on the TV if you watch the Grand Prix, which is coming up early next year. Always found that rowing on Albert Park quite interesting, especially if you're in an 8 and you get to the finish line. Check it quickly, boys. Otherwise, you're into the concrete revetment wall.
Yeah, similar at when we used to row at Edwards Lake up in Preston.
Preston, yeah. Yeah. How long was that? It wasn't very long, was it?
It's 400 metres.
Yeah. It's a bit like the course they got at Essendon. Albert Park, South Melbourne, competing in the Mixed Masters F8. 9 crews in that particular category, 60 plus the average age of the rowers. Crew number 87. Well, Australian cricketers are superstitious of 87. I think they were superstitious of everything yesterday.
Well, you wouldn't be a cricketer if you weren't superstitious. I think they've all got their superstitions, haven't they, Pete? Some of their idiosyncrasies when they warm up and between deliveries and strange things they do. So it'll be interesting to see how they go today. 87, of course, yeah, Australia's unlucky number.
Must have had a lot of 87s yesterday. Well, that rescue boat is coming back. I don't know whether they've got a soul on board or not.
Yes. Haven't heard anything.
Well, they're not coming back at like a bull at a gate, so
No,
I can imagine that everything's okay.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything, so we're assuming it's all okay. I've recently been up top, and I hadn't heard of any calamities or anything.
Hopefully there's no boat trailing behind in the wash.
Now the crew that we can see leading, coming into view now, which is crew 80, Fremantle. I'm suggesting they might be using Hawthorn oars, Pete.
It's certainly Fremantle, and the oars.
They're using a Hawthorn boat, the Pat Freeland Small. So we've lent them a boat, and this is in the mixed Masters F category, so average age 60. Fremantle, long way to come, Pete.
Well, it is a long way to come, and 3 lengths further back down the stream, we've got crew number 82, which is the Caulfield Grammarians combination, closely followed by the rescue craft. Caulfield Grammarians in the Mixed Masters F8. And that lifeguard boat creating a wash, but nobody on board seems to be in distress, so...
No, I can't see what the issue is there.
That's the good news, I guess.
Yep, I think we're okay. All right, while these... bit of a break, just a reminder, see that wash coming in, just making sure that the volunteers are holding the boats off, because that wash is really quite strong from those Zodiacs at the moment. People are being reminded, and I think they're starting to get the message that you need to come down and get your oars as soon as you've got off the water and stored your boat, because the oars are starting to move, so which is good. We appreciate that, so please keep it up. Once you've finished your commitments, come down and get your oars straight away.
Next category we'll be seeing on the river is the Male Masters F8, one of the highlights of the afternoon. We spoke earlier, or Julie did, to James Tompkins, who of course is a legend in Australian rowing.
Well, you got Tompkins, Jim, Crawshay. They're all Olympic gold medalists.
Yep, and the likes of Chris Shinners.
Chris Shinners,
6 times Australian champion.
Australian representative. Shinners and Luxford, very famous Australian pair. In the I think in the 80s, early 80s.
Well, Ian Luxford was a member of the Sunshine Coast Rowing Club when I was with them, and talk about dedication.
I always reckon they should have given him an audition as James Bond. I always reckon he would have made a good James Bondy in Luxford, but anyway.
He told you that himself, did he? Lux is never short of a word. Crew 88.
So this, as you mentioned, Peter, this male Masters F8 is just going to be such a cracking competition. I mean, you'd expect the Banks Mercantile composite with the Olympians in there are going to go well, but, you know, look, there could be other crews that maybe the ex-Olympic guys haven't been training that much, but I anticipate
Look at the power in that boat.
Yep. Look at this. It's crew number 88. This is them coming down now.
Blade work, A1, running the boat the same. I think the only things they'd be complaining about is leftover wash from the rescue boat that went through.
Yep. This is
some minute and a half ago.
This is elite F-class Masters rowing, because you've got ex-Olympians, not just ex-Olympians, but ex-Olympic gold medalists galore in here. Christian is in the bow seat. Got James Tompkins in the 7th seat.
Wow.
Fantastic. It's just great to watch that sort of class rowing. I think they'll be very hard to beat, Pete.
You think?
Well, you can already see the gap to the next crew in the category. They took off at position 88, which was the first place in that category, and you can already see there's a big gap back to the next crew. So I think they're going to be pretty well set up in that category.
The next crew would be, or will be, Yarra Yarra. In order, then we have Riverside, Toowong, Manning River, Brisbane Gruelling. That's the first half of the field.
And then we've got University of New South Wales. Vikings from Queensland. Vikings, they usually go back dressed up in their Viking gear. Leichhardt, New South Wales. Abbotsford. Now, that's an interesting point too. I didn't realise that there was a club at Abbotsford, but
that's New South Wales.
Abbotsford there on the harbour. Melbourne have got a pretty competitive F8 as well. North Shore, New Zealand Composite, and Tamar Cairns.
That's both ends of the country,
Well,
isn't it?
I was just thinking that myself. You've got Cairns right up North Queensland there, and Tamar down at Launceston in Tassie. All right, so we're going to go to presentations now.
This crew number 89 comes into view. That's the Yarra Yarra combination, the Male Masters F8, for the first time in the presentation area. Let's see who's won what.
And for the first time at today's Head of the Yarra, we will have some presentation ceremonies for our winning crews from the first few events that have come over the 8-kilometre course already this morning. And to begin the presentations, I'm joined today on the stage by the very newly elected Mayor of Boroondara, Councillor Wes Galt, in your first week on the job, but a long-term resident and Glenferrie Ward councillor since 2020. Welcome to Councillor Galt. And we will invite up onto the stage now in order the winners of our very first race, the male under 19 8, and that race was won by the crew from the Sydney University Boat Club. Their winning time 30 minutes 13.10, and the crew is Harriet O'Dwyer, Luke Purdy, Jack Lampson, Harry Howard, Aidan Chandler, Addison Stanberg, Curtis Pepper, Ted Burney, and Harry Bodman. I'm assuming from those watching on, the crew is coached by Phil Bourguignon and Alan Bennett. Congratulations to the Sydney University Boat Club, winners of the male under 19 8. Thank you, guys. If you want to get some official photos, there's a screen behind me too, which you're welcome to use. We will keep things moving because the action's happening thick and fast on the river behind us as well. And Councillor Galt will now present the medals to the winner of the male under 17 8, and that was the crew from Newcastle Grammar. The winning time 34:22.22. We invite up on stage the crew Jai Shi, Aston Myers, Charlie Martin, Connor Scott, Daniel Vesey, William Sandoz, Aidan Bird, Matt Avery, and Sam Cross. Congratulations to the crew from Newcastle Grammar School, winners of the male under 17 Cox State at the head of the Yarra. Next presentation to the winners of the female under 19 8, and that is the crew from Mercantile. Amelia Giudice, Evelyn Ford. They're going in reverse order, sorry. Eve Sadler, Olivia Tawney, Hannah Dunton, Sophia Purton, Kate McNeil, Mackenzie Pugh, and Lucy Gillen. Winning time for Mercantile, 34 minutes, 23.55 seconds. And the reason they crossed the line rating 22 is because they're racing the female under 21 8 in a few hours' time as well. So we'll see these girls back on the water. A big day for them. But congratulations to Mercantile, winners of the female under 19 8. Well done to Mercantile. We'd also like to recognise the winners of the Female Masters F8, the Melbourne Composite crew, who've already collected their medals. So well done to Melbourne Composite, who won Event 7, the Female Masters F8. But our next presentation, it's like Newcastle Grammar School again, which is, so this is in fact the female under 17 8. And the winning crew here is from Newcastle Grammar School. Their time 44 minutes 09.46. So please come up on stage. Tiffany Perrottet. Ruby Bramble. Edie Wills. Sarah Brown. Charlotte Blackmore. Alison Capano. Ella Walters. Sophie Whalen. And Elliot Munro. Congratulations to the Newcastle Grammar School, who've travelled a fair distance to be here today, and will return to Newcastle with both the male and female under 17 8 titles. Great result for the Newcastle Grammar School. Thank you to Councillor Westgalt, the Mayor of Boorandarra, for the first few presentations. I'd now like to welcome to the stage a familiar person around the head of the Yarra, John Pizzuto, the MP for Hawthorn, who's been in the Legislative Assembly since 2022 and previously as well before that. But John, great to see you here again today. So the first presentation for John Pizzuto is the Male Masters H8, and the winning crew is from the Melbourne Rowing Club. So we welcome up on stage the crew of Sue Gould, Warwick Grant, Peter Spasojevic, Stephen Mollard, John Dollison, Kel Boynton, Mike Dakic, Terry Phillips, and Phil Wright. Congratulations to Melbourne Rowing Club, winners there in a time of 36 minutes, 7.29 seconds of the Male Masters H8. Well done, Melbourne Rowing Club. The next presentation looks to be of the Male Masters I8 is the one. And the winning time, 35 minutes, 15 seconds exactly. The winning crew is from the Melbourne University Boat Club. We welcome up on stage the crew of Genevieve Chapman, Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, Mike Kerrin, Ian Harbeck, Richard Saul, Tom Wood, Paul Ferguson, and Greg Longdon. Congratulations, Melbourne University, winners of the Male Masters I Coxed 8. Just an urgent call also while we're here to Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. You've got a boat that is blocking access at the top of the hill here at the Hawthorn Rowing Club. So anyone from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, please can you find and move that boat, which is just up at the top road behind the presentation area here, please. So we'll go on to, I think, our final presentation for now. And pleasing, it looks like it's an all-Queensland composite combination here too, which is great to see. The Female Masters G to K Coxed 8, the Sunshine Coast composite crew, including also Commercial Rowing Club, among others, it seems. And a bit of green from Tasmania. There we go. We'll take a Tasmanian too. So the crew, in hopefully the right order, is Penny Dixon, Barbara Hall, Joe Cook, Julianne Kelly,
Poetry in motion.
Kath Wellman, Lasan Edgar, Kylie Petter, Cameron Fay, and Vicky Leary. Congratulations to the Sunshine Coast Commercial and Tasmanian Composite crew, winners of the Female Masters G to K8. Well done to all our winners so far. Thank you to Councillor Westgalt and also John Pistudo for their assistance with presentations. We'll be back later on, but for now, we'll take you back to Peter and John in the commentary position.
Good on you,
thanks,
Richard. Did I interrupt you or did you interrupt me?
I think we both said it at the same time.
Well done, Richard. It's always a bit of a challenge in that area. Last bracket of rowers that went through with the Male Masters F8 while the presentations were on, we saw Riverside, Toowong, Manning River, Brisbane Grammarians, Vikings 2, Leichhardt, Tamar and Cairns, I think was the last one to go through.
It's, 21 crews in that category, Peter.
Crew number 97, speaking of numbers, is coming into view, and that's the Abbotsford combination. And the temperatures hit a massive 16 degrees.
Oh, heat wave.
Next bracket we'll be seeing will be the Male Masters G8. In fact, I'm proven wrong. It's 17.3 degrees.
Oh.
Male Masters G8. 11 crews are contesting that bracket. That's between 65 and 69 age group. And we'll be seeing North Shore 3, Vikings 1, Leichhardt, Oxley Old Collegians Composite, a composite between Yarra and Melbourne. North Shore Composite will be next. Powerhouse Composite with Albert Park, Commercial, Bucks Composite, Vikings 3 and Black Mountain from Canberra. And the bracket after that will be the Male Masters A to C8, in which there are 13 crews. We'll give you details of those a little bit later on during our telecast.
So crew number 97, Abbotsford, as I was speaking before, I'm not familiar with this club. I'm not sure whether it's new or not. Or we haven't seen them here before. It may be an existing club. I might have to find out more about them. But Abbotsford up there on Sydney Harbour. Coming through now, crew number 97.
I think we'd have had Abbotsford in the past, JB.
Yeah, you might be right, Pete. I'm not familiar with them, that's all. The other clubs look really familiar. Clubs like Leichhardt and Balmain and Glebe and St George and that sort of thing. Now, I've got a quick reminder here that I've been given, and it's about the Rowing Australia Foundation. You can become a donor. They've got their brochures here. If you go to their spot here, I think they're out the front of the shed there at Hawthorn Shed. And they've got some information about becoming a donor. It says that if you want to consider including the Rowing Australia Foundation in your will or your estate plan, your bequest can help the Rowing Australia Foundation continue our mission for generations to come. To learn more, contact us. And there's tax deductibility involved, and it's apparently quite a unique method of donating to a sporting group that you can get tax deductibility, so it's quite interesting. If you're interested in making a donation to support Australian rowers, then the Rowing Australia Foundation, they have brochures and you can find out more about it and the tax deductibility side of it as well. So
That'd
please
be right
consider.
up your alley, the tax deductibility, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, anything deductible. The word deductible I'm terribly attracted to, Peter.
Right, let's get some equilibrium back into the program. The Orange Army working overtime on the beautiful new staging here at Hawthorn. And incidentally, on that subject, we do thank all our volunteers who help make the happening of this regatta possible. Without their help, it wouldn't happen.
Now, while we've got a little bit of a lull in the proceedings, we've got one of the postcards that I'd like to do. And Peter, you'll be interested in this one. It's a Noosa Rowing Club.
Yes, I've been a member of Noosa Rowing Club a couple of times, actually.
Yeah, now, the Noosa River with all the sharks and the odd crocodile. I didn't mention crocodiles before. They mention it here in their postcard. And they say that it's their second time on the Yarra, the first being last year. They're looking forward to their cox, Jill Hopkins, steering an even straighter course this year. I don't know what happened to her last year, but I don't know whether that's a backhander, Peter. She finished in the top 30 or so last year. Don't quote me on that now, so she knows the course we're expecting a top 20 place. Any notable or rowing details on your crew members? She says that we all love to get together and have a bit of fun. Our stroke Jane Fitzpatrick rows regularly in North Carolina in the USA. Any notable personal, professional, community or sporting details? We're all spectacularly ordinary, apparently. Anything else you'd like to say to the commentary team? Interesting. And for a small club, Noosa does a great job. At Nationals this year, our medal tally was the second highest out of the Queensland clubs. Small but mighty. So there you go. That's your old club, is it? Noosa?
Yes, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club.
Yep.
As I said, the only problem with rowing in Noosa is the water skiers and the jet skiers and the houseboats. And the channel markers. There are more poles on the Noosa River than you'd find in Warsaw, actually.
Your old mates at 7 want to have a chat to you, Pete. You might want to sign off for a while. Where are the crews? Mates here, to my right, Channel 7. They're here.
Right, Richard is standing by while we're standing by up here. Take it away, Richard. Who have you got?
Thank you, Peter. I'm just joined by the gentleman who helped with our presentations just before, John Pizzuto, MP, a member of the Victorian Legislative Assembly for here in Hawthorn. Welcome again to the regatta, John.
Oh, Richard, it's fantastic to be here at Head of the Yarra 2025.
It is indeed, and this is not certainly your first rodeo. You're a long-time supporter of this regatta.
Oh, yeah, I've been coming here since 2015. In fact, 2014 was the first time I came down, and it gets bigger and bigger. And it's really important to point out, isn't it, that this is a global event. It brings people from around the world, around the region. What have you got, about 250 teams participating?
Yeah, I think 245 in total, and certainly I was doing maths last night, at least 50 of those from Queensland, similar from New South Wales, a few from New Zealand as well, so they have come from far and wide.
Yeah, third biggest rowing event, arguably in the world, and one of the biggest in Melbourne of any sport or form of recreation. So it's just a great event.
And fantastic for this area too. Obviously, a lot of people are staying nearby and testing out the restaurants and shops of this part of Melbourne as well.
Certainly a lot to sample, and it's just great to have so many thousands of people in the air. It creates a vibe, a lot of energy, and there's a sense of anticipation every year as you see Head of the Yarra approaching.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic event, and it's great to see the growth. Joe, thank you for your support, John, and we appreciate your help with the presentations as well.
Oh, pleasure, and well done to everybody involved.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Richard, for that interview with John Pizzuto. And just want to quickly go through another one of these profiles from an Australian representative. And this is in the elite section. We might be seeing her coming down later. It's Catherine Katie Easton, dual international emerging leader of the Australian women's sweep rowing. She's born and raised in Melbourne. Katie first picked up an oar at Methodist Ladies College in Kew before launching into a national and international success from both Melbourne University Boat Club and University of Michigan. Now, a lot of the girls go to United States and they do rowing scholarships over there, and that's obviously incredibly competitive, and they pick up a lot of skills and know-how by going through the American college system. She won gold at the Under-23 World Championships in the Women's Cox 4, and she backed it up with 4th place in the Under-23 Women's 8 in 2024. Her junior representation began in 2019, finishing 6th in the Junior Women's 4 with Cox at the World Rowing Championships in Tokyo. At Michigan, Katie left a lasting legacy. A 2-time Pocock CRCA All-American team captain and Big Ten champion. In the first Varsity 8, 2003 and 2004, 2023 and 2024. She helped guide the Wolverines to consistent podium finishes across NCAA and conference competitions. Her stroke side power and poise under pressure have made her a mainstay of the top Michigan crews and a standout in the Australian national team. Outside of rowing, Katie enjoys spending time with family, friends and dog and being outdoors. Okay, so crew number 101 is going past us now. And that's North Shore, and that's the first of our crews in the Male Masters G8. Now we've got an interview with Richard, and we're crossing to him now.
Thank you, John. I'm here now with Councillor Wes Gelt, who also assisted with the presentations that we've just seen, and as I mentioned during that, the newly elected Mayor of Boroondara. Congratulations and welcome, Wes.
Thank you very much indeed. A great honour.
Literally happening on Monday night, so you're in your first week on the job. When you're here now at the head of the Yarra, how big an event is this for your local area?
This is fantastic. This is the way we want to see our parks used and our river used, which is marvellous. And I've got to say, one of the things we're trying to do over the next few years, we've had the road up and top closed, and we're linking the two parks, so this will become bigger.
Which is fantastic, because as you have, I've been coming here for a few years, and it's like every piece of space is used up at the end of the day. So to hear that it can grow even more is great stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. And good to see you using it right along there, because we'd like to link in that direction as well. But fabulous. Don't ask me for any figures, though. I'm deferring to John Pursuto if you want any figures.
We'll go to the state member for the hard questions. That's okay. But it must be wonderful to see the crowds out here today. And as you see, using the parklands, lots of active activity there on the river as well. So just a great all-around event.
Thank you. It's been an honour for me to assist this morning. Good on you.
Wonderful, Wes. Thank you for your time.
Okay, right, so we've got Powerhouse just going past us now in the, let's get the number for you. Powerhouse Albert Park, crew number 107 in the men's G8. Another very competitive category, men's G8. So we're talking 65 to 70. And we've got three crews really, looks like they're bunched up, but they might be slightly deceptive, Peter. It looks like they're very close together, but we've got three crews.
They look too close together, JB.
Well, they certainly look close on the monitor, but they might be a couple of lengths. And we've got crew number 104 that I can see. We're talking the male masters G section again, and 104 is Oxley Old Collegians. Now, you might be able to help me out, Peter, because we haven't got a state listed here. Oxley. I'm thinking Queensland.
My geography doesn't run that far, JB. I can't tell you where Oxley is. We haven't got a listing of them in the
We haven't got a state listed
No.
for it. But anyway, they're approaching us now, and behind them is crew number 106.
Those blades look awfully close in the background. And
Well, it looks like there's going to be almost a clash between 106 and 105. We'll get a better look when they come alongside us, but gee, it looks like they're clashing at the moment, doesn't it, Pete?
very, very close indeed.
So 106 is North Shore Composite, and 105 is
Yarra Yarra.
Yarra
Melbourne.
Yarra. No, sorry. It's 106 and 109.
109.
Sorry. 109. 106 and 109. 109 is Bucks Composite. Bucks Composite.
Well, we seem to have avoided a clash of oars, but only just.
Very close. Very, very close. So they're... it's almost like head racing here. They're going to go down to the line very close together, both crews.
That is too close for comfort.
That's almost like a photo finish, isn't it? The two numbers locked together.
If that happened in the Hawthorn Straight, I wonder how they got past the Big Bend.
Exactly. Is 108 Commercial, a very strong club from up there in Queensland on the Brisbane River.
Colours very similar to Melbourne, aren't they?
Well, they are very similar, yeah. The two Blues.
And very well turned out crew they are too.
Yep. Yeah, they look like they know what they're doing. They're hanging off the oar pretty well. The commercial crew number 108, crew number 105 is approaching us now. That's Yarra Yarra Melbourne.
Mostly Yarra Yarra with the Melbourne rower in the 2 seat. And closely followed by 2 lengths further down the river, crew number 111, which is from Black Mountain in Canberra, or the ACT.
I'm assuming they row on Lake Burley Griffin up there, do they, Peter?
They do.
Most of the rowing clubs seem to.
I mentioned earlier that Lake Burley Griffin was the scene of the first Australian Masters regatta.
What year would that have been, Peter? Do you know?
About 1983, I'm guessing.
Okay, yep.
Or thereabouts.
Yep.
Circa 1983.
Circa 1983.
It covers a multitude of sins.
One of my top 10 favourite words.
How'd you go? Good run?
I thought your favourite words were, it's your shout. Let's take a look at our Cox of the Course update now and see who's in front. Angus Blackwood is leading the field from Wallace Russell. John Henry, who was our previous leader. From Steve Hill, Linda Bell, Natalie Smith, Zena Marcy, Matt Jensen, Daisy Plawecki, I hope I got that right, probably didn't, and Guy Besley. That'll be a presentation for a little bit later on during the course of the afternoon to see who our best cox of the day is, who has steered the best course, who has saved his or her rowers' angst. But it's a very tricky course, mainly bow-side bends, as every bow-side rower will tell you. The last bend is a stroke-side corner. It's good to hear. Pull it around stroke-side. Crew number 110 coming into our view. Just past the Hawthorn Rail Bridge, that's the Vikings combination. Vikings number 3 listed today. They started before Black Mountain, but Black Mountain have obviously passed them because they've gone past our commentary area already. So they've made up some time, the crew from Black Mountain and the ACT. Competing in the Male Masters G8 section. G8, that's 65 to 69 age group.
On the monitor at the moment, we've got the crew number 110, which is Vikings from Queensland. Now, you might know a bit more about this than I do, Peter. Do they have their own clubhouse, Vikings, or where they row out of someone else?
I should have my mate John Kinsella here from formerly of Canberra. He'd be able to tell you that. I can't.
Yeah. Anyway, they're regular attendees here.
That is true.
And they come down here consistently, and it's great to see them. As I said before, I don't know whether there's much happening in Queensland at the moment. They all seem to be down here rowing.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
It's great. Of course. Got a Vikings crew just getting off the water now in their black Vespoli boat. Very impressive looking boats, those black Vespolis.
You ever rowed in one?
We've got one here, but I have rowed in it a couple of times.
I rowed in one first time on at Penrith. It was like sitting in a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, well, this is ours is called a Holtham, and it's a 4, Cox 4, and it's a very nice craft.
They're nice and expensive too, I'm told.
Yes. Well, they're Italian, like Ferraris. You got a Ferrari, haven't you, Peter?
Oh, of course, yeah. I bought the door handle last week. Got to save up for the next one now. Male Masters A to C8 is the next group we'll be seeing. That's race 15 on the program. Age group, therefore, between 27 and 49. There are 13 crews taking part. First away in the city was Leichhardt combination with Sydney, and then we've got another Sydney crew in Mosman. Auckland are represented. Toowong from Brisbane, Commercial from same place, Brisbane and GPS, with Pine Rivers, then North Shore, New South Wales, that is, Newcastle, Yarra Merck Composite, UQ Composite, Canberra, West End and Commercial. So you're right, JB, a lot of good representation from the Sunshine State today.
Absolutely fantastic, and fantastic to see them down here. Okay, now we've got a message from the sponsors coming up.
Beer is going back to basics, literally. You're looking at a Brainy Brothers Sparkling Bitter. It is a brew 100 years in the making. The recipe, long thought lost, discovered by the grandchildren of Australia's most influential brewing family. 18 different Brainy men worked in dozens of breweries from 1850 to 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. We want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
We're inspired to be working hard in this technology, I know, for several years now, and for people to be here at a regatta, to look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course, and for me as a commentator to have that information is really, really important as well.
Brainy, a name to remember.
Brainy.
Something I was never called at school, though.
Brainy. Great beer, I can recommend it.
I hope to try the sponsor's product a little bit later on this afternoon. Crew number 115 going past our commentary area now from Toowong in the familiar blue and yellow colours.
This is A to C8, Peter. Men's A to C8.
Not far behind Toowong, crew number 112, which is the defending champions, Leichhardt combination with Sydney. So Toowong might have picked up a couple of seconds on them there.
Toowong looked like they put themselves in a good position there. They've obviously gone through a few.
13 crews taking part in this particular race. The male masters A to C8, so that's age group 27 to 49. Crew number 113 on your screen now is from Mosman in Sydney. And they're looking pretty good, JB.
Yeah, they are. This is very competitive. I mean, this is the younger Masters guys, obviously. So they're obviously going to be a little bit stronger and a little bit quicker than some of your older competitors. We've got eight A C, but most of them are C. There's a couple of Bs. There's no As in this category, Pete.
Yarra Mercantile is a B and Commercial is a B. Oh, that's nice and smooth.
Yeah, they're rowing very well, that Mosman crew.
Very well turned out combination, and they'll record, I'm pretty sure, a very, very good time.
Yep, Mosman Rowing Club. John Mellion's hangout, apparently.
He hung out in a few places, didn't he?
Oh, he loved Mosman Rowing Club, apparently. I know that for a fact.
Getting pretty busy under the railway bridge now.
We've got 3 crews in view now, looking up this Hawthorn Straight now, Pete. And one of them looks like Leichhardt there on the right.
Well, there's another one just swung around the corner as well. So I think
we've got 4 crews in view now. So this looks like it's a 5, in fact. This looks like a really, really hot particular section. In fact, I think it's 6. I think there's another one coming into view. So you're going to see a lot of these crews bunched up together in this category, Masters A to C coming down, and some pretty high quality rowing here too, Pete.
We say, high qualities, right? And the quantities up there as well.
Well, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews in view. Can we make it 7? Yeah, I can see a 7th crew coming through.
That would have been quite interesting round about the Wallen Road Bridge. First of the 6 to come past us is crew 120. That's the Yarra combination with Mercantile in the male masters A to C. And some pretty good rowing in this group too.
Yeah. As we said before, the younger masters rowers, and you'd expect them to just be a little bit more oomphy around through the water.
University of Queensland Composite is crew 121 going past us now in the Collegians boat. Riding 31 strokes a minute.
They're filming themselves for posterity as well.
Looking back down the river, crew number 103 coming into our...
I think they're from a previous group.
They are. That's Leichhardt in the male masters G8.
Yep.
Being passed almost. In fact, they will be passed by crew number 1.
It's getting very, very crowded down here in front of us. There's 4 crews coming down all at the same time, Pete.
Oh.
One of them looks like they've lost their electronic system and their number.
Well, Auckland had to stop rowing there in the middle.
Yeah, it's just become so chaotic that, the New Zealand crew had to stop altogether. So that's a bit unfortunate. They didn't have enough room to really finish off.
Looking back down the river, North Shore 118 coming into view and going past us, and making up the numbers 2.5 lengths further back is crew number 119, which is from Newcastle in the male masters A to C. So things are getting pretty busy, too busy in fact, as they went past. I don't think we saw any clash. Auckland did luckily stop, or were forced to stop rowing.
Yeah. It was very crowded, and one of them had to sort of give way, and that was unfortunately Auckland. I mean, these things happen in a crowded field. It's just all part of the spectacle, I suppose, and some of these things are just to be expected.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. But it all makes for a great spectacle, though, doesn't it,
We
Peter?
haven't heard any major mishaps so far.
No. Okay, now we're going to go back to Richard for the presentations.
Crew 123 going past us in front of the commentary booth. That's West End in the male masters A to C. 13 crews in that particular category. We've seen most of them. I think West End might be just about the last of them. So plenty happening here, and there's plenty happening in our presentation area, and that's of course where we find Richard.
Thank you for that, and we are ready for the next of our presentations, and I'm joined on the stage at this time by Kate Bellamy, who's the Community Engagement Advisor for the Inner East Bendigo Bank, who are long-time sponsors of the Head of the Yarra. So welcome, Kate. Thank you for the work you're about to do in handing out the medals to the next 4 winning crews. And the first event is race number 9, and that is the Male Masters 8. And the winning crew for the 7th year in a row is the Melbourne Rowing Club. Crew is Emma Plowright, Frank Van Rijn, in fact, that was Matthew Harrison. We're going backwards here. Roger Tobler, David McPherson, Angus Reynolds, Greg O'Neans, Craig Smith, Steve Reynolds, and Frank Van Rijn. Congratulations, almost in right order there, the crew from the Melbourne Rowing Club, who I'm told, by the way, winning time of 29 minutes, 50.57 seconds, which is adjusted on an age basis, is actually faster than the winning Mercantile crew from the Male Masters F8, with a few Olympians still to come. So well done to Melbourne Rowing Club. First won this race back in 2016 and have won it every year it's been contested since. Well done to Melbourne. Race number 10 was the Mixed Masters 8. Mixed Masters E8, and the winning crew, the winning time firstly, 34 minutes, 2.25 seconds. The winning crew, a composite from New South Wales, St George and Shoalhaven Rowing Clubs, and I hope I've got the order right this time. Beck Marshall. Glenn Shooter. Alan Robertson. Chris Jones. Katrina Davis. Jenny Wilson. Joanne Ward. Steve Harrison. And Andrea Coos. Congratulations to St George and Shoalhaven, winners of the Mixed Masters E Head of the Yarra 8. Our next presentation, the Female Masters E Coxed 8, and we just saw Melbourne Rowing Club winning for 7 years in a row. This is 9 years in a row to the University of Queensland composite crew there with Toowong and a lot of other clubs too. Barbarians and Jindabyne Rowing Club, not one I've announced before, I don't think, but great to see a 4-club composite crew. So well done, University of Queensland composite winners of the Female Masters E8. The crew in the order I've got here at least is Wallace Russell, Kath Rodmell, Sidoni Carpenter, Alison Kolb, Margot Drayden, Julie Bourne, Kathy Witt, Carla Forbes, and Annie McDonnell. Winning time 34 minutes, 10.40 seconds. University of Queensland composite, the winners of the Female Masters E8 for the 9th year in a row. All right, well done to the crew, University of Queensland. University of Queensland, Toowong, Barbarians and Jindabyne Rowing Club, winners there of the Female Masters 8. Our last presentation for now, Kate, and your work is almost done. The Mixed Masters F8, and the winning crew is from the Drummoyne Rowing Club. In the cox seat, Rowena Stewart. Sorry, Wendy Roncolato in the cox seat, I should say. We'll get the order right by the end of the day. Wendy Roncolato. Rowena Stewart. Alex Warner. Gabrielle Haythornthwaite. Richard Jones. Sky Smith. Andrew Patterson. Ant Matthews. And Marcella Cox, who was the stroke. Well done to the Drummoyne Rowing Club from Sydney. The winning time 35 minutes 54.88. Congratulations to Drummoyne, and thank you also to Kate Bellamy from the Bendigo Bank, the Inner East Bendigo Bank Community Engagement Advisor, for her assistance with the presentations. We will be back with our next presentations in about 50 minutes' time, but for now, John and Peter, back to you.
Good on you, Richard. Thanks, mate. And you've come back just at a good time, because we've got a couple of crews going through. Crew number 130 and crew number 132. 130 is Glebe and 132 is Powerhouse in the mixed 8.
Looks like there's almost a clash there, Pete, between the Glebe and the Powerhouse crews. It's very, very close.
You can say that again.
There's some really competitive beasts in that Powerhouse crew. I can attest to that. And that mixed crew.
You're an old Powerhouse man, aren't you?
One of my many clubs, Peter.
You've had more clubs than Jack Nicklaus, as they say.
Just a pointer about the Barbarians crew that went through before. 136 looked incredibly impressive, Peter.
They made up a heap of time.
They really took my eye, and I noticed that Rosie Popper, former Australian representative, and Jon Popper and Sue Chapman Popper's daughter, she was in that crew.
She was in the, or listed in the bow seat.
Yep.
I imagine that's where she rode. Yeah, Barbarians Composite, crew number 136. I'd be very surprised if they don't get the gong.
Yeah, they were very impressive, yeah.
It's a little bit later on. We're in the A to C Masters Mixed 8. There are 15 crews taking part. We've seen UTS go through. The other crews we've seen are Glebe, Drummoyne, Barbarians we mentioned. And coming through now is crew number 138 past our commentary area, which is Wendouree Ballarat.
And we're going to across to Julie for an interview.
Hi everyone, really excited here. I've got two of the elite rowers from the Women's Open crew, Romy Cantwell and Zara. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
So this is really one of the two big races at the end of the day, the Women's Open and the Men's Open, and these two champions are the current holders of the Head of the Yarra and the Women's Open event. What's the plan for today?
Oh, we're super keen. Plan is to go out, replicate what we've done for the past 3 years, attack it to Big Bend, and then try and hold on from there, I think. Yeah.
I think keeping the communication between the crew and keeping the chat and the vibes up, it's a pretty long race, so you've got to be in it all together.
Yeah, you got to be around each other.
Encouraging each other. Yeah.
So how does this sort of event compare with some of the elite events that we've been competing in this year?
This event's certainly unique, hey? It's the longest we've got and the most difficult course. So I think it's much more about tactics than about fitness. I mean, it's obviously about fitness as well, but this is the most fun event that we've got, and we're really looking forward to it, yeah.
Yeah, it's great fun to do these big races with everyone from your club, and you're in a big boat, so it just makes it even more fun.
So important for Melbourne Uni to win today?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And just before I let you get ready for the race, what have been your highlights this year personally?
This year, personally, my single sculling has been my highlight. Yeah, definitely getting to represent Australia at Under-23 World Champs alongside Zara and at seniors. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Yeah, competing at the Under-23 World Champs was a pretty cool experience. So, yeah, excited to build off that for next season. Yeah.
Right, so we're wishing Melbourne Uni to bring it home again in 2025. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Good on you, Julie. Thank you very much. And that, of course, is going to be one of the highlights we'll be seeing a little bit later on during the afternoon with the Men's and Women's Open. And this year they will get rowed, JB.
Yes.
Crew number 131 and 137 going past our broadcast area. 137 is Essendon, 131 is Wentworth.
This is really close, like head racing, Pete. Look at the two crews together. Looks fantastic. Adelaide... UTS, was it? Sorry.
No blade clashing there. They'll be quite safe. As to who got through first, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, great close race. Now, I've just got a quick announcement to make. We've found a credit card. It belongs to a Diane Pearce, and Diane can pick up her credit card at the help desk at the boat shed, at the Hawthorn boat shed. All right, so lost credit card found, Diane Pearce.
Crew 139 going past the commentary area. That's the crew in the A to C Masters Mixed 8. That's Tamar combination with North Esk from Tasmania, obviously. And 4 lengths further back down the field, coming into view now, crew number 126, which is Toowong combination with University of Queensland.
Yeah, the mixed races used to be a bit of a splash and giggle, but not anymore. They're dead serious now.
Serious now.
They're very serious.
We did see earlier the crew 136, the Barbarians composite, and that looked particularly good. I'd be surprised if they didn't get the gong from the 14 other crews in this particular category, which is ages 27 to 42 in the A to C Masters Mixed 8. That's race number 16. The next race has 7 entries. It's race number 17, the Female Masters A to C 8. There's crew number 135 comes into view now, Balmain.
Balmain, yes, good representation from Balmain here today. This is their A to C mixed combination. Just going past the finish line now under the bridge, Balmain. So we've seen some terrific mixed eights, some very high quality rowing in the A to C mixed eights, Peter.
You're quite right when you say that it's no longer a bit of a hit and giggle, because they do take it seriously, don't they?
Well, they train and they get their combinations going early, and they obviously look like they spent a lot of time together. Here comes another one. Pete. This is Centenary from Queensland.
From Brisbane, yeah.
Yep. Crew 129 in the Tony Pappenjack.
I'm glad you had a go at it.
Oh, well, I try sometimes.
You're very trying. Temperature sneaking into the high teens now, so hardly a heat wave, but I think most on the river would be very pleased that it's nothing like we had last year, which guarantees us, unless there's an earthquake or something, we'll be seeing the 2 main events of the day, the Open Men's Women and the Open Men's and the Open Women, to round out the afternoon on the 64th head of the Yarra.
Yeah, we don't get many earthquakes around these parts, Pete, so I think we're pretty safe.
I think we're right today.
Yeah. Now, we've had a request for oars. This is one of these perennial problems, unfortunately. Crews, I don't know, they just get their boat off the water, exhausted, lie down, want a bit of a break. I understand it, but we need to get those oars out of the way. So can you please come and get your oars? There's a picture of them now on the monitor. Can you come and get your oars as soon as you've finished stashing your boat? Because we need to make room. There's just not enough room for all your oars together.
I do stress it is a big park, and it does take a while to get your boat, if you're racked right down the far end, to get back and pick up the blades.
Now, I'm just going to do another quick postcard, Pete. It's a shout out. We've mentioned New Zealand. It's a shout out to some of our New Zealand friends from North Shore Rowing Club. And they're from Lake, I'm going to try and pronounce this one, Pukuki.
Don't look at me.
Pupuki, a volcanic crater in North Shore of Auckland, New Zealand. The club itself is one of the oldest in New Zealand. Goes back to 1874. That's 3 years before Hawthorn. And famous for its pioneering role in women's rowing. It was the first club in the country to invite female members all the way back in 1958, well before some of the clubs here in Melbourne. Today, that legacy comes to life in this 8. This is the first international regatta for just about all of them, and the excitement is unmistakable. Sitting in the stroke seat, they've got Denise Duffy, they've got some names like Kirsten Mandel, Melissa Cameron, Simone Archer, Kerry Duffy, Morven Booth, former firefighter Lisa McCullum, in the bow Jane Plowman, and here's the extraordinary part, almost every one of these women learned to row after the age of 50, Peter.
134 is another number. This is Footscray City on the Maribyrnong there. In the A to C Masters Mixed 8. Tricky little course they've got there at the back of Flemington Racecourse. Got a nice stretch of river on the Maribyrnong.
Well, them and Essendon are really the only rowing clubs in western Melbourne.
That's true.
That I can think of off the top of my head. All the others are out either in the city or out east. Well, most of them are in the city, of course. Most of them in the city in that little precinct opposite the CBD on the Yarra.
Precinct, that's a good word.
Yeah, precinct, yeah. In the Melbourne Central Business District area.
Did you know that the road that goes behind the sheds originally went straight through?
Yes, I can remember actually driving through it at one stage, many, many years ago.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, incredible. I saw you in
Crew 140 coming into view now in the Hawthorn Straight with about 500 metres to complete their commitments. It's in the female masters A to C8, which is race 17. It's a composite crew between the University of Queensland and Murwillumbah in northern New South Wales. Nice spot to row.
Beautiful spot, Murwillumbah. Northern Rivers Country, they call it. Big River. Big River Country.
Nice. It's a nice rowing course.
Well, if they call it Big River, you'd assume there'd be a lot of water to row on.
There's always plenty of water there. Too much sometimes.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? When they get those big rainfall events. Look how well this crew's rowing here now, Peter. This crew coming down, number 140. This is the one you mentioned before, University of Queensland, Murwillumbah. This is a fantastic display of female A to C masters rowing. This is a C crew. Very strong crew from University of Queensland and Murwillumbah.
They were first away, and judging by the way they'll be rowing, they might be first at the finish too. Next to be flagged away in the city was Mosman Composite, followed by Riverside. Y rowing. Horsham City Composite with Nestle. I don't know why they still call it Nestles. What are they?
That's a good question. I don't know. I always called it Nestles.
Yeah, that's what it was called originally. And then
they changed the name to Nestle.
Nestle, yeah.
Sounds like Hyacinth's Bouquet's been involved there somewhere. Frenchified the name.
141 is the next crew. That's the Mosman Composite I was speaking about.
Yeah, we can see the Mosman colours clearly on the girl in the bow seat. And we've got some...
haven't had any Torrens crews today, have we, to mix up with Mosman?
So we've got a Mosman, Richmond, Canberra, real mix. Richmond here in Melbourne. And Canberra, of course, in Canberra.
Nice and neat, JB,
yeah,
aren't
good,
they?
Yeah, very, very nice, long rowing, very good display of rowing. Some of these A to C younger women are just putting on a bit of a clinic here that it looks great. And that's a very nice crew that goes down to the finish line there at the Mosman Composite, crew number 141.
So we've seen 140 at 141, 142 Riverside from, pardon me, from South Australia should be next, but just haven't seen them as yet.
One of our best attendees at the head of the Yarra Peak, Riverside. Fantastic supporters of our event.
Every year.
Just amazing.
We mentioned earlier that it is a Cox's course. Let's see who's leading our Cox of the course. At the moment, it's Angus Blackwood from Wallace Russell. John Henry was a previous leader. Jerome Pham Van Can is one that's come into calculations. Steve Hill, Anna O'Hanlon, the bow numbers are those numbers you see on the left from the crews that they've been steering. So who's going to be Cox of the course?
That's a very interesting... there's been a few position changes since the last one we looked at, Pete. Obviously, there's been new names added from crews that haven't competed before. So, yeah, it's fascinating to get that information through the technology that we've got available to see how the coxswains are actually performing.
You wouldn't want to come into this course cold, would you? Not having been over it before, trying to steer a proper course.
And also, you wouldn't want to be named as the worst coxswain in the race either, would you? You want to make sure your name's not
I've never coxed
not
the
made
head
available.
Never coxed the head of the Yarra. I don't think I'd want to either.
No, that's a job and a half, especially going around that big bend.
Oh, the big bend.
Yeah. And especially if you've got about 5 crews on your hammer at the same time. So we've got another crew coming into view, turning into the Hawthorn Straight, and it's predominantly white colours, but it looks like it could be one of those Sydney crews, but I'm not sure. Let's get a number in a minute. Looks like 145 from here, so I'll just check that, see if that's right.
Could be Melbourne Uni.
It's 145, and that's, you're right, Peter, it's Melbourne University. So this is the Melbourne University A to C women. This is a C crew.
And they were second last to go off in this particular boat category.
Yeah.
300 metres to go for the MUBC combination on the screen.
So the coxswain is trying to get the absolute maximum for the last little piece of this long course, this long head race, over 8 kilometres.
Rating 29 as they come to the line.
So they look like they're going to earn their brainy beer at the end of the race, Peter.
I'm looking forward to mine too, actually.
Yes,
you've whetted my appetite.
The sponsor's beer, I can highly recommend it. We put it through the official taste test last night. We had 4 scrutineers on the job.
Well, the Beagles were always to the forefront in that regard.
Yes, we had to make sure we got it right, so we had to double check everything.
142 is Riverside from South Australia.
Riverside, we mentioned them before, and how how delighted we are with how they support our event here.
We've seen 2 or 3 Riverside crews.
We have,
haven't we?
Yep. Now I swear, Peter, next time I go, we've got the Balmain people coming in here at the landing.
The staging, yeah.
I swear, next time I go to the Nationals, I'm going to go see if I can swap my Zooty and get one of those Balmain Zooties. The bumblebees, I love them.
I was watching some World Cup rowing earlier in the year, and we were talking about Zooties, and my favourite one has got to be Romania.
Colourful?
Yeah, colourful, isn't it?
Yeah. We saw some fantastic rowing kit in Banyols, and we were there at the World Masters in September, and I managed to snaffle myself a Rocky Mountain Zooty.
Rocky Mountain
from Colorado, which I wear out on training rows.
When I was in Moscow, I wanted to get hold of a Soviet rowing singlet. They didn't have Zooties in those days, so I got this assistant. She spoke 7 languages, so English was one of them. Luckily, I said, "Can you get me a Soviet rowing singlet?" She said, "I'll try." So anyway, the next day she comes back with one. I thought, "Oh, how good is this?"
Yeah.
So I took it home, put it in the wash, and it disintegrated.
Oh, jeez.
I never had a chance to wear it.
Jeez. Obviously not designed for Western washing machines. I
was devastated.
I know that as a spectator down at Barrington at the 1990 World Championships, at the 1990 Barrington Championships. East German tops were all the rage. Everybody wanted one because it was going to be the last time the East Germans were competing. So everybody wanted to swap. All the rowers wanted to swap with the East Germans. They were inundated.
Why Rowing are on screen. They're in the Hawthorn Strait. And they've got about 400 metres to complete their 8K of the head of the Yarra course, competing in the female Masters A to C8.
Now, Why Rowing are one of the original female clubs, Peter, from Albert Park.
G'day, Drew. G'day, James. How are you, mate? Got some visitors in the booth. Larrikins all. Did you enjoy your toilet stop? At the start? Looking good, guys. Great to see you. You never know who's going to walk into this booth, JB. I just hope the next person does. I don't know, or money.
Some famous, some infamous.
Crew 143 is going past our commentary booth now. That's Why Rowing, and they're on Albert Park Lake, aren't they?
They are, and as I was saying before, one of the original all-women clubs, exclusively women, and they go back to the, I think pre-war, I'm guessing.
Which war?
Well, that's it. There have been so many. It's 1:44 now, Pete. We're coming into view, so we're into the female. This is the A to C's. And it's Nestle's Horsham. So Nestle's down at Warrnambool and Horsham Rowing Club on the Wimmera River.
Horsham City's third ever row on the head of the Yarra.
Yes, that was in one of their postcards. Fantastic to see some of the crews here from Western Victoria.
Well, I might be biased, but I always thought one of the best regattas to go to was at Dimboola.
Oh, Dimboola. Fantastic regatta.
I love going down there.
Unfortunately for us here at Hawthorn, it's too close to the head of the Yarra and the Melbourne head, and it just seems to be at the wrong time of the year. But then again, you know, I don't know. I think next year I'd love to go back to Dimboola, and it's just such a fantastic regatta.
It's unique, the way that you row up to the start and they send them down in blocks.
In blocks, yeah. Because you can only get a couple at a time onto the water because it's such a narrow river. And, of course, because it's drought-prone, quite often they have to cancel a whole lot.
The last time I was down there, I was coaching the girls 4, a member of whom was here talking to us earlier. And I think... that's right, I was sitting down having lunch and I'm having a burger and a beer because my rowing commitments had been completed for the day. And they said, "Oh, you're rowing in the 8, did you not know?" We got through. I put myself in the bow seat. I thought that was the best place to be.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well,
and we won.
I was thinking the stroke seat might... Oh, no, the stroke seat. You don't want to be... No, it's all right. I won't go into the details. So we've got 2 more crews coming into view now, Pete. 147 and I think it's...
Commercial.
146. And 147 obviously have made up a bit of ground because they're in front of 146.
Commercial, the defending champions in the male Masters D8, in which we have 13 entries. D8 is for 50 to 54 age group.
Yep. So D is the category that they select the state representatives for Masters state competitions. This is a very, very good-looking crew from Commercial, this D Commercial 8.
Yeah, they're motoring.
147, very, very competent-looking crew in the D class Commercial.
Rating 35.
Rating 35. So they've cranked it right up, and they really look the goods. The Commercial crew, D crew.
Well, I've got to say, you don't see too many ordinary crews coming out of Commercial. Very solid club in Brisbane.
Yeah, that looks like I don't know. It might be too early to call, but it looks like they're going to be close to taking out that particular category. So 146 is the next crew coming through.
Abbotsford.
Now,
from New
Abbotsford.
South
Now,
Wales.
this is a club there up there in Sydney that I haven't seen a lot of, but they might be an existing club that have got a long history. But I'd have to go and check.
I'd say, well, we've had a couple of crews from them.
Well,
haven't
we have, yeah. But we've had a couple of them rowing in composite with another club up there. Might be St George. I'm trying to think, but they have been in composite. But they've been able to boat a Masters D8,
which is good in itself.
Yeah. No, sorry, that's the previous category. That's the female. Yeah, the female Masters A to C8. That one at Abbotsford.
Well, getting any 8 together is always problematical.
Yeah.
Getting 8 people that can actually row at the same time is hard enough.
Yeah, and getting them to train regularly. You know, there's always got people who've got commitments, and it's difficult.
148 is University of Queensland composite with Toowong.
It's another very accomplished-looking crew. This is the male Masters D8.
Just one Toowong representative in it. The rest is UQ.
148. So that's a strong-looking crew too, Peter. That one there.
Oh, as you said, it's the category from which they select the interstate representatives in the Masters.
Yep.
And there's some pretty good blade work there.
Yep, very strong-looking crew. Just another call out to people about their oars. We're getting another build-up of oars down here. Please, once you've put your boat on the racks, can you make it a priority to turn around, come straight back down and get your oars, because we're getting another big build-up. So come down and get your oars as soon as you possibly can, please. Thank you.
Actually, that commercial crew, 147, they recently rode in the head of the Charles.
Oh, right.
So they've been doing some travelling.
Yep, yeah, wow. Clocking up some air miles.
152 is Melbourne University and Pirates, competing in the Male Masters D, one of 13 crews in this category.
Pirates, not to be confused with Vikings, Peter.
No, Pirates and Vikings. Be a good combination.
Well, that'd be a good combination, yeah. So the Pirates are in the dark colours, and the Melbourne Uni are in the white. But I'm assuming they row out of the one shed, because
I've got to
just
do it.
Guessing.
Oh, aye.
Just by the sound of this boat going past, you can tell that there are 8 people that know how to row.
There's a nice run on the boat. Great blade work. Good clearance.
I'm right. You want something to eat, Pete?
And so looking down the river, we're going to be kept busy in the next little while. So are the guys and girls on the staging. Mercantile 2 going past us, hence the noise. Looking back further down the straight towards, or in fact past the railway bridge at Hawthorn.
Crew 156 Merc, so they've obviously got their cheer squad here.
Looks. Old Scotch Collegians just going past crew number 154. No bow number on this Corio Bay crew. It should be 157, but it's somehow gone missing. Might have been an accident somewhere along the line.
Bay, where they've lost their number, Pete.
Closely followed by 150 Commercial 2, followed by 158, which is Lindisfarne Composite from Tasmania.
Yep.
And 4 lengths behind those group of boats, we've got crew number 159, which is from Yarra Yarra.
Yep.
And 153 alongside of them, which is Mercantile number 3, about half a length behind.
Nick Inglis in the stroke seat, and there's David Jacker and Peter Millington. That's a pretty good Yarra crew. It looks like they've made up a bit of ground too, Pete.
Well, they were the last off in that category, weren't they?
Yep.
Mile Masters D, 13 crews entered.
There's quite a few state representatives in that boat.
Categories coming up, we're going to be seeing the Mixed Masters D8. There's no Para 8 this year.
Right.
That would have been race 20, and that'll be followed by the Female Masters D8, which we have 9 entries in. UTS, Sydney, Leichhardt, Dragons 1, North Shore Composite, Black Mountain, Toowong, Melbourne, and Footscray Essendon Composite.
So 149 going past us now. That's Leichhardt from up on the harbour there in Sydney. And they've got a big contingent, haven't they? Year on year, they bring down these big contingents. They must book out whole hotels at a time.
Well, they're not staying where I am. It's pretty quiet.
Oh, I don't know. Are they a rowdy bunch, the Leichhardt people, or something? Are they?
Well, they're from Sydney.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at our cocks at the course. Angus Blackwood still leading. Wallace Russell still second. Michael Toon, now there's a name. I've actually rode in the boat, I think, with Michael Toon in a training run years ago. In third place, one of Australia's great coxswains. John Henry still in fourth. And going down the list. So Angus Blackwood, our cocks of the course at the moment. And we're up to boats in the 150, so we've got about 100 crews still to come through, so anything could happen. And one of those is on screen now, just swinging past the Hawthorn rail bridge. And in fact, a couple of crews coming into view. When they get around that, that corner, they've got about 500 metres to the finish line. We're watching crews in the Male Masters D8 category, 13 entries. 151 is Bendigo Fremantle ahead of that pairing.
What a combination.
Bendigo Fremantle.
Bendigo Fremantle. Central Victoria and way over in the western WA.
Bendigo's Lake Waroona, isn't it?
Lake Waroona, yeah.
Yes, I rode there one day. It was as rough as sandpaper undies.
They had their regatta recently in October.
Did they?
Yes, yeah. Good little regatta, 400-metre sprint course.
Oh, it was a nice regatta. It was just that the day I rode there was blowing a gale.
Oh, no, we've always had good weather. We've been lucky.
155 coming past our commentary area is Vikings 4.
Vikings. Now we've had a bet resolved here. Vikings apparently don't have their own shed. They row out of Rowing Queensland shed, and they're Church of England Grammar Old Boys.
Oh, okay.
So that solves that mystery. There's no women involved. It's just blokes only.
Sounds boring. Well, your pet hobby horse today has been the oars. There's a few building up there again, JB.
Yep, they're constantly coming down to. They send down different officials all the time, so I don't get cranky with them. But that we're constantly getting advised that we need to get these oars out of the way. Now, seriously, if you have put your boat on the rack, can you please come down straight away, get the oars, because it's building up and. there's not a lot of room down there. So come down and get your oar after you've got your boat off the water. That'd be great if you could help us out in that way.
We saw your mate Bruce Winnan interviewed earlier at the start. Does he do the whole shebang,
Yes,
JB, straight through?
Yeah, I think so. It's a long day for him. So I'll be looking forward to catching up with him and having a beer at the end of the day here. I just want to do a quick postcard, Pete. Horsham City Rowing Club.
Doesn't shout.
He wouldn't shout if a shark bit him. Horsham Rowing Club, Nestles Rowing Club, composite crew. What's the main waterway? Well, Horsham row on the Wimmera River in Western Victoria. We mentioned that it's drought prone occasionally. Warrnambool, Nestles, they row on Merry River. Now, they don't row on the Hopkins River, which is interesting. Oh, I thought they might have rowed on the Hopkins River. It's on page 45. Now, this is Horsham's third ever row in the head of the Yarra. This year they've combined with another Western District club. Each have been training separately and will come together on the day. The crew contact is Ray White. I reckon you might be able to buy a house off him as well if you give him a bell. Any notable details of the crew members? This year we have one of our junior boys coxing. He started coxing and rowing only last year and is rated one of the top 10 coxswains by Rowing Victoria in the year 24-25. Any notable personal, professional, community or sporting details of your crew? Our ladies are all working mums and juggling careers, mums' duties, then rowing. So Head of the Yarra is not win at all costs race, but a weekend event where we try to put in a good time but also have enjoyable row, knowing we have done our best. And then a social time afterwards. Anything else interesting you'd like to share? It's always difficult for remote clubs to do the Melbourne-based regattas with time and accommodation costs on top of the rowing costs. So Head of the Yarra is a big event for us. Our goal is to row well and enjoy. And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
It is indeed. And speaking of rowing well, we're looking at a crew from Toowong now on screen. Crew number 162. They're taking part in the Mixed Masters D8. There's another Toowong crew actually would have started just ahead of them. So this crew's made up a bit of time over the other entry. Or entries, one of the other entries, I'll get it right. Bairnsdale Powerhouse, ADF Rowing, that's Australian Defence Force, and a composite of Glebe and Sydney University. But Toowong is the crew on screen. One of the biggest clubs in Australia.
Mixed Masters D8, another pretty skilled-looking crew.
Oh, you never see a bad crew out of Toowong, JB, do you?
They're obviously, there's some... they've got a big club and they've got some very competitive crews coming out of there, and just about enough rowers come down here they could hire their own plane, couldn't they, Pete? And fill it?
747.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say not an A380, but a 747. 160. Bairnsdale Powerhouse. And great to see representation from Bairnsdale.
It is interesting how some of these crews actually get put together. So Bairnsdale out there in eastern Victoria, and two of their representatives in the boat, and the rest Powerhouse in the mixed D8. Bairnsdale Powerhouse, closely followed by our crew 164 in the same category, the mixed D8.
Glebe University.
Yep, Glebe,
Sydney University.
Yeah, Glebe and Sydney Uni.
Now with the Para 8 not rowing, or no entry, our next category is going to be the Female Masters D8. There are 9 crews. And just refreshing your memory, D is age group 50 to 54 years of age.
Yep.
So we're getting nearer the big guns. Now here's crew 161, the other Toowong crew I was talking about. They started before 162, but have obviously been passed.
Yeah, all right.
That Glebe Sydney University crew went past. I was just looking at some of the info we have on it, and their nicknames. We've got Peter Pan, who's the Cox, Marky Mark, Rooster, Terminator, the Turk, Calamity, Red Sparrow, Loner, and Paris. I wonder who thought all them up.
So 163 coming down now, and 163 we're still in the mixed D category. ADF rowing. Now they're interesting crew in that the ADF guys find it almost impossible to get together and train because of where they're located all over Australia.
Well, that's not surprising, is it really?
Yeah. Well, you got military bases just about everywhere. And a lot of these guys are training either small boats, ergos, whatever they can do, apparently. But they look like they're rowing pretty well as a crew, so they've obviously got it together on the day, and they look pretty efficient.
This is the 64th running of the head of the Yarra, and as I said earlier, it wouldn't take place without a power of human effort in our volunteers and, of course, our sponsors.
Beer is going back to basics, literally. You're looking at a Brainy Brothers sparkling bitter. It is a brew 100 years in the making. The recipe, long thought lost, discovered by the grandchildren of Australia's most influential brewing family. 18 different Brainy men worked in dozens of breweries from 1850 to 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. We want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
You're inspired to be working hard in this technology, I know, for several years now, and for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course, and for me as a commentator to have that information is really, really important as well.
wasn't coming off on you today. Well, mine already came out, so it's all right. Thank you very much.
I just stayed up. I thought it's flowing. I'm not going down.
I can feel that power in the bow. Yeah.
All right, let's get rid of the boat for them. Where are we taking? We're being told. All right, hands on. We just got to get it up the hill now.
Everybody hands on now.
No, we have to get it up the hill. Girls, I want a girl. I need a girl.
If you're opposite a bow side rigger, you're going under.
Bow side under, okay.
Bow side under.
Female C, Queensland Uni. We need you to go to the presentation area for the presentation of your prize.
As you can see, still plenty of activity on the landing just below our commentary area. By gee, it's made a difference, JB, hasn't it, the new staging?
Oh yeah, it's been life-altering, having a very, very high-functioning, fantastic, world-class staging out the front of our shed. It's been brilliant. I mean, Xavier appreciated it as well, because obviously they use Genizano as well. Use it.
Remember the old staging at low tide, you putting a single in, and sometimes the water level was a foot or more below the bottom of the old decking.
Oh, sometimes it was impossible to go out and have a row.
Yeah.
Because the water was so low, and because that staging was fixed, whereas this one floats. Yeah, this one floats.
Has it been put to a test with a bit of flooding to date?
Well, there's been some high water levels where it rises on those poles, so the whole thing just goes up, you know. And occasionally we've come down and the water's been in front of this banking section here, this sloping section, which means that you can't actually get your boat out because you've got water between you and the landing. So that has happened a couple of times.
It's certainly well worth the money.
Oh no, it's just been an incredible investment. I mean, it's paying for itself. So I'm getting regular visits from the volunteers to remind people that once you put your boat away, can you please come down and collect your oars? Don't just leave them down here till the end of the day, because if they build up, it means that no one else has got any room to put their oars. So please come down and get your oars after you put your boat away.
I will take you up with the boat. We've got cold water up there for you, and we'll get the oars up there.
The head of the Yarra started in 1957, as I think probably most of you would know, with 14 entries and 11 starters. And I remember having a conversation with the great Stan Jeffrey over the bar one Sunday morning, and he said he was quite happy with the way the event started, with the 11 entries, 11 starters. And he said, mark my words, Peter, he said, this is going to be more than a regatta one day. He was right. It certainly turned out that way.
He was absolutely dead right, and it's just grown and grown and grown. And I mean, it's a mammoth enterprise now. You know, as people have been saying, the people that speak to Richard, how much preparation, as one of the speakers mentioned to Richard, that planning for next year starts tomorrow.
Everybody wants to row in it.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some entries from Europe and America, I guess it's a bridge too far for a lot of them to come out this way just for one race. But
Yeah. Well, we've had Japan, haven't we?
We have had Japan. I think we've had a crew from. We've had a crew from the United States, Detroit, and I'm pretty sure we had a crew from England at one stage too, but I can't remember who it was. It might have been one of the clubs in London, but I don't recall. But I'm pretty sure we have had the odd visitor from Europe and the United States. But it'd be great to get more. You'd think maybe if you could just put it out as a bucket list thing, just come once, and you'd get some of the crews coming here, making an effort to do the big air trip out here.
Well, the guy I used to row with, Ian Luxford, at Sunshine Coast, he went over and competed in the head of the Charles, and he did very well. And he said that the head of the Yarra stacks up very nicely against the head of the Charles.
Yeah.
Which is one of the top head races in the world, along with the Tideway head in London.
Yeah, well, I've rowed a couple of head races on the River Cam and on the Thames in England, and as far as I'm concerned, of the ones that I've done, nothing compares to the head of the Yarra. The head of the Yarra's miles ahead.
So you rode on the Thames, you said?
Yeah.
What was it like water-wise? Was it choppy?
Well, we had to. I was rowing at Thames Tradesman at the time, and to put the boat on the water, you had to walk out in gumboots because there was no landing; it was just mud. Okay, so we're going up to Richard for another lot of presentations.
Well, welcome back to the presentations. Well, we've got a bit of a brief pause in racing, and I'm joined for the next few events by Roger Gillespie OAM from Baker's Delight in Hawthorn, a great supporter of the head of the Yarra. And we're going to go straight to the presentation for the first of our races for now, which is race 13, the Male Masters F Coxed 8. A very, very good crew here from the Mercantile and Banks Rowing Clubs combined has taken out the event by 1 minute and 39 seconds. So in crew order, we will call up, please, Chris Shinners. He's not here. Chris Shinners is here. Richard Wraith. Tony Inglis. Tony Johnson. Sean Colgan. James Tompkins. Drew Ginn. David Crawshay. And coxed by Bill Webster. So well done to Mercantile and Banks. A few Olympic medals between the crew, but nothing like ahead of the Yarra title. Winning time 30:42.85 for the Male Masters F crew from Mercantile and Banks. Our next presentation is for the Male Masters G8, and the winning crew is again a composite mainly from the Powerhouse Rowing Club in conjunction with Albert Park Rowing Club. And Yarra Yarra too, it looks like. So Cox, all counts. So from the bow seat, Chris Schlicht, Peter Landy, David Jolly. Nick Freezer. Brendan Beattie. Ross Mercell. Roland Baltudis. Nigel Finney. And the coxswain, Abby Schlicht. Well done to the winning crew here, the Mailmasters G, 8:35 minutes, 29:36, their winning time. And congratulations there, Powerhouse, Albert Park and Yarra Yarra. Next up is the Mailmasters A to C 8, which has been won by a club that I think may have more crews here today than any other club, all the way from Brisbane. It is the winning crew from Toowong Rowing Club in the Mailmasters A to C 8. In order, hopefully, Cam Stewart. Jackson Price. Scott Warren. Tim McMenamin. Andrew McIntosh. James Manning. Ben Hannigan. Matt Colquhoun. And Michael Toon. Congratulations to Toowong. 28:57.65 is their winning time. And a cool also, I think they're on their way up for the Barbarians Club in time for the next presentation, but well done to Toowong. Good stuff. Another medal. And our final presentation, maybe for now, I think, anyway, at least as far as Roger Gillespie from Baker's Delight is concerned, is to the winner of the Mixed Masters A to C8, and that crew is the Barbarians Composite crew from the bow seat, possibly, Rosie Popper. Beth Ross. David Waitman. Meg Drayden. Jackson Kench. Matt McDonald. Lucy Spores. Phoebe Spores. And Caitlin Shields. Well done to 5 knights of the Barbarians crew, winners of the Mixed Masters A to C8. Congratulations to that crew. Another very experienced combination there. Great to see the Barbarians taking a medal in the Mixed Masters A to C8. Thank you to Roger Gillespie for your help in presentations from Baker's Delight Hawthorn. And I think we're about to move to another presentation very, very shortly.
Organising people in a park is not very Not very easy. Beautiful conditions, absolutely perfect
stunning,
today.
stunning, yep.
Temperature in the high teens, not too much wind. Gee, the wind over the last 3 days in Melbourne, though, has been pretty fierce, I've got to say. It's all right in the sun, but when you get in the shade and the wind's blowing, it was quite cool. Bit of a shock when you come from Queensland.
Yeah, we have had a bit of. It's been a breezy, cool November down here in Melbourne. We've had a lot of rain early on. The rain's abated for a while, but it's been good in terms of, you know, like last year was so hot and dry, and getting a bit of rain is actually quite a relief.
Well, you're involved in, shall I say, the agricultural industry. How's the rain up your way?
Well, yeah, we've got a couple of cattle, but we did have cattle, but we had to get rid of them because it was just too much. It's just too much work. Looking after the cattle, feeding them twice a day, getting hay in, and we had to get rid of them. But unfortunately, now we're up to their necks in grass. So it's either feast or famine.
Can't win.
You can't win. You cannot win. I'm just going to do, there's a quick call out for more oars. Can you please come down and collect your oars? A whole stack of oars here. They're just sitting here looking like orphans. So come down and get your oars, please. If you've put your boat away, there's nothing happening at the moment. So obviously there's some boats sitting there and oarsmen sitting somewhere else, and your oars are down here, and we'd like to get rid of them. So that'd be great. Thanks if you could do that. I'm just going to do a quick one of the profiles from the elite oarsmen that will be competing later on this afternoon or later on today. Jack Robertson, he's an Olympian. He's a dual Northern and Southern Hemisphere talent whose rowing journey has taken him from Melbourne Grammar School to Berkeley, Oxford and ultimately the Olympic stage. Jack began rowing at age 14 and quickly found success, claiming his first national title in the under-17 8 in 2014. In 2016, as captain of boats, he led Melbourne Grammar to victory in the APS Head of the River. That's conducted here at Ngambie. He soon joined Mercantile Rowing Club and was part of several national and state title winning crews representing Victoria in the Youth 8 and later the King's Cup, which he won in 2021. He continued his studies and rowing career at the University of California, Berkeley, where he was a standout athlete and scholar. His accolades included multiple podium finishes in the IRA and Pac-12 championships, the IRCA All-American First Team Honours, and Pac-12 All-Academic Recognition. In 2019, he made his international debut in the Under-23 Men's 8 at the World Championships in Sarasota. He returned to the UK in 2022 for a postgraduate studies at Oxford University, where he rowed to victory in the boat race, contributing to a proud university tradition while completing a master's degree in sociology. Back a lot on his plate, isn't it, Pete? Back in Australia, Jack joined the Reinhold Barchi National Training Centre and became an integral member of the Australian Men's 8 in 2023. And I'll just quickly add in there that Reinhold Barchi was a very famous director of national rowing here,
almost
a coach.
Controversial in
well,
some
yes,
respects.
some claim that he was controversial, and he was Romanian, I believe, or he was somewhere out from. Okay, and Reinhold Barchi, ex-Australian Director of Rowing. He's got a national training centre named after him, and Jack joined that in 2023 to become a member of the Men's 8, which went to the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, we didn't cover ourselves in glory at Paris, did we? Only one bronze medal. Anyway, things are only going to get better, I think, JB.
Yep, I think Rowing Australia can only go up from Paris, which was disappointing.
Yeah, it was disappointing.
All concerned and for a lot of other people.
All right, speaking of other people, let's go up to Richard again. He's got some more presentations for us. Richard.
Thank you, Peter. Continuing now with the presentations for race 17, we're up to a change in presenter now as we welcome in Alistair Isherwood from Perfect Balance Rowing, the managing director of Australia's leading supplier of rowing boats and equipment. So welcome Al, who's got the honours for the next few events. And we'll go firstly to the female masters A to C Coxed 8. And the winning crew is a composite from the University of Queensland and Murwillumbah rowing clubs. And the crew in almost the correct seating order is Rachel Thompson, Jen Conn, Tara Townsend, Nikki Hughes, Rhea Thompson's already left the premises but was in the 5 seat. Also Penny Hamilton, Marguerite King, Rhea's off to race again, in fact, as you do. Sarah Hale and the coxswain Mark Douay. So well done to University of Queensland and Murwillumbah, the fusion crew from either side of the Tweed River. Winners of the female masters A to C8, 31.45 is their winning time.
Thank you, Richard. Nice to meet you. Thanks very much, Richard. Yeah, thank you. And we were in an All Hallows boat.
Our next presentation, race 18, the male masters D8, and I understand there's a dispute of which Queensland club has the most crews here, and now they're standing side by side. I'll let Toowong and Commercial fight that one out, but the winner of this particular race is the crew from Commercial Rowing Club. Michael Malakalis, Simon Gardner, Marcus Neal, Glenn Wright, Steve Kovac, Greg Brown, Jamie Russell, Ben Finnemore, the crew was coxed by Eddie Luck. And may just be their 3rd win in a row too to the crew from Commercial. Back to back to back in the male masters D8, and more medals heading back to Queensland.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Don't forget to keep saying the Queensland crew.
So well done to Commercial. And in fact, it is going to be 3 in a row to the Queensland crews here, because the next presentation in the yellow and blue colours to my right is going to go once again to the Toowong Rowing Club in the Mixed Masters D8s. Well done, Toowong. The crew, which beginning with Heather Anderson, Danny Anderson, Chris Nielsen, Doug Ray, Adam Findlay, Mitch Carr, Michelle Loveday, Jess Carvoso, and Belle Johnson. Congratulations to the crew from Toowong, winners of the Mixed Masters D8. And a winning time of 35 minutes, 8.73 seconds for Toowong over the 8 kilometre course here at the head of the Yarra for 2025. So well done to Toowong. And yes, more medals heading up to Queensland. That does end our presentations for now. Thank you to Al Isherwood from Perfect Balance Rowing for his assistance. And we'll send you back to Peter Landy and John Stewart.
Good on you. Thanks, Richard. Plenty of activity up there. Things are a little bit quiet on the staging at the moment because there's a break in the flagging off of the crews from the city. The next event we're going to be watching come through here at Hawthorn is the Female Masters D8. They were scheduled to leave the starting position at the Henley Judges box at 10 minutes past 12 Eastern Summertime. The Female Masters D has 9 crews participating. UTS, the defending champions. Sydney, Leichhardt, Dragons 1, North Shore Composite, Black Mountain, Toowong, Melbourne, and the composite crew between Footscray City and Essendon. That in turn to be followed by the male composite 8, where we have 3 crews, Balmain North Shore Composite, Old Collegians and University of Queensland Composite, and Lake Eildon Composite. That's a new crew. I think Lake Eildon's only been going a couple of years. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that crew when we get to that particular event. The female composite 8 is the next race after that, followed by the female C grade 8, the male C grade 8, the female under 21 8, the female B grade 8, male under 21 8, male B grade 8, and then we get to the final 2 events of the afternoon, races 30 and 31, the female open 8, which is time to start at 1:35 Eastern Summertime in the Henley staging area. Our 9 crews in the female open 8 will be Melbourne University, Sydney, Mercantile 1, Melbourne University 1, UTS from New South Wales, Canned, composite with University of Queensland, TUBC, Auckland and Melbourne University 2. They are the 9 crews for the female Open 8, the penultimate event on today's program here at the head of the Yarra. And the Open 8, the big one, the one we've all been waiting for, and it will get rowed this afternoon. No problems with the weather today. We've got 13 entries. Sydney will be first away, followed by MUBC 1, Mercantile 1, UTS, Canned composite with Adelaide, Mercantile 2, Sydney, Mercantile 3, Sydney University Composite, University of Queensland Composite with Somerville, TUBC, Auckland and University of Queensland. So they are the final 2 events on today's program. 13 crews contesting the male Open 8 and 9 crews contesting the female Open 8. So there's going to be some great rowing, absolutely ideal conditions here at Hawthorn, and the same does apply in, of course, at the city. Just a slight outgoing tide. We won't be seeing any records today, unfortunately, but absolutely ideal conditions.
Okay, so we've had UTS. We've just completed 165, gone through, turning the boat around. And we're now in the Female Masters D8 section. Female Masters D8. So your place is a shack with a canoe tied to the tree, is that right? Or?
No, just a dog. Let's get back to the rowing.
Yeah, okay. So we've got, I think we must be just about through the Female Masters D8s.
And crew 199 coming up now.
We're coming up to the male composite 8s. Balmain North Shore, Old Collegians, University of Queensland, Lake Eildon Composite. And then in the female composite 8, we've only got 1 crew, Peter, that's Adelaide Uni, as you mentioned before. And we've got a crew coming down now, which is 199. Gee, they're late, much later in the program. They're
streeted a few rivals.
I'll say so. They're in the male C grade 8. Now it looks like they've gone through about 2 categories to get where they are.
Well, so we can mark them down, I think, for the gold medal.
I think so. I think they've passed about 20 crews. And that's University of New South Wales C8. So University of New South Wales, if that's right, if they've gone through that many crews to get to that position, that looks like they're in a pretty good spot, I'd say.
You always were the master of the understatement, JB. Bit more action on the water now. After that short break, crew 175 is heading our way, it looks like.
So we've got two crews coming down, one after the other, with probably a boat length and a bit between the two of them.
That's 175 is Old Collegians with the University of Queensland. And 176 is the Lake Eldon composite crew I was telling you about before.
Right, the Queensland crew are being coxed by Guy Besley. We were talking about Guy before, a very experienced coxswain, member of Hawthorn Rowing Club. And the Lake Eldon composite, you got just about one of everything, I think, in that boat, and that's Mario Lang in the straight seat from Lake Eldon. He's created a lot of interest with his rowing up there at Lake Eldon. Established a club, and he's got members, and he's got a lot of things happening, social functions, all sorts of things happening.
You'd have to be careful rowing on Lake Eldon with the submerged trees, wouldn't you? I imagine that'd be a problem. I haven't been to Eldon for years, but depending on the level of the lake, that could be some sort of a problem.
Plenty of water to row on. I mean, you could go for a long training paddle and you wouldn't have to turn around.
I'd get lost.
It's a big expanse of water, the old Lake Eldon. The film setting for the castle. One of the film sets for the castle.
Tell him he's dreaming. 177. Here's Adelaide University composite. No, in fact, I'll correct myself. It's not a composite. Just, in fact, it is a composite.
Yep, this is the female composite 8, and they're in a category of their own, this crew. So
race 23. So they're obviously going to be the winners of that category, having no opposition.
So you can see one of the girls there. The girl in the 4th seat is, she's from Adelaide Rowing Club with the distinctive red, yellow and black. Traditional sort of South Australian colours, aren't they, Peter?
Yeah.
The footy team wear them. So you can see the Orange Army down here on the landing doing a fantastic job helping the crews get their oars out and just help them to speed things up.
It's certainly a much easier situation the way they're doing it now than when we had the old landing and staging.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic, especially days when the water was a bit high or a bit low, and you'd get various problems with various heights of the water, especially if it was too low and you had trouble getting the boat in and out.
Getting a single when the water was a foot below the staging was just about impossible.
Yeah. I'm still intrigued by that University of New South Wales C men's 8, Peter. They seem to have made up an incredible amount of ground, unless they cheated off the start or something.
Well, it's bizarre. They couldn't have passed that many crews, surely.
It just seems almost impossible.
Yeah.
But anyway, we might get the story later from someone. Because there's a lot of other crews, including some very strong clubs like Toowong and Leichhardt, and University of New South Wales, in that category, and ADF Rowing, and wouldn't think they'd be that far behind them. Now we've got one of our little friends has come to join us, one of the Galapagos lizards. Has come to have a look.
So as long as it's not a Joe Blake.
No, he's got 4 legs, Peter, I assure you.
I went outside to put the rubbish out a couple of weeks ago. Ran into one not too far from the back doorstep.
Right.
I would have beaten Usain Bolt over 10 metres, I reckon.
So coming into vision on our screen now is crew 181.
Australian National University from the ACT.
We're back with the female C.
Not to be confused with masters rowing.
Yes, this is C grade as opposed to C age category. So these are open age with the classifications of C, B and A being at the elite level.
Well, I knew was the 4th crew flagged off in that particular category, or this particular category. There are 10 crews.
So they've obviously gone past a few.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a lot of space between them and whoever's coming down next. And it would be crew 180, which is
another Toowong.
Toowong, yeah. Toowong female C grade.
Really nice rowing.
Yeah, good, nice together blade work. Very strong, leaning into the rigger.
Great representation again from Toowong. The early part of the program, we didn't see too many Toowong crews.
Yes, they seem to have popped up later in the program in big numbers. So they're in the Empacker boat, and they've got it moving quite nicely. You can see there's not much pause or hesitation between strokes, which means they're not slowing the boat down by crashing into the front chocks.
You never did that.
No, of course not. Crashing into front chocks was my nickname. All right, now the river's looking pretty full at the moment. I hope the Ducks have found a safe haven, because we've got 5 crews coming down and a big cheer squad up behind us.
One duck getting out of the road. 178 is glebe. 187 is Sydney.
Yep. So we got glebe and Sydney.
Sydney's got glebe.
There'd be a bit of rivalry here, I'd say, Pete. Bit of bragging rights.
Sydney at 37, so they were meaningful.
They've cranked it right up.
4 lengths further back is crew 179.
And they've obviously made up a bit of space too.
And that's the Banks combination. A well turned out crew.
Yep.
As you would expect from Banks Rowing Club. And looking back another 3 lengths further back down the stream, crew 182 from Carrum.
Carrum in the distinctive fluorescent colours.
I'll put my sunglasses on when I go past.
Yeah, they'd glow in the dark, I think. You wouldn't have any spotting them at night. Wouldn't have any trouble spotting them at night.
You ever rode much on the Carrum course, JB?
Just at regattas now and then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a... Well, Carrum's all right on a good day.
I remember back to the Nationals years ago. We had a screaming northerly on the Saturday, and the cool change arrived, and it was coming from the exact opposite direction on the Sunday for the interstate regatta.
Oh, that would have thrown everything up in the air.
183 commercial going past our commentary area. A lot of commercial crews on the river as well as Toowong.
And a big contingent down here from commercial and Toowong, as you mentioned, Peter. Yeah.
And Leichhardt.
Yeah, Leichhardt and Sydney. Clubs that have traditionally, supported us in big numbers, and we really appreciate it. So the commercial girls in the C8 are just going across the line there. Crew number 183. That must be just about the last. I think that's all of the female C8, and I'm still really intrigued about this 199 University of New South Wales men.
Yeah, I'd love to know what happened there.
'Cause they seem to be either way out of whack or incredibly fast.
Maybe they've all got hot dates.
I don't know. This is 186, so we're still mopping up the last of the female C grade 8s. This is University of New South Wales.
10 crews in this category. First of them was Glebe to be flagged off, and the last one was Sydney, crew 187.
Mm.
And this to be followed by the male C grade 8, female under 21 8, female B grade 8, male under 21, male B, and then the open section. The female open first. They're due to be flagged off at 1:35 in the city next to the Henley Judges box. And the male open 8, 13 crews, first of which is going to be Sydney. And the time for that race to start is 2 p.m.
Big category, the male C8, Peter. We've got 12 crews in that category. We've got crews from, well, once again, all over. We've got Queensland, New South Wales. In fact, it looks like most of them are actually from Queensland. Canned is an interesting club to me. You might know more about it than I do, but K-A-N-D, Canned, I'm assuming they're in Brisbane somewhere on the Brisbane River.
Yeah, it was founded by Kelly Armitage and Neville Dugan, hence the K-A-N-D.
Right. Yeah, okay, yep. Yep. And have they got a clubhouse, I'm asking, or do you know much else about them?
I have rode in a canned composite crew at Penrith years ago. Just the one occasion, I was sitting down having a sandwich, I think, and somebody from Cairn came up and said, "Can you row with us in whatever event it was?"
Right.
I looked like an orphan.
You had your floppy hat out, trying to busk somewhere, obviously.
Trying to stay incognito.
All right, so we've got another crew coming into view now, and it's this is crew 185.
Drummoyne again.
Drummoyne, yes.
JP.
The gold, yellow and, or the gold and green.
Female C grade. 10 crews in this section.
Drummoyne. Another one of those Sydney Harbour clubs.
Well, it's someplace I have never rowed. This is the Sydney Harbour.
Yeah, I've rowed on the Blackwattle Regatta up there in July, where all the Sydney clubs got together, and we went up there as a token Melbourne club when I was rowing at Richmond. Another one of my many incarnations as an oarsman. I think there's still a picture of me down there somewhere, doing something.
You're actually doing something.
Yeah, I'm doing something.
That's a first.
As opposed to sitting around doing nothing.
Back down the course. 174 comes into view.
To Balmain North Shore in the male composite 8.
3 crews in this section. Balmain North Shore, University of Queensland composite with Old Collegians, and Lake Eildon composite.
Lake Eildon we've already seen.
We've seen them
go
yeah.
through. And the next crew looks like a Corio Bay crew, and it's
184.
184, yeah, Corio Bay. This is the female C8. Corio Bay. That must be the last one of the female C grade 8s. I'm pretty sure I've seen them all. We've seen them all now. Now in the male C grade 8, one of the crews is from Oxley.
You're going to tell me where that is.
Well, it's on Oxley Creek Now, we had a gentleman come up and tell us where what it was, what creek it was on, or what river it was on. But it's in Queensland, but it's on Oxley Creek. Now, I don't know where Oxley Creek is, but I'll have to see if I can get that gentleman to come back and tell me whether it's in Brisbane or whether it's out of Brisbane or where it is.
I have heard it mentioned. I think in flood reports.
Flood reports.
No, I'm serious. It does ring a bell in that regard.
Okay.
But it's nowhere near us.
So every time you see a reporter on mentioning it, he's always got gumboots on, apparently.
That's when you start to worry.
So we're starting to get towards the pointy end, aren't we, Peter? We're going to get some after the next section, the male C grade 8. We're going to see.
Well, 13 crews in that, so it's a fairly big grouping.
We're going to see the female under 21-8,
which is a new category this year.
Yep. So there'll be some up and coming potential representative oars women in that race. So that'll be one to watch. And then the female B grade 8, so you're getting up in standard there.
12 crews in that.
Male under 21-8, the up and comers, the male B8, and then you get into the 2 open 8s, which is the real peak of the rowing. So we've got 188 coming down now, Peter.
Another Toowong crew by surprise.
And they look like they're rowing really nicely. Very strong outfit. Very powerful.
They are the defending champions in male C grade here, by the way.
Yeah, and they look like they're quite accomplished. They're very strong looking, very powerful. They hit the finish line strong, rowing well together. But it's what you expect from Toowong, because they do turn out some great crews, don't they, up there?
Absolutely fantastic. Got a great setup there on the Brisbane River.
Well, you'd think so, with all the money coming in from subscriptions. All the members.
No, I rode on the Brisbane River a few times, and the only downer, if you can put it that way, is the city cats with the wash.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
That
must be standing room only at the functions, though. Shoulder to shoulder.
Only when I turn up. Crew 194 just coming into our view now from Queensland. It's the canned combination. As I said, a club founded by Kelly Armitage and Neville Dugan.
Very high quality rowing for a C class 8. In both cases, the crew we saw previously and this one.
The clearance on that.
That's good rowing for C class, isn't it, Pete?
Fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you'd expect them to be a B or even possibly one of those up and coming junior under 21s, but that's a very high class C8.
It's a high class 8 full stop.
From Canned in Queensland. So these are the men's, as we said before, C grade as opposed to C age classification. So not masters. These are open age classifications. These are grades, as in levels of accomplishment. So we've got Banks coming down now, which is, I presume this is going to be crew number 189.
Got it spot on, JB.
Yeah, 189 Banks, men's C8.
Toowong were the defending champions, or are the defending champions in this. Banks second off the grid today. And closely followed by another Toowong crew, crew 195, Toowong 3.
Yeah, another Toowong crew, another very accomplished looking Toowong crew, this time in the male C classification.
Must have taken a while to load their boat trailer.
Can't imagine it. They must have used 2 trailers.
Something I've noticed today, and I hadn't heard it before, a couple of competitors rowing twice. I mean, we've heard of Coxers doing it, but that's not unusual.
I just can't see it as feasible how you get out of a boat that's done the head of the Yarra and want to go back and do another one.
No.
But anyway, look.
You'd be stonkered, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know.
To put it politely.
If you're 19, I guess you can do it.
Crew 190 on screen is the University of New South Wales men's C grade 8. They were third off the grid today, behind Toowong 2 and Banks. Looking back down the river, some 5 or 6 lengths behind. We see crew 191.
Now this is Redlegs, and I know that they're from Queensland, but that's about all I know. I know they've been here before because I can remember them being here in the last couple of years. But I'd be interested to know if they have their own clubhouse, for example, and whereabouts they're located. I'm guessing Brisbane. 193, yep. Melbourne Argonauts, they're based out at Albert Park Lake.
That's a nice clearance and run there.
Yeah, they're ticking along quite nicely, that Argonauts crew. Albert Park Lake was once considered a potential Olympic venue when they were talking about having the 1996 Olympics in Melbourne. They were going to lengthen it.
I think Carrum was mentioned too, wasn't it?
Yeah, Carrum was mentioned, but so was...
192 is Corio Bay, 196 is Oxley. There you go, got him again.
192.
The bowman's going deep there.
Yeah. Yes. Now, we mentioned Oxley. We said that they row on Oxley Creek, but we're not... We know they're Queensland, but we're not exactly sure whether they're Brisbane or not.
I would say Oxley Creek flows into the Brisbane River.
Probably. All right.
Hearing my ignorance of the state capital. Crew number 200 now, nice even number.
This is the ADF. As we mentioned before, Peter, the ADF, they struggle to get together regularly for training races because of the disparate nature of where these guys are based.
Probably got together on the day, JB.
Yeah, so they're either rowing small boats or ergos or whatever they have to do. But it's great to see them here. And rowing pretty well too.
Now, they were the last crew flagged away in the male C grade section. Not the last one to finish though, because Leichhardt is coming into view now. They've got 350 metres to go, Leichhardt, in the male C grade. The third last crew to be flagged away.
Coxon exhorting every last bit of effort out of that crew as they take it down to the finish line. Leichhardt. Once again, another big contingent from Leichhardt, Pete, that are here. Great to see them.
Leichhardt, Commercial, Toowong. I don't know who has the most boats, but great representation from those clubs. Fantastic to see, and our full congratulations to them.
Yeah, it's something if you're coming from a long way away. I mean, you've got to. It's quite a logistical effort, isn't it? Because you've got to organise accommodation, you've got to organise how to get here, when you're going to get here, getting your boats here. You know, it's a big effort.
And expensive.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's only once a year, so everyone sort of saves up for it, or whatever you have to do. You know, hits the fantastic black plastic in your back pocket.
You card-carrying crook, you.
No, if it wasn't for credit, I'd go hungry, I think.
Well, as you can imagine, the boat park is getting pretty full now.
Yeah, there'll be those racks will be certainly being put to use. Although I think the pressure's off a little bit without with far fewer schools here this year.
Yeah.
Peter.
And the amount of boat trailers that was parked in Creswick Street, very neatly parked, I might add, too, is certainly going to be pretty full as well as we get towards the business end of proceedings here on the Yarra. Who do you like in the open eights? Have you had a look through the fields?
Yes, I have. And look, you can't go past Mercantile with the quality of people in there. But of course, Melbourne University are not going to be far behind, I would say. You're talking about men's or women's?
I'm talking about men's at the moment.
Men's, yeah. Look, Sydney to me are an unknown quantity. I'm guessing they're going to send a few internationals and state representatives and that sort of thing. But Melbourne Uni won and Mercantile won, to me, traditionally, and I think this year as well, are probably going to fight it out between them. We've got a crew from Auckland, New Zealand. So, you know, unknown quantity. You don't know what they're going to be like. There could be some New Zealand. Remember that New Zealand 8 in was it Tokyo? How they sort of swept all before them. How fantastic they were.
Well, New Zealand just keep producing remarkable rowers.
Well, they didn't. It goes back to the days of Rusty Robinson when he revolutionised rowing by going around picking people on their physiological attributes as teenagers and just kept them together for years as a group.
I like watching the pair. They don't row anymore. Murray and Bond.
Oh, yes, the New Zealand pair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were fantastic.
They were brilliant.
197 on screen now. Melbourne Argonauts.
Yeah, that's this is the second Argonauts 8 we've seen. So they've got a lot of active members down there on Albert Park Lake.
The other one was 193. They went through about 4 boats ahead.
Now, the thing about training at Albert Park Lake is, I imagine it'd be hard to train for a head race because you've only got, just over 1,000 metres there?
Oh,
1,200?
The mile.
Okay, yeah. Well, there'd be a lot of turning around involved.
Well, when I used to row there in the regatta on Australia Day, I remember rowing in 8s and you'd start right up one end and you get down to the other and it's checkered hard.
Yeah,
I don't know what the exact distance was, but it was far enough.
I have rowed there at Australia Day. I rowed a novice 4 there, and I had to miss out on going with my mates to Sunbury Pop Festival.
Well, that wouldn't have been a blow, would it?
Well, they all had a good time, but because they couldn't remember anything about it.
203 is Sydney Rowing Club. In the female under-21 category. We've got 4 crews in this.
This is nice looking rowing too, Pete. You've got a crew that's really blending together well. Obviously, they've spent time together, experienced, and despite their youth, they're really rowing very, very neatly.
Oh, that's nice and nice length.
It's good length, good squeeze on the slide.
And good clearance too. That's well turned out crew.
Yep.
As you would expect from Sydney Rowing Club.
So that's Sydney Rowing Club in the female under 21 8.
As I said, a new category this year.
Yeah, in which we've also got a crew from New Zealand, so we've got some international representation.
Here's Mercantile, speaking of the Devil, as we were a minute ago.
Yep, Mercs coming through, and they're rowing. Their blade work is terrific as well, as you'd expect. from a Merck's crew, an under-21 squad who are obviously being primed for bigger things later on. Rowing very nicely, getting lots of run on the boat. Coming down to the finish line, nice and strong.
No news is good news, and we haven't heard any bad news about happenings or accidents on the course. There may have been some minor bingles, but we haven't heard of anything major,
We
so that's good news.
We saw a Zodiac take off in great haste. We're not sure what it was. Maybe someone's lunch order buzzer had gone off or something. And they had to go back to the kiosk and get their lunch, and who knows. As crew 202 coming down the Hawthorn Strait now, Peter.
Another mercantile crew,
Yeah, another
isn't it?
Merck's crew. And
female under 21, 2 mercantile crews in this, the others being other crews being from Auckland and the Sydney Rowing Club, which we've already seen.
So in these mercantile under 21 squads, you'll get the girls that are, fighting it out for the top positions and the chance to get rowing scholarships and trips overseas to the United States and going to rowing camp and all this sort of thing. So and they're studying as well, so it's a pretty intense time in their lives.
But you'd enjoy the time on the water.
Oh yeah, look good. Once you get out there and rowing with your friends, and when you're rowing this well, it's almost a pleasure to be rowing like that, isn't it?
Oh, I'd go well sitting in the bow seat of that, eh?
Yeah. Swivel swinging. So this is crew 202, which is mercantile number 2. And they don't really look too far off mercantile number 1 in terms of style. And obviously bragging rights are the prize there between those 2 crews from the one club.
Yeah, they'll be comparing times, that's for sure.
Yep.
The female B grade 8 will be the next category we'll be seeing come towards us. Race number 27.
So that will be open age B grade. So B grade is the second level down from elite.
Speaking of down, looking down towards the railway bridge. Coming into view is the crew from Auckland, crew number 201 in the female under 21. We've seen the 2 Merck's crews, we've seen Sydney.
Yep. And
this will round out the field in race number 26. You've seen a few Auckland crews. It must be about 3 or 4.
That red, those red and black hoops look very familiar to me today. So I'm guessing there's been a lot of. Well, once again, they might have filled a plane on the way over. There's been a lot of Auckland crews here.
One of which was nearly in a mishap just towards the finishing line earlier in the day, wasn't it?
They were caught up in a 3-way tangle.
I don't think there was any boat or blade damage, but the Auckland crew, well, they had to stop rowing. So that wasn't in their best interest. Well, it was in their best interest, but didn't have much choice.
So the Auckland girls are going past us now. They're looking pretty neat, pretty strong. So they come across here, across the ditch to compete here. We're very pleased to see them. And they're putting in their best effort over the last couple of strokes down to the finish line. So the women's under 21A.
We've seen the 4 crews there. Auckland, Merck's 1 and 2 in Sydney. We move to the female B grade 8.
Yep.
Then the male under 21.
And then the male B grade 8, and then the 2 open 8s.
And the 2 open 8s.
And
Wow.
we're
well, certainly looking forward to that.
We're quivering with excitement about the open 8s, aren't we, Pete?
We are indeed.
Yep.
As the Corio Bay 8 comes to the staging in front of us in the Bob Morrell. Right, Richard has somebody lined up. Richard, all yours.
And joined here by Ed from ADF Rowing, who's just completed the 8K course in what I believe is your first head of the Yarra race.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm feeling good. That's good to hear. So nice, fairly cool conditions here today. So not as bad as it was last year. But tell us a bit about your history in the sport of rowing.
My history, so I rowed all through high school in Canberra. Went to nationals in 2022 and 23, and then had a bit of a break from rowing when I went to uni for a bit. Decided to join the army, and this is my first event back. So I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
So you joined the army this year, based at Puckapunyal out near Seymour, or near the Gambia Lakes, for those of us who know the rowing course quite well. But your crew you were rowing with today, I'm guessing you come from different parts of the country. How do you come together as a crew for a race like this?
Oh, so yeah, we all flew in from different places on the Thursday, kind of set up boats that afternoon, then Friday morning we got out for a row, then around midday we got out for another row. So we had 2 sessions before the race really, and that was it. But yeah, good to get together and get a race done, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I hope you enjoyed your first head of the Yarra. Is the rest of the crew more experienced? They've raced it here before?
Yeah, a few of them have raced here before, and they've experienced the course quite a few times before, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, great to have you here, Ed. Hope you enjoyed your first head of the Yarra, and we'll see you back here next year.
Thank you very much, Rich.
Back to you, Peter and John.
If I turned the mic on, it'd help, wouldn't it? You get old and you get silly.
Sure. We're just being reminded about the oars, please. There's still boats coming in, so you know we're getting a bit of a backup with oars. So if you can please just keep in mind, once you put your boat on the rack, can you make it a priority to come straight back down? Don't go and get something to eat or something to drink, or you know, you might need a quick toilet stop, but get half your crew to go down and collect the oars. You only need 4 people to take this 8 oars back. Thank you.
Well, you could do it with 2 if you were hard up.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could do it with 1, but that's showing off, basically.
You were good at showing off.
Oh, yes.
That's why you rode with the Beagle. Now, I'm jealous of you having had a row on Lake Banyolas.
Yes, it was a very good course. We were lucky with the weather there, and we had a great squad there. Well, I'd been to Brandenburg the year before for the World Masters, and we had a good team there as well. Brandenburg was the conditions were a bit rougher though.
Were they? Yeah.
And it's in the old East Germany, and it's apparently the Brandenburg course was built by the East Germans as a showpiece, but they built it in the wrong location. It was notoriously windy, and it was windy during that regatta.
A bit like Yarrawonga used to be.
Oh, yeah. But Banyoles is a fantastic course.
Well, that was flat as when the Olympics were there.
Yeah, well, when we were there was a bit of a ripple, but I mean, it was a beautiful course to run because you had hills and forest either side of it. Just a beautiful spot.
I remember there was one shop in Banyoles that was open. The rest were all shut because the siesta and whatnot. A strange lifestyle in Spain, as you've no doubt found out. This guy was making an absolute killing because he was the only shop open that was serving food.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get near the place with it was just unbelievable.
Okay, so we've got a Cox of the Course update here. We've got Angus Blackwood. I think he was leading last time.
He was.
And he's still in front.
Edwina Luck, second.
Yeah, and then we've got a Wallace Russell, Michael Toon.
You'd expect him to be up there.
Yeah, John Henry, Sarah Sedgwick coming in at 6th, Mark Duez, number 7.
Mark Duez, or Dua, he coxed the last Xavier Head of the River winning crew in 1999.
Okay. And at number 8, we've got Jerome Pham Van Can, and number 9, Steve Hill, and number 10, Anna O'Hanlon. So, yeah, Angus Blackwood holds his spot at number 1.
Well, the challenges of, not too many opportunities to beat him,
Well, that's right. I mean, you know, unless you're in another race, or someone comes out of nowhere, he's looking like he's in a good position.
Michael Toon's a great cox, one of the best around,
Right.
and you'd expect him to be on the leaderboard.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see who comes out with that. So getting back to Banyoles, JB,
Yeah.
what time of the day do they have the events? Because the Olympics started very early in the morning, I think about 7 a.m.
Well, they had rowing all day. The first day was only a half day of rowing. I'm not sure why. That was on the Wednesday. But the other days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there was rowing all day, and it started at 8 in the morning and finished at 4 in the afternoon.
That's a long day.
It was, and they had lots of crews going through because they had lots of categories, and so yeah. And I mean, the last day was mixed, and I had 3 mixed races on the last day. So by the last day, I was absolutely exhausted, and we were planning to go back to France and catch up with a few markets on the following day, but I couldn't drive that night. I was just too tired, so I stayed another night, and we went back the next morning.
No, I don't blame you.
It was just too exhausting after having 3 races. And we're going to go with some a word from our sponsors.
To 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books, and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Close to the Hawthorn rowing shed and Xavier rowing shed and Hawthorn Bridge, going past the commentary area. ADF rowing, crew number 208 in the female B grade 8. 12 crews taking part in this category. 300 metres behind them is crew 20. That's a Merckx crew. I haven't got any, can't see any bow numbers. I don't know what's happened there. 206. Yeah, definitely 206, definitely Merckx. And the female B grade 8. Coming into view, Richmond, 207 in the female B grade 8. 12 crews, as I said, in this particular category. Toowong, the defending title holders. Toowong 1. Male under 21 eights is the next category we'll be seeing go through. 6 crews in that. Mercantile, Merckx, accommodation with Auckland. They'd be having trouble getting together, you'd reckon, for a row. Sydney, Merckx 2. Sydney University and Canned, Melbourne University with Wendouree Ballarat rounding out the field in race number 28. 6 crews in all.
Yeah, that's interesting. A Mercantile Auckland combo. You wonder how they actually. Like, obviously, there's some connection there. They're mates or something, and they organise it. But as you're saying, how would you organise a row?
with great difficulty.
Fly across the ditch and try and get together.
Yeah, composite rowing can be one of the difficulties. Rowing an eight's a difficulty, getting 8 people who can be there at the same time.
Yeah.
With family commitments, work commitments and what have you.
Yep, getting 8 people to turn up and. All right, now we need F Masters University of Technology Sydney to go to the stage for the presentation, please. F Masters University of Technology Sydney to go to the presentation stage. Thank you.
Back on the water, crew 210 coming into view now. And that's the Melbourne Rowing Club.
We need also male composite, University of Sydney, New South Wales. You need to go to the presentation area as well.
Melbourne crew on screen. I've got 350 metres to go.
We also need female C-grade ANU to go to the stage, please, for the presentation. And male C-grade Toowong, you need to go to the presentation as well. Thank you.
Watching crews back on the water in the race number 27, which is the female B grade 8. 12 crews in all. Toowong, Merckx, Richmond we've seen, ADF Rowing, UTS, Melbourne we've seen, Mercantile 1, Mercantile Composite with Auckland 3, Sydney Rowing Club, Mercantile 2, Sydney Uni and Canned Composite, and the last crew to be flagged away in this grouping will be Melbourne University and Wendouree Ballarat. Lake Wendouree, the location of the Olympic rowing in 1956.
It certainly was. Apparently I was there with my father. I was in a pusher. I was 2 years of age. I can't remember it. But he was an oarsman at Richmond.
There was a good result for the Aussies in the men's 8 when we got third. And there were certainly some characters in that particular boat. Ivanov won the sculls.
He was 18 years of age.
And he dropped his medal into the... Didn't he? Wasn't the story that he dropped his medal?
I think the medal was dropped by... I don't think it was Ivanov.
Somebody dropped a medal into the water here. All right, we'll find that out.
And they never found that medal, by the way.
Didn't they?
No, not as far as I know.
It's probably still there. Okay, we'll take a short break. Back with our next crew coming up the river in just a moment.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. And we want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
We're inspired to be working hard in this technology, I know, for several years now. And for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course. And for me as a commentator, to have that information is really, really important as well.
And back on the water, still the crews come forward. Building up towards the big ones of the day, the male and female open 8. The female will be first and the male open 8 will follow and round out the program here on the 64th. Head of the Yarra, Australia's Rowing Classic, is turning out some beautiful rowing conditions today and some pretty handy rowers. Crew number 211 coming into view. That's the mercantile number 1 crew and the male under 21-8.
Yeah, so we're starting to get to the pointy end in terms of the skill department. You can just see the level of ability in a crew like this one. Young guys, but they've come through the school systems here, and they've been pretty well drilled from an early age, and they know how to move a boat. You can see that.
35 strokes a minute. They certainly had their feet down to the accelerator, didn't they?
Oh yeah, and you can see the precision in the rowing and how they're all just linked together as one and hit the water and really make that impact boat move, glide through the water.
This one's moving pretty well too, from the Sydney Rowing Club further back down the straight. They've got a few hundred metres to complete the course, the 8K course for the head of the Yarra. 6 crews in this category. And as you said, JB, the standard of rowing, well, visually, it's easier on the eye.
Well,
sometimes.
it is. You see the blades together and you see...
It looks so easy.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. When you watch top-level rowing, you think, oh, that looks just so easy and looks so, gentle. But, it's like the iceberg. It's all happening under the water. Most of the effort is deliberate, but it's if you do it together and you got that sort of precision, it actually makes it look a very easy sport, which is very deceptive.
215 in the same category. It's a composite crew between Sydney University and Cairns Rowing Club. Very, very good blade work in this combination as well.
So these are the younger oarsmen that are up and coming, trying to make their name for themselves in the rowing world, trying to get selected in squads, and probably for a lot of them, it's easier in small boats to get selected because that just really it highlights your skill and your potential.
Got a tandem on this boat too.
We've got a tandem in the 4 and 5 seat on the bow side. So your bow and your stroke are on the same side.
And they're certainly moving. Now back further down towards the pontoon on the opposite side of the river.
To 216 Melbourne University Wendouree Ballarat composite.
They're moving along quite nicely as well too, JB.
To get down to the park, to get away from here.
Lovely length, nice leg drive. Oh, look at the clearance. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Well rowed MUBC.
Yep, brilliant rowing. Really shifting that boat through the water.
And how? Some strength in that boat.
Oh yeah, big bodies, getting it together.
Again, I'd look good in the bow seat.
Absolutely. Certainly wouldn't look out of place. 214, Pete. This is
Merck's 2.
Number 2 Merck's crew. You notice with the better crews, Pete, that the body movement and the sweep rowing, you're leaning slightly into your rigger, whereas you see the less experienced guys, they tend to row leaning out away from their rigger.
What I like amongst these better crews is the synchronicity, JB. Everything looks together.
Yeah.
It looks so smooth.
Well, you watch the blade work and you'd see it looks like one action, one all linked up together. So that's Merck's number 2.
It's a nice clearance in that boat too. Great run.
Getting plenty of power on. So keeping in mind that this 8-kilometre course, it's a real test of physical endurance. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, it's just almost unimaginable that you'd want to go back and do it again after knowing what it's like. After knowing what it's like when you get out of the boat after the first time.
You got to get to the Heady Lamar straight away. All right, we've got a couple more crews coming up, and we've got a couple more presentations to do. 200 and, what number is that? 212. That's Mercantile Composite with Auckland 3. And while they make their way upstream, let's get a couple more presentations out of the way. Here's Richard.
Thank you, Peter. Welcome back to the presentation area. We've got about another 4 sets of medals to be handed out here, and I'm joined up on stage for the first couple of those. The man whose logo I'm standing beside, James Breeny from Breeny Brothers Brewery, possibly the most important sponsor of the regatta, keeping everyone hydrated. Australian brewers since 1864, relaunched in 2021, brewing the original family recipe. Great to have you here, James, and I look forward to trying one very, very soon. But we go first to the winner of the male composite 8, and that is the composite crew from the University of New South Wales and Sydney Rowing Club. Alana Pinder, Lockie Savage, Chris Burns, Michael Pickford, Jimmy Halliday, William Sulicic, Jago Lambert, Reese Myers, and Flynn Wilkinson. Winning time for this composite crew, 30 minutes, 29 and a half seconds. Congratulations to University of New South Wales and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew winners of the male composite 8. Well done to that crew. We will move on now to the female composite 8. And this in a debuting their new 50th anniversary colours is the Adelaide University Adelaide Rowing Club composite crew. Lara Painter. Rosie Kavanagh. Imogen Graham. Isabel Townsend. Grace Seppelt. Emily Lang. Anya Felderhoff. Victoria Binns. And Lucy Seppelt. Time for this crew was 32 minutes, 42.95 seconds. Congratulations to the winners of the female composite 8, Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club. Well done to that crew. And thank you to James Breeny of Breeny Rowing. We've got a substitution coming up in the presenting ranks as well. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Monique Ryan, the independent member for Kooyong, the local member here for this area and a great fan of the head of the Yarra. So great to see you here, Dr. Ryan.
And we will move on to the next of our presentations, trying to spot where the crew is first of all, but it should be the female C grade 8. It is the female C grade 8. Here they come, the crew from the Australian National University, winners of the female C grade 8. Lulu Blackwood, Catherine Khan, Laura Kelly, Alex Moylan, Hannah Tippett, Brooklyn Leslie, Elizabeth Gregory, Talia Turnbull, and Estella Robertson. Winning time for this crew was 30 minutes, 52.81. Congratulations to the winners of the female C grade 8, the Australian National University. And our last presentation for the time being is going to be to the winner of the male C grade 8. And it looks like it's the Queenslanders collecting more medals once again. It is the crew from the Toowong Rowing Club. And from the cox seat, Maddie Howard, Ruben Brosnan, Roden Martin, Jason McKenzie, Jethro Gifford, Mac Rogers, Henry McCluskey, Sam Daly, and Tom White. Winning time for this crew, I think the quickest probably yet of the day, 28 minutes, 9.47 seconds for the winners of race 25, the male C grade 8. It's the Toowong Rowing Club. Well done to Toowong and all of our winning crews. Thank you to Dr. Monique Ryan, the member for Kooyong, for assistance with the presentations. And we'll take you back to Peter and John for the conclusion coming up shortly of the female Open 8.
All right, now it's excitement is getting to fever pitch down here, Peter.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Been building up all day. We missed out on it last year. We're not going to miss out on it this year.
Yeah, it was so disappointing last year with the heat, but of course it is warming up a little bit here, but it's nowhere near what it was last year, and we're very relieved about that, aren't we, Peter?
I certainly looked at the weather forecast all week and I thought, no, we're going to be lucky this time. You can get lucky occasionally, JB.
Well, that's it. So they say. Female Open 8. So we've got Melbourne University, Sydney, Mercantile 1, Melbourne University 1, UTS, Canned Uni of Queensland, Composite, TUBC Tasmania, which would be Tasmania University Boat Club.
Correct.
And Auckland RA, which would be Auckland, not sure, and Melbourne University too. Now, I'm going to stick my neck out here and say this will also... Sydney is an unknown quantity. Could be a wild card. Canned, University of Queensland, not sure. I'm still saying that Melbourne University and Mercantile, Melbourne University 1 and Mercantile 1 are going to fight it out in the women's as well as the men's.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that score. And the men's, I like Melbourne University, also Mercs, but Sydney, you say they're an unknown quantity.
Yeah.
You're perfectly correct. But Sydney crews are always well turned out, and I think today will be no exception. A little bit of a steering.
Just looking through the Melbourne Uni number 1 crew, and I can see a couple of Australian names in there. Cantwell, Gleeson, Easton, you know, they're Australian reps in the women's crew.
Oh,
so,
the women's crew.
Yeah, sorry, in the women's crew. So Melbourne University, you've got Cantwell, Easton, Gleeson, and they're Australian reps. So look, I'm going to stick my neck out and say Melbourne University #1 is hot favourite.
All right, they're the first crew off the...
You can quote me on that.
I've made a note of the starting time. Crew 222.
Barbarians.
Barbarians.
Yeah. Barbarians from Queensland. I'm going to suggest they share a club with someone.
Just can't quite get it together at the catch there.
Yeah. So Barbarians, I know that in...
50 metres to go.
In rugby, I think the Barbarians are the ones that get together at the end of a touring side and have a composite go against the touring side from
the Barbars.
The very various countries in the Northern Hemisphere. They combine their side and strength and usually come out winners.
227 comes into view. Melbourne University
this is Melbourne Uni 1 in the Women's Open 8, Pete.
They are flying.
They are flying. Now, I did tip that Melbourne University 1 were going to win this, and I'm sticking to it. And just looking at them, the synchronicity and the power and the flow of the boat, just everything about it tells me that this is going to be the winning crew.
Well, they were fourth off the grid and have certainly made up a bit of time.
Yeah, 227. And they've gone past a couple of crews, and I'm suggesting that this is elite rowing. There's at least that I know of, at least 3 Australian reps in this crew.
34.5 strokes a minute, close to the finish line.
And rowing beautifully all the way down to the line to hit the line with the boat moving, you know, effortlessly.
9 crews in the Women's Open 8. Here's another one. This is 225.
That's our first crew. And now we've got Sydney. I remember I said that Sydney were an unknown quantity. So I'm not sure about who's in the boat, but I'm going to suggest there's probably a couple of Australian reps in here. Sydney is a very, very strong club.
We've been talking about the number of clubs with large representation. Sydney's another one.
Well, yeah, and they're an elite club. They concentrate on elite rowing. That's their rowing programs are designed for crews that are going to get selection to go overseas. And that's a very powerful looking women's 8. They're going to take it all the way down to the line with those long strokes.
33.5. So a point under MUBC.
No pause in the boat. The boat just keeps moving because they glide into the front and really push those legs through the water.
226, Mercantile #1 in the female Open 8. And as you would expect from elite rowers, just perfect synchronicity.
So these are the Mercantile elite women. And there'll be a couple of Australian reps in this crew too.
Oh, that's great to watch. The power generated at the catch and the leg drive. The boat just moves effortlessly through the water.
Beautiful rowing from the Mercantile #1 crew. They're senior women. All these women will be pushing for state and international selection in various boats, but today they get a chance to get together and row as a club 8 in our Premier head race.
UTS comes into view, swinging around the corner into the Hawthorn Strait with a couple of 100 metres to go now to the Hawthorn Bridge. Gee, it's hard to pick a winner, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all rowing fantastically well, and another great looking women's crew.
The run in that boat, that is absolutely A1.
Just exceptional power and timing.
The length.
Yep.
They were all getting right out the front.
So this is elite rowing. You watch these people and you think it looks so easy, and trust me, it takes years and years and years to get to that level.
232, this is Melbourne University again, their #2 crew. They were the last to be flagged off. Again, delightful blade work, good run in the boat. Hard to pick anything wrong with that.
Yeah, well, this is the crew that's nominated as their number 2 crew. And
stroke on the bow side.
They've got a couple of looks like Sydney uni rowers in there as well, but in the middle of the boat.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, a couple of Sydney rowers, Sydney uni rowers with them, and in that Melbourne University number 2 crew.
Easy all.
So we've still got a couple of crews to come down in the women's Open 8. We've still got to see Canned and...
University of Queensland boat.
Yeah. Tasmania.
This looks like 2:30.
We've got 2 coming into the vision now, down into the Hawthorn Strait. 2:31.
Auckland RA.
Auckland, yep. And 2:30, which is Tasmania University.
A lot of crews from Auckland, great to see.
Fantastic.
As the Kiwis always seem to punch above their weight in rowing, no matter what class of boat it is, whether it's the 8s, the 4s, the quads, pairs, whatever.
Yeah, since...
singles, I remember Mahi Drysdale, I thought he was one of the best scullers I've seen in the last 20
phenomenal
years.
sculler. So here's 2:31, Auckland, the crew from Auckland.
Now, Auckland RA must be a different crew from the red and black hoops of the other Auckland
Yeah, this is
crews.
Auckland RA, so it's, as opposed to Auckland.
Crew number 230 just behind them, a couple of lengths.
The Tassie girls.
TUBC.
So we're getting a real gold class exhibition of elite rowing here. These top crews from all over Australia and New Zealand competing.
224 should be Melbourne University, but it's a composite crew, it looks like, with Essendon.
Yeah. They've got a couple of Essendon and, but mostly Melbourne University.
On the listings, it's purely and simply MUBC, but quite obviously it's not.
Yeah. So they're rowing nicely as well, Pete. They're getting plenty of boat run. You can see that boat just gliding across the top of the water.
Yeah, 3 Essendon rowers in there.
Yeah.
So there may be a late couple of crew changes, but anyway, a well turned out composite crew from MUBC and Essendon.
You got Essendon girls in the bow, 5 and 6 seat, and the rest are MUBC. MUBC standing for Melbourne University Boat Club.
Well, conditions the warmest they've been for most of the day, as you would expect at this time of the afternoon.
Yep.
Been very pleasant though. A little bit cooler this morning, but
Yeah,
compared to last year, no complaints.
It was a cold start, but I don't mind that. That was all right. So, as the Norwegians say, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothes. So the girls are coming in now and unshipping, taking their oars out.
The Orange Army's been busy and done a great job all afternoon and all morning for
Yep.
that matter. So again, a big thank you to all our volunteers, not just those on the landing and staging down there, but throughout the whole gamut of this operation. I'm not quite sure of the number of volunteers required, but it is a lot.
Two 2:38 or 2:20. Right, now talking about mishaps, Peter, I've just been informed that crew number 238 in the men's open section, Mercantile number 2, have got a broken rudder, which is very unfortunate for them. That's Mercantile number 2. They've got a broken rudder. So they're going to be in all sorts of trouble.
I'd say. No,
having a broken rudder basically means you can't do much in the head of the Yarra.
I'm trying to work out what this crew is doing. They're not
Looks like they're rowing light.
Something's obviously amiss.
This is 229.
Camden University of Queensland composite crew.
Yeah, it looks like there might have been some sort of issue here as well, because they're obviously rowing light, Pete. So there's something's gone wrong here. I can't see it in the boat, but anyway, something's not quite right. Could be rudder problems, don't know.
Stewart Home, one of the schools in Queensland. No, so Mercantile 2, just repeating that information we had. Crew number 238 with a broken rudder.
Yep. So they're in the men's open field. There are 12 entries. 13 entries. So it's a big field. The men's open 8.
It might be 12 after
Mercantile. Well,
yes,
that's right. Yeah.
Whether they're going to keep rowing.
Yeah, yeah.
A bit hard to row this course without a rudder.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what they do. Whether they turn around or I don't know. It's good. Good point.
Well, you can't turn around. The river's not open
not
to traffic.
Not during the race.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
I think the river opens again at, is it 3:30?
I'm not sure.
For crews to row back into the city.
Yeah, that's right. They can turn around and go back at I think 3:30. They're allowed to get back in their boats and head off back home if they're rowing back into town, which would be a lot of them, and a lot of the interstaters have got their boat trailers there too.
I've never seen so many boat trailers in Creswick Street as I did coming in this morning. All very well parked too. They did a very good job.
Yep. Bit of money tied up there. You wouldn't want to see a semi-trailer lose its brakes down Creswick Street, would you, Peter?
I don't know, coming down, I have trouble going up Creswick Street.
It'd be a bit of strife. So that's 232. We're just getting off the water now. 232. The Melbourne University number 2 crew is coming out. The Orange Army are helping them get their oars up out of the way so they can take their boat out of the water. But as you're saying, Peter, the new landing down here really has transformed rowing. It means that you've got a floating landing, and it means that the insertion and removal of the boats at any one time is always going to be from exactly the same level.
It's certainly much easier.
It just makes it so much more convenient. But we've had it long enough now that we've forgotten what it was like beforehand. The old wooden one, which, as I said before, had character, and that's about all you could say for it.
Had character and slime.
Yeah.
No, if it was low tide and the tide had just gone out and you're trying to put a boat in the water, you suddenly became very action-prone.
Yeah. It was a tentative time trying to negotiate if someone hadn't come down during the previous couple of 12 hours and hosed it and scrubbed it.
You did that every second day, didn't you?
Oh, I'm down here all the time scrubbing away, Peter. Old scrubber, they call me.
Scrubber's right. Well, you've given us your selection in the male open 8. I must admit that it's very hard to pick, but I'm going to go for Merck's 1.
Right.
I just think looking through their crew listings here with
the
Austin Reiner,
Merck's,
Jack Robinson, Angus Widdicombe, Fergus Hamilton, That's
The Merck's crew is absolutely stacked with Australian reps, interstate and Australian reps. You got Reiner, Frederico, Fielding, Robertson, Whitcomb, Hamilton. You know, I was going through these profiles last night, and their credentials are just outstanding. They're coming, a lot of them row overseas in America at the college system, and you know, they've come through the training programs here, and a lot of them, most of them, are Australian reps. So I'm going to say Merck's number one would be my favourite to win this.
Yeah, well, we both agree on that. Looking ahead to the LA Olympics, it's going to be an interesting selection or selections. The distance is not going to be 2,000 metres.
Well, they're going to have to pick sprinters, aren't they,
Yeah.
Pete? Because it's only 1,600 metres.
Yeah.
And, right, now, hopefully before the men's crews come down, we're going to go over to Richard for an interview.
Thank you, John. I'm joined here by Flavia Gobbo, former Deputy Chair of Rowing Australia, and now, most importantly, on the board of the Rowing Australia Foundation. So, Flavia, welcome. And I'll ask you the same question I asked you in the tent about 5 minutes ago. What is the Rowing Australia Foundation?
Thanks, Richard. The Rowing Australia Foundation we've recently set up, and it's like a future fund, an investment in the future for our rowers. So so we have sustainability for rowing into the future, because government investment, corporate investment, you never quite know whether it's assured. And if we set up a separate fund, which is separate from Rowing Australia, we can invest the corpus, and all the donations will go into that, and then the interest from the investments will pay out and fund programs that aren't funded by Rowing Australia, particularly our underage athletes who have to pay seat fees, regional athletes. There's all sorts of coaching coaches, programs that aren't at the moment funded that we think are really important for success in the future.
Yeah, we all know rowing's an expensive sport, and especially at the younger levels as they try and make their transition through to the senior team. So I guess you're looking forward to the Brisbane Games and even beyond that.
Absolutely, because I think that the young rowers now are the rowers who are going to be performing up in Brisbane, and we want to give them every possible chance of success. So we'd really encourage people to become a member. At the moment, you can become a member for $50 for a year's membership, and you get a free cap if you come over to the tent. There's also other levels of giving, and we've had quite a few bequests. We're building up a good corpus, and we hope to get to $5 million in the next year or so.
Oh, it's a fantastic initiative, Flavia, and so you're here for the rest of the day. They can come and visit you, make a small donation to begin with, and as you said, a free cap, so who doesn't want some merchandise from the head of the Yarra?
Absolutely. I've still got plenty of caps, so please come over and give me a $50 and you will get your membership, and it's tax deductible.
Very important stuff for the future of our sport, Flavia. Thank you for your time and for your work, and it's great to see you here today. And we'll go back to Peter and John for the last event of the day, the Male Open 8.
Okay, now, Pete, you and I have been really looking forward to this event today.
Certainly have. Well worth waiting for. We're both going for Mercantile to take out the honours, but of course that's it's a guesstimate.
Well, I think their last. Oh no, I was going to say their last year's winners. They didn't row last year. I think they won it the year before though.
Sydney, the first crew to be flagged off, or was the first crew to be flagged off. That was at 2 o'clock, so they're about 20 minutes into the race if they're running in time.
And then by 25 minutes in, you're going to start seeing the first crews come around that corner. Look, unfortunately, we've had another call out for oar removal. So if your oars are still down here, propped up against the wall, could you please come down and collect them? Hopefully, that's the last oar message I have to make today. So, yeah, now, interesting, Pete, there's a very famous rowing name in that Mercantile number 1 crew. You know which one I'm talking about?
Frederico.
Now, I'm guessing there's a connection there. Do you know if there's a connection?
Well, there's obviously a connection. I can't tell the exact family tree.
Grandfather, perhaps, I'm not sure. But
I did know Freddie Federico fairly well.
Freddie Federico was a judge.
He was on the federal court.
Federal court, and he was a great supporter and member and competitor, I presume, at Mercantile Rowing Club. It was a little bit before my time.
Now, one of nature's and rowing's gentlemen was Freddie.
Yep.
A great man.
Had a number of boats named after him, I know that. Now, looks like we've got a girl in a little bit of distress here, being taken away from the landing stage. Hope she's okay.
Well, she's in good hands. We know that.
Yeah. She's been well looked after and well monitored.
Well, apart from that, the regatta has gone very smoothly.
Yeah, we've been blessed a bit today, Pete. It's had no major incidents. The odd thing, you know, the odd catastrophe like a rudder breakage or something.
Well, that's what's happened to Merck's number 2 crew number 238. Of course, a lot of crews go to great lengths if they can to get a bigger rudder for this regatta. That's been done in the past.
Yep. Yeah, crews do. They change rudders. They won't use a straight course rudder or a traditional buoyed rowing course, straight rowing course rudder, which is smaller. They'll use a bigger rudder to help them turn the some of the monster bends, like the big bend.
The big bend. That can be so hard. You can plan your tactics there, but of course if you get stuck with a couple of other crews to the right and left of you, you've got to change your plans very quickly.
Yep.
Sometimes you've got to check it. Sometimes you've got to actually stop rowing.
Yep.
If you cut the corner on low tide on the paddock side, you can hit a sandbank or a mud bank, whatever it is. I've done that.
Yeah, all sorts of things can happen. I rode in a head of the Yarra once with another incarnation of mine, was at Powerhouse Rowing Club, and we picked up a bit of polystyrene old beer drinks box container, the ones that we used to take to the cricket.
Oh, yeah.
And the polystyrene got stuck to the bow of the boat during the race, so the bowman had to crawl out on the bow canvas of the boat and pull the polystyrene off while we were still rowing. Got back in the bow seat.
That would have been a good trick.
Yeah, no, I never forget it. But he removed the polystyrene and off we went. Okay, now, while we're waiting for these 8s to come down, we're going to go off to our sponsors.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. And we want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
We're inspired to be working hard on this technology, I know, for several years now. And for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course. And for me as a commentator, to have that information is really, really important as well.
Okay. All right, we've got the first of the crews coming through here. It's crew 233, which is Sydney Uni, and they took off first, Pete.
233 Sydney, followed by 234, which is Melbourne University number 1 crew, and they are flying.
They are flying now. Now, if you're new to the sport or if you're just curious, just have a look at the speed, the comparison of the speed. Look at the speed of those oars go in and through the water. These are the elite men. These are the top of the tree, and this is absolute pinnacle of rowing. These guys.
235. That looks like Mercantile 1.
Right, Mercantile 1 is coming into the picture now, and this crew is stacked full of internationals.
They're moving well.
So it might look effortless.
35.
There's an immense power going through the water with these guys.
Looks an easy 35 too, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, look, there's Australian rowers right through that boat, and they're really flying. They're going to take it down to the line absolutely brilliantly.
Coming thick and fast now in our final event of the day, the Male Open 8, and the 64th head of the Yarra, crew number 226, 236 I should say, comes into view. That's UTS. Fellas very close to the Collingwood Footy Club.
University of Technology, Sydney. Just giving it everything.
300 metres behind them, crew number 237. That's the canned Adelaide composite crew. All Adelaide, one canned, it looks like. All
Well,
the other way around. Other way
You
around.
got the one Adelaide chap in the 7th seat.
7th seat, yeah.
You can just feel, you can hear the power go through the water when you're just standing on the side of the bank watching these crews go past. You can actually hear the power as it's exerted, you know, maximum pressure through the water.
Very big Sydney crew.
Sydney Rowing Club.
239.
Very strong elite club.
Oh, look at the clearance on that, JB.
Just amazing. Power. Just pure power.
Oh, we've seen the rest. Have we seen the best?
Well, let's wait and see. Still got a few to go in the men's
245. That's the University of Queensland crew. They were last to be flagged away. 13 crews in the male open 8. Looking very tidy as well. Couldn't actually fault that. Nice run in the boat.
Well, they've gone through a few crews because they've obviously moved up through the field. So they've done all that's asked of them.
Cox asking just a little bit more with 100 metres to go.
They've gone through a few and they're going to take it down to the line. Absolutely full steam ahead.
37.
Yep, 37. University of Queensland giving it everything.
We've got a couple to go, I think.
We've got a composite crew here, Pete. We've got Sydney Uni, Adelaide Rowing Club, MUBC, 241.
241. Sydney Uni composite.
Sydney Uni, Adelaide, MUBC.
35 and a half.
Yep.
So.
And they probably held that all the way over the 8 kilometre course too, Pete.
Oh, don't even mention it.
Try and imagine it. 35 strokes a minute all the way from the city.
Oh, I want to eat tonight.
244. 244.
Auckland RA.
As our New Zealand friends.
38 and a half.
Elite rowing. They're really cranking it up. Just trying to squeeze out a couple of extra seconds. New Zealand boys have just hit the line.
Back down the river, some 300 metres behind. Crew number 240.
This is Mercantile number 3.
Mercantile 3. Now, we haven't seen Mercantile 2. They were the crew with the bad rudder.
Lost their rudder, yeah.
I don't know where they are.
So, obviously, at Mercs, it's just so competitive trying to get into the number 1 crew. That's crew number 3, and they look pretty handy to me.
243 is TUBC from Tasmania. 36 and a half for the Tassies.
Yep. Great to see the boys from Tasmania here.
Good representation from the Upper Isle this year.
Fantastic to see them all here and rowing at the elite level. Great to see their elite boys come here as well.
I don't think we've seen 242.
University of Queensland, Somerville, we're yet to see. And obviously the Mercs crew, number 2, they might have had to have taken the boat out or something.
They might have stopped somewhere along the line.
Yeah, hard to know.
Maybe near the island.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Go to row around the other side of the island to get off the course.
Yeah, someone will tell us.
Well, if somebody asked me what the highlight of the day was, I'd say just the standard of rowing, JB, in the elite areas. We've seen some fantastic crews, haven't we?
We have, Peter. We've seen
men and women.
The men and the women have given us a fantastic demonstration. And as I mentioned before, if you're looking at the sport, you know, you're not too familiar with it. The last couple of races are where it's all at. That's what it's all about. They make it look easy, but it is tremendously hard work. But if you do it right, it's a good feeling, isn't it, Pete? When you get that timing and power and everything comes together.
Yeah, I did that occasionally. Oh, you always feel good if you come in and you think, gee, that was a good row. I enjoyed that. But if you get beaten by 300ths of a second or something, as I have had happen. I remember Roger Wilson at the Gambie one year. I was rowing in a mixed double. And we were still on the course, and Roger Wilson says, oh, Peter Landy and in the double and the far side of the course there, you'll be pleased to know, Peter, you just missed the podium by 4 1,000ths of a second.
Oh, jeez. That might be it, Pete. Do you think? I'm just wondering if there's any more crews to come. Yeah, I think we might be. That might be the final piece of the puzzle, so to speak.
Well, the rescue boats usually come up to conclude the field.
Yeah.
Or follow the last boat in the field. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go upstairs to see if there's any news of any other crews coming down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today's rowing. And so I'd like to thank everybody that helped us out today. And we're going to sign off now. And Peter, I'll get you to say a few words. And just before you do, I just want to say it's been a delight to work with you over the last 25 years or whatever, however long it's been. And I'm not sure if you're going to be coming back in whatever capacity next year. But it's been wonderful to work with you, and your professionalism is just outstanding, and I just want to thank you for some great times and some great memories.
JB, I've enjoyed every minute of it. Yes, it probably will be my last year. All good things must come to an end, and I'd like to thank the committee of the Hawthorn Rowing Club for asking me to be a part of this wonderful event we have, the Head of the Yarra. As you said, JB, I've done it for a number of years. I did it with Wal Oakley for many years, the late and great man. But it's just a great team we have here, headed up by Pat Freeland-Small, our producer of the telecast. And it's been a great team effort, and I'm just proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, and it's been great to have you here. Well rowed, Peter Landy.
Thanks, mate.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, and signing off from the central commentary position. Thank you.
Beer is going back to basics, literally. You're looking at a Brainy Brothers sparkling bitter. It is a brew 100 years in the making. The recipe, long thought lost, discovered by the grandchildren of Australia's most influential brewing family. 18 different brainy men worked in dozens of breweries from 1850 to 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. We want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before. This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators.
We're inspired to be working hard on this technology, I know, for several years now. And for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course. And for me as a commentator, to have that information is really, really important as well.
Okay, now we've got the cocks of the course, and I'm assuming this is the final result. Angus Blackwood, who was leading from about halfway and looks like he's ended up taking the prize. And then we've got Edwina Luck, Wallace Russell, Michael Toon, he came in fourth, John Henry fifth, Sarah Sedgwick at number 6, Mark Duaz, number 7, Jerome Pham Van Can at number 8, Steve Hill at number 9, and at number 10, Anna O'Halloran. So the proceedings here are starting to wind up, and we'd asked everybody to head down towards the presentation area because we're going to have some presentations and some farewells. And particularly for Peter Landy, who's been doing the commentary here for 30 odd years. So that'll be a sad moment, and but we've got presentations to hand out. Now I noticed that the Sydney boys are doing a bit of a celebration here. I don't know if they know something that we haven't heard yet, but anyway, we'll see what happens with the results of the Open Men's 8. I noticed that Sydney did come in quite a clear first, although they did take off first. So I don't know whether they might have snagged it in front of what the crew I reckon was the hot favourites, which is Mercantile, so not sure. Anyway, we'll wait to see what happens because the final presentations for the last couple of races is going on ahead up at the presentation area. And we're going to ask you to all head down there. So if you're sort of around the club or somewhere else or up the street or something, if you can make your way back to the presentation area in the park, there's lots to do there. There's food and there's drink. The bar's open. They've got a barbecue going, and we're going to get some guest speakers. And now the Sydney boys are lining up and getting some photos taken. So I'm just wondering whether they actually were the winners of the Open Men's 8, and that they've already been told that. But anyway, we'll wait and see. So just another call out to people who have left oars down here. There seems to be a number of oars building up. So we do need you to come down and grab your oars. If your boat's been racked and you're standing around and you're looking to do something else, can you not do whatever that something else is? And can you come back and get your oars, even if it's just 4 of you or even just 2 of you? Take the oars back and put them under the boat or out of the way somewhere, because they're just sitting here, and some of the Orange volunteers, the Orange Army, are getting a bit annoyed. So I know I'll speak for Peter when I say that we're very pleased that the whole program went ahead reasonably incident-free. Although we did have one of the Mercs crews do their rudder in the final event of the Men's Open 8. But otherwise, it's been a terrific day. The weather's been fantastic, and we've got our final umpire's boat coming in now to signal that all is well and that it's officially the end of the regatta. So as the last boats are coming off the staging now, I have to remind you once again, please, can you come down and collect your oars? And that will make life so much easier for everybody down here. There's a lot of oars lined up on the wall, on the rock wall, and as many as I've ever seen all day. So we need to get those oars moved out of the way. So it's been a great day of racing here, and we're about to head off to the presentation area for the final lot of presentations. So if you make your way down there into the park and cheer on your favourite crew. Yep. Okay, now we need the Sydney men to get to the presentation area as soon as possible, please. I've just been asked to tell the Sydney men to get to the presentation area as soon as possible. Is coming in. The last of the umpires' boats are coming in now, and people starting to wind up and get themselves sorted out. There'll be people going all over town tonight, celebrating, commiserating, watching videos. A lot of crews had those handy pack things on stilts on their boats, and they can watch their race, see how they went, how well they rode or how well they didn't row, commiserate with each other. And I notice people are starting to come down to collect their oars, which is great. So if you can keep coming down and get those oars off that stone wall and take them back to under your boat or wherever they go on your trailer or wherever. So we're wrapping up here for another year of the Head of the Yarra 2025, and hopefully we'll see you and others back here next year for another Head of the Yarra at Hawthorn Rowing Club. So thank you, and we'll hopefully see you next year.
Beer is going back to basics, literally. You're looking at a Brainy Brothers sparkling bitter. It is a brew 100 years in the making. The recipe, long thought lost, discovered by the grandchildren of Australia's most influential brewing family. 18 different Brainy men worked in dozens of breweries from 1850 to 1950. Last year, grandchildren Justin and James found the recipe books, and they had an idea.
Once we really had the recipe and the family history, we said, well, let's see how we go.
And so the beer was born, and a century on, Brainy Brothers beer is back on the tap at pubs once again.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. And we want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third.
Well, welcome back to the presentation area for the final acts of the Head of the Yarra for 2025. We've had some great racing on the water, and now time to hand out the medals to the last few winning crews. And it's my pleasure to welcome up on stage to present the medals here. A man who, as you just heard, has been synonymous with the Head of the Yarra, not quite since 1957, but for many, many years. And the voice, too, of many great Australian Olympic moments in my memory, too. So, Peter Landy, great to have you back on stage to present the medals here this afternoon. And the first set of medals to be handed out, we're going back to race 21 here, the Female Masters D8, and the winning crew is the University of Technology, Sydney. Crew of Belinda Sack, Christine Phillips, Jen Luff, Julia Bell, Alison Davies, Kirsty Edwards, Bronwyn Downey, Monique Heinke, and Jackie Pell.
And congratulations to the crew from the University of Technology, Sydney. Winning time for that crew was 32 minutes 49.35 in the female Masters D8. All right, well done to UTS. We will go now to race 26, the female under 21 8. And the winning crew in that race is the Sydney Rowing Club. Crew of Eva Thompson, Neve Tierney, Mary Canary, Margie Walk, Grace Bennett, Mika Nato, Lucy Yabsley, Izzy Yardley, and coxed by Georgia Parks. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club, winners of the female under 21 8. 30 minutes 09.86 was their time. Just while the photos are taken, a warning for those on the path behind me. We're expecting an ambulance to come through quite soon, so can you please ensure that path remains clear? If you're walking boats along the path, make sure you leave room for that ambulance to come through, which you'll see and hear very soon. On to the presentation for race 27, the female B grade 8. And the winning crew, once again today, it's the Toowong Rowing Club. Crew of Tiggy Wake, Nancy Duncan Banks, Alice O'Toole, Vivian Noonan, Kenzie Durbridge, Jemima Powell, Gabby Geldard, Caitlin Douglas, and the coxswain is on my page is H. O'Dwyer. Winning time for this Toowong crew was 30 minutes 18.81 in the female B grade 8. Congratulations to Toowong. Next up, it's the male under 21-8 event 28 this was, and the winning crew is the crew from Mercantile. Joe Vallely. We're going back to front, are we? Let's go the other way. Hamish Roach. Henry Reiner. Joe Collingwood. Luke Lee Conway. Monty Salabank. Harry Pollock. Eric Wiseman. We've already had Joe Vallely, I think. Luke Vallely. This page is all over the place. Anyway, in the Cox, Nick Bogdan. We got one right. Well done to the crew from Mercantile. 27-26-41 their winning time. Next up, we have the male B grade 8. And it's becoming a recurring theme, but once again, welcome up to Toowong Rowing Club. We're going from Cox, Sam Parry. Sam Daly. David Carter. Christian Place. Mitchell Bridge. Moss Murphy. Joe Petri Rapar. Nick Barlow. And Brooke Raitt. Winning time for Toowong, 27 minutes 51.83. Time's all important as we build towards the open eights with the oars to be awarded to the fastest crews over the course, both male and female as well. Well done to Toowong Rowing Club. Winners there are the male B grade 8 and also earlier the female B grade 8. So a great end to the day for Toowong. On to our last two presentations, at least as far as the crews are concerned. It is the female Open 8 race 30. And the win has gone the way of the Melbourne University Boat Club. Romy Cantwell. Alia Dawson. Yolanda Hooper. Bridget Harwood. Sarah DeUre. Zara Lavery. Chloe Nevins. And Meg Dumbrell already up on stage. I think someone changed the crew order and didn't tell us. Ivy Jones was the coxswain. And the winning time, 28:47.21. Well done, Melbourne University. And the winning oar, the oar for the fastest crew, has also gone to the Melbourne University Boat Club. 28:47.21 was their time. I'm going to check the records. It's a suspicion it's just outside the race record, which might have been from 2015, but it is a speedy time nonetheless. Well done to Melbourne University Boat Club. Winners of the female Open 8 and winners also of the oar for the fastest female crew on the day. Before we go to the next presentation, if Diane Pearce is nearby, Diane Pearce, I have something you may want back, or I'll take it to the bar. The male Open 8, the last of our presentations now, event 31, and a winning streak that stretched, I think, back to 2017 now for this particular crew from Sydney Rowing Club, who are the winners of the male Open 8. Connor McGillan, Charlie Hine, Angus Aitken, Pasha Bevan, George Bell, Miles Harold, Hugh Harold, Alex Nicol, and Tess Harris. Well done to Sydney Rowing Club. Winning time 24:57.48. And the fastest oar there also presented to Sydney for that time, which is, I believe, around about 17 seconds outside the race record, but very speedy from Sydney Rowing Club, who've won this event every year since 2017. There's been a few gaps in that, so it's 5 in a row, but well done to Sydney Rowing Club. Just a further reminder about that road access. We are expecting an ambulance to come through very soon, so if you're using the road, please be alert. If the ambulance comes through, you do need to move off the road immediately. Now, we're going to the Cox of the Course Award now, and Warwick Fisher, or in fact is Des Jacobson from Awe Inspired, who's worked so hard to put this technology together, will present this on behalf of Awe Inspired, who are committed to advancing the sport of rowing by providing affordable, real-time data about actual on-water performance. And Des, you've had a busy few days setting up for this, I know, and you're now going to present the prize here to the Cox of the Course, who travelled 7,934.7 metres, coxing a crew from the Brisbane Grammarians. The winning cox is Angus Blackwood. And Brisbane Grammarians, the club formed from the old boys of the Brisbane Grammar School. Another trophy going back to Queensland. Well done to Angus Blackwood. The Brisbane Grammarians have had a great day today, and to do an 8K course in 7,934 metres is particularly impressive, if you ask me. Our next presentation, and we'll invite Bill Aleos, the president of the Hawthorn Rowing Club, up on stage, who's also had a very, very busy day, to present the Ergo Prize, which is from Concept 2, your gateway to elite performance, and I'm sure we all know about the Concept 2 Erg, which has been offered as a prize today. And the winner is Nathan Mitchell-Kinney. Nathan Mitchell-Kinney. I assume you've got 15 seconds or someone else wins the prize? No? I don't know who Nathan rows for, but you have won the Concept 2 Ergo. So if Nathan Mitchell-Kinney is in the vicinity or someone knows where he is, we can pass that prize on to him. All right, the mystery is partially solved. Nathan Mitchell-Kinney rows for the Auckland Rowing Club from New Zealand. So he's going to have, I don't know how he's going to pack the Concept 2 in the overhead locker on the flight back. But anyway, they're looking for him now. So we will move on to our next presentation. And this, Bill, I think requires me to hand the microphone over to you and thank a very great servant of this regatta.
Hello. The next award goes to one of our sponsors, for whom we are very, very grateful. This sort of thing doesn't happen without support from the sponsor. So I'll ask Alistair Isherwood to come up and accept our gratitude and a little sign thereof. Sir? Perfect balance rowing, folks. Alistair Isherwood. Thank you, sir. And in that vein as well, another major sponsor for this event and is the Community Bank Inner East Bendigo Bank Division, major sponsor, again, for whom we are very, very grateful for the support. That Kate Bellamy is a representative for them, but I think Kate has gone, so we will forward this along to them. But Bendigo Bank is very, very grateful for their support. Now, notwithstanding the gratitude we hold for our sponsors, I hold a very special amount of gratitude for this next award. There's a gentleman who you saw earlier tonight hanging the medals on the necks of some very, very worthy athletes. Well, this gentleman is worthy thrice in his own right for what he has done over many, many years, not just for this club, but in the broadcast industry. And I ask Peter Landy if he would come up and accept this modicum of an award of our gratitude.
Thank you, Bill, and congratulations, Peter, for all of your work over many years. One of the most recognisable voices in Australian rowing and in Australian sport, certainly. And due recognition there from Bill Elias. Would you like to say a few words, Peter?
Thanks, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I didn't expect this. It's nice to be here at a rowing regatta. I've always regarded rowing as my number one love, and rowers as the number one people in the world that I like to be associated with. To me, rowers are all part of the big family, and it's a family that I love and will always cherish. I would like to thank the Hawthorn Rowing Club for inviting me to be part of the head of the Yarra. It's been over many years now. I've had the privilege of working with some greats in rowing broadcasting like Wal Oakley, who shared the microphone with me for many years, and more lately, JB Stewart. It's time to hang up the binoculars and the microphone. All good things must come to an end, but I know we're going to be in very good hands with Richard and JB. Looking forward to the years and days and months still to come. When I joined this rowing club in the mid-1960s, I was made to feel very welcome straight away, and the feeling hasn't changed over all those years. It's a great club, and joining the Hawthorn Rowing Club was one of the best things I ever did in my life. They gave me life membership some 20 years ago, and it's a plaque that I put up in my home, and it is very much cherished and always will be. Thank you, one and all. Thank you to the rowing family. Well rowed, and for me, it's easy oar.
Thank you, Peter. Wonderfully said, as always. And thank you to Bill Elias, the president of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. and all of your hardworking staff of volunteers who have made today happen. Pat Freeland-Small, who ran the broadcast. Kate, who was working on presentations. I can't start naming names because I'll leave people out, but we thank you all very much for your time. Now, I think my last official duty is to declare the river back open. Is that in about 15 minutes? So in approximately 15 minutes, about 3:30, you'll be able to get back on the water. However, the Hawthorn people would rather you stay here for as long as you can, consuming the sponsor's product and enjoying your time here at Hawthorn Rowing Club. But for those who have to leave, the river will open in about 15 minutes. Otherwise, please enjoy the rest of your afternoon here at Hawthorn, and we hope you've had a great Head of the Yarra for 2025.